Okay, welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazak and I'm Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Moriarty and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Agriculture, Regional New South Wales and Western New South Wales. I would ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, so I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Obviously, to the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, beginning with my first witness to the left, and then we'll go across all the way to Mr Sloan, and then we'll bring up the additional witnesses in the background.
Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, GPIRD.
The oath or the affirmation, Dr Filmer, sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
You might just want to...
We're sharing a microphone.
Yeah, okay, we'll just do your best if you have to move it around.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Anshul Chowdhury, CEO Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
James Bolton, Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Delivery. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kate Lorimer-Wall, Chief Executive Officer of Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Steve Orr, Secretary, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Rachel Connell, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture and Biosecurity with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sean Sloan, Deputy Secretary, Fisheries and Forestry in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Kelly, we'll start with you.
Rob Kelly, Executive Director of Regional Delivery Local Land Services. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
David McPherson, Executive Director, Forestry and Land Reform, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Lisa Sabor, Acting Executive Director, Biosecurity and Food Safety, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Adam Tyndall, Executive Director, Strategy, Media and Ministerial Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Just double checking I haven't missed anyone before we go on. No? Excellent. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11. In the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin with questions from the crossbench. Throw to Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, I'd like to ask you a few questions about Labor's election commitments regarding animal welfare reforms. Can I just start by asking where the puppy farm legislation's up to?
Sure, and I will also just apologise in advance, particularly to Hansard. Been in bed for the last 4 days, but we'll do the best we can to make sure I'm audible and picked up on the mics. But yes, so puppies in particular, yes, as you would be aware and as others are aware, we did make an election commitment to end puppy farming in New South Wales, and also being mindful in that commitment of looking at what happens in other states and territories. That commitment is well underway to being delivered. We are currently doing what I would describe as the final round of consultation with businesses in the sector. I'm very, very keen to deliver on this election commitment because, of course, we want to stamp out bad operators, backyard operators who are not doing the right thing. But the truth of the matter is there's not a lot of information about operators that exist in New South Wales, good, bad or indifferent. There is a registry through Dogs New South Wales, but there's not a requirement for people who breed animals to register through that organisation. So we're doing the final consultation round with industry just to make sure that whilst we're really keen to weed out bad operators, I don't want to accidentally cause issues for people who are doing the right thing in this space. But the work is almost completed, and I expect to be bringing a bill before the Parliament very soon.
Thank you. Do we have a date around that, or not, like a month or anything like that you're hopeful
look,
for?
I expect to be bringing a bill very soon.
Okay. The inquiry into puppy farming that was run by the Honourable Mick Veitch made a recommendation as well to stop the sale of puppies and kittens at pet shops and to sort of move these into adoption centres, which still is a very financial business model. And that was because we heard at the inquiry that pet shops often act as smoke screens for puppy farms and that reputable breeders actually don't sell through pet shops. Does the bill propose to deal with that aspect that was a recommendation supported by Labor in that inquiry?
There's a couple of things that I'd say about that. I've got joint responsibility for this Act with the Minister for Local Government. Part of what happens in terms of animal welfare, as you would be well aware, is covered by POCTA and the Companion Animals Act, which I don't have responsibility for. I'll say that at the outset. What we committed to was to put an end to puppy farming, and that's the bad breeding operations, bad backyard breeding operations. That's what the bill will be addressing. And as I said in my previous answer, there's just not a lot. It's really actually quite disgraceful, but there's not a lot of information about how these breeders are operating across the state. And I want to make sure that we are capturing the bad guys, as I said, without penalising the good ones, but at the same time making sure that we're setting things up for the future. So the focus for the bill will be about, first of all, delivering the election commitment, but also ensuring that there is at least some basic information going forward about these businesses and breeders that are operating in the state, including having them registered. That's the focus for this bill at this stage.
Will pet shops be potentially looked at further on down the line?
That'll be just something that government will have to consider.
And you mentioned when you first were talking more broadly about the legislation that you were also wanting to target backyard breeding. Within the other portfolio that I'm on, we have been looking obviously at pounds, and the pounds were saying that backyard breeders were one of the biggest causes of animals ending up in the pounds. How will this legislation sort of help to stop that backyard breeding, or are there plans to actually make backyard breeding itself illegal?
So even I've used the term backyard breeding here, but it's actually a challenging term because it's not really a definition of what that means. And there are good people who are breeding in those
I
terms.
guess by backyard breeding, then I'll just clarify, I mean sort of unregistered breeders who may only have one or two animals, but they're doing it for a quick buck. They're not sort of qualified in any way, trained in any way.
And I certainly understand where you're coming from, and I think we're on the same page about this. Just for the public's information, there's not really definitions about what puppy farms are, what backyard breeders are, for example, even though I've just used the term. I guess the better way to put it is to weed out rogue breeders or people who are not doing the right thing. But the legislation will importantly capture anyone who is breeding animals for the reasons that I outlined at the start. At the moment, even the bare minimum doesn't apply. There's just not information or requirements for people to register that they are breeding, whether they have one dog or 50. And so part of what we'll be doing is changing that so that there's a requirement to register whatever you're doing. So if you're breeding one or two dogs or more than that, you'll be required to register so that we have a better chance of being able to monitor the rogues and the people who are doing the wrong thing. And also...
And so how will that monitoring take place? Will that be through the enforcement agencies or somewhere else?
Well, as I was saying, and also it makes it easier for rogues to be able to be dealt with. So at the moment, you might be a neighbour of somebody and you're not quite sure what's happening or not happening, but, if you want to report it, there's not really anything any criteria to sort of check it against. We will have at least some bare minimum standards to ensure that breeders are registered so that these things can be checked.
But sorry, who is doing those checks? Who is doing the checks and the oversight? You sort of said that, it will sort of help identify some of these rogue operators and so that they can be checked on. Who is actually doing that work?
Well, enforcement agencies who currently do animal welfare enforcement, including the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, and of course the police, will be organisations that can continue to be contacted if people have concerns or if there's places that need to be reported.
And given that will probably be an increase in workload for those three agencies, will there be an increase in funding when this legislation goes through?
Well, we'll continue to work with animal welfare agencies as we are now. They've got, government's got a round of funding open now, which the animal welfare agencies that are currently providing enforcement services are able to apply for. That's open at the moment. It's going to close, I think from memory, someone will correct me, on the 13th of September.
And will that sort of include consideration of this legislation? Obviously the legislation might not necessarily be passed while they're applying for that funding, so they may not necessarily know what kind of workload that would be.
It's going to include, so the funding that's open now out of this year's budget that that these organisations can apply for is in relation to their enforcement activities as they stand. So at the moment we've asked them, I've got to follow the grants guidelines as I've talked about in the House a number of times in relation to funding that is available for charitable organisations who do enforcement work. So that round again is open now, and that is it is available for these organisations to apply for to cover enforcement work as I guess it's currently happened, but that's a matter for them.
And when will that decision be made on the amount of funding?
Well, the applications are open right now, so we're working closely with the existing operators.
Yeah.
And it will close, again, someone hasn't corrected me, but I think it's the 13th of September. Yep, 13th of September. Yep. So we'll consider the applications.
And when will your decision be made?
Well, they'll close on the 13th of September, and I'll consider the information that comes through after that. I want to get the money out the door as soon as possible.
Kind of
but I've got to follow
a week, 2 weeks?
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
3 months?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you have a timeline after the submissions close that you propose that you will have made a decision around those grants?
Well, like I said, at this stage, just the applications will close on the 13th, and the department will consider the information that comes through, and I'll make some decisions after that.
Okay, so there's no timeline at this point as to when those grants will be allocated or decided upon?
Sorry, continue.
No, that was the question.
Okay, well, the applications will close on the 13th, and I'll work through with the department. I want to get the money out the door as soon as possible, but I've got to follow proper processes, so as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask as well, are you aware that Minister Camper met with Dogs New South Wales to discuss puppy farming legislation in May this year?
Sorry, I don't track the diaries of my colleagues. If
No,
I believe that he did, if you're telling me that he did.
Yep. So he hasn't spoken to you about that meeting at all?
I mean, colleagues meet with stakeholders all the time. I've talked broadly with people across the government about the election commitments they will be delivering on in this space. I'm sure people have breeders in their electorates that they've been talking to as well, so I expect people would consult widely on it.
Thank you. Minister, I'll start with some questions around the independent New South Wales Agricultural Commissioner. Where are we up to with that? The last information on the department's website was from the 14th of December last year. Have we appointed somebody yet, or...?
In fact, I've just announced this morning that I'll be bringing in a bill.
I must have missed it.
Well, I'm happy to send you the media release, but I'll give you the details now. I will be bringing in a bill, hopefully in the next session of Parliament, but I mean, that depends on the agenda of the government, but I'd like to bring it in the next session of Parliament to deliver our commitment in full. I asked the former Ag Commissioner, Darryl Quinlivan, who's done some great work in this space, to help me to deliver on this election commitment, and he provided a report to me late last year, which is, I'd say, what you're referring to do this potentially in stages. In fact, what we've decided to do is deliver it in full now. There's a lot of issues, as people would be well aware, to get advice on and to manage, and the Agriculture Commissioner's role will be an important role, an independent role, a statutory role to provide advice to me and to the government on how we deal with some of the issues that need to be dealt with across regional New South Wales. So rather than doing it in a staged approach, we're going to introduce a bill. It'll be similar to what we did with the Biosecurity Commissioner, for those that took an interest in that.
Right.
So it'll be very soon.
So the process will be, we'll pass the bill, hopefully.
Hopefully.
And then you'll go out for tender for the new Ag Commissioner? Yeah,
then we'll look to appoint somebody. I'd like to get someone into the role as soon as possible, but hopefully that's a matter for the Parliament if the bill gets passed. I imagine that it would, but again, I can't presume what the Parliament will do. And then we'll be looking to appoint someone as soon as possible.
Okay. Will it be at the same pay scale that the Mr. Quinlivan was paid at?
Well, I'll be honest and say I'm not sure what he was paid at, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Sure.
And the details of the payments I'm also happy to take on notice, happy to provide the information, I just don't have it to hand.
Sure. You sort of alluded to, obviously, one of the Commissioner's roles will be to provide advice on various issues. One of those issues is obviously land use planning and land conflicts that are happening at the moment, particularly, I think, at the front of a lot of people's minds is the conflict around renewable energy versus agricultural land. The last government exhibited a map, I think in late 2021, around state significant agricultural land. Where are we up to with providing an updated map based on community feedback? Is that your department, or does that sit with someone else?
That will be part of the role that we will ask the Ag Commissioner to fulfil. So I'm aware of the previous map. What we need to do is have someone complete that work, and we'll certainly be tasking the Ag Commissioner with doing that, and I'll be consulting as widely, well, I will, and the Ag Commissioner will be consulting as widely as possible to make sure that we're getting that right.
Okay. So has anyone been doing work on it in the meantime, or has it sort of been sitting in stasis waiting for the Ag Commissioner?
No, the Darryl Quinlivan was in place for quite a period of time. We're now looking to introduce this bill and put someone else into this new role as soon as possible.
Okay. So do we have a finalised version of that map from the former Ag Commissioner's work, or not?
I wouldn't, no, not at this stage.
Okay. Can I go to one of the other announcements just the other day around the Forestry Industry Action Plan? How are industry going to be engaged in that process?
I'm very keen to make sure that industry are engaged in the process. So, yes, we did announce in the last little while that the government has established a forestry committee to look at plans for the forestry industry into the future. It's well past time that this was done. Unfortunately, it's been quite a tug of war of an issue, and it's not fair for people who are operating in the industry, but also people who feel passionately about the sector. So we've asked Peter Duncan, who understands the industry well, to chair that panel and to do that work. I want to hear from every part of industry as part of that, just as I do now. The industry action plan is really about developing a plan that makes it clear about what the forestry industry will look like, what it is going to be for, what the boundaries are, for want of a better way of putting it, for now into the next 20, 30, 40 years, so that there's certainty for everybody involved. So I certainly will absolutely be including in feedback from industry in developing those plans.
Okay, so can you explain a bit how the process is going to work? Is it going to, because I've had representations from industry saying, how do I get on this panel? How do I get on this committee? Is it a case more that it's going to work like a parliamentary inquiry where that panel that you've established will interview and consult with the industry, and then they will provide a report? Is that how it will work?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the panel is going to be led by Peter Duncan. Members will include Professor Mary O'Kane, the former Chief Scientist in New South Wales, and of course Mick Veitch, who people know well in this place, and they'll go out and consult with people and provide a report to government about plans or recommendations for plans for the long-term future of the industry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame he's not here.
Just ignore the muttering. Can I just go back to? Can I just go back to the comments around the Ag Commissioner and the res? Are they going to be doing a body of work around, I guess, calculating the amount of agricultural land that we need to feed this state, and I guess offsetting that against what we need for renewable energy? Will that be part of their scope of works?
The first part of that is right. They will have a very important role in being, I guess, a voice, for want of a better way of putting it, for agricultural land across the state. It's really important, of course, that we protect agricultural land for food production. I certainly understand that as the Minister. It's more about the conflict issues that will be worked through with part of this role. Obviously, we're committed to developing the energy future that we need in New South Wales. As people would be aware, that was delivered under the previous government, signed off on in a bipartisan way, and we're continuing the work that was agreed before. So the role will be more about dealing with the stakeholder views, but not so much interfering, I guess, again, for want of a better way of putting it, in the plans for the energy future.
So will they have any engagement with Energy Co at all?
Nothing then.
I would imagine they would.
Yeah. So they would be included as their list of stakeholders in terms of.
I think it's an important Energy Co, and anyone working in the renewable space will be important people, organisations, stakeholders for an Ag Commissioner to engage with. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, the way you answered it implied that you won't be necessarily directing this Ag Commissioner to talk to specific people or do specific things? Will you have the power to direct the Ag Commissioner to look at particular issues, or direct the Ag Commissioner to actually engage with certain groups or engage with certain people?
Yes, it'll be a similar setup to the Biosecurity Commissioner. The role itself will be independent, but we want it to provide advice to me and to government about some of these issues. So yes, I will be engaging directly with this role to do some of that work, and I'm sure others will too.
Is it your intention that he or she will appear before estimates, like the last Ag Commissioner?
We'll work through that as part of the process that that is underway in drafting the bill. But again, it's similar to the Biosecurity Commissioner. So the Biosecurity Commissioner can be directed by me, can also do work independently.
Okay, thank you. I've only got about 30 seconds. I might pass over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. First question. Do you believe that all government appointments or employment appointments made by government should be conducted under a very transparent process?
I think there should be transparency as much as possible in every decision that government makes. I'm certainly keen to be as transparent as possible. Obviously, some parts of government decision making have to be kept confidential, including cabinet processes, for very, very good reason, and that's in the best interest of the state. But of course, I believe in transparency. That's why I'm here.
Yep. So you would agree with that any employment appointments should be conducted in a very transparent process. You agree with that statement?
I think as things that government does should be as transparent as is possible. Absolutely.
Thank you. In your time as a minister, have you ever made direct appointments?
Direct appointments in what regard?
Employment appointments.
As in the department?
Yep.
No. Oh, well, I mean, obviously the secretary is within my remit.
Have you ever
but that's gone through the public service processes.
Have you ever given direction to the secretary or to any other departmental staff member to appoint a particular individual within the department?
No. And actually I should say the secretary works for the Premier's. Anyway, there's proper processes involved, but that's the only position that I have particular interest in. As I've said many times before, I don't get involved in the internal workings of the department. It's not my role.
Have you ever overridden an internal New South Wales Government agency recommendation for the recruitment of a senior role?
Look, I don't think so. I can't think of any, but I don't think so.
So you don't think that you've ever had to
I'm not
override
sure.
a decision?
If you've got a specific thing that you want to put to me, you can. I'm not sure.
It's quite a specific question about if you've overridden a recommendation or a decision that the department has put to you.
Look, I might have, I might not have. It's within my ability to do that. I'd try to take advice as much as possible. I'm not sure.
So you can't definitively say now that you haven't overridden a decision, an internal New South Wales Government agency recommendation for the recruitment of any senior role?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Do you want to take it on notice?
I'm sure. Not sure what I would take on notice, but yeah, I'm happy to. Sure.
Well, Minister, just to help with the situation, you'd be taking on notice the fact that have you overridden an internal New South Wales Government agency recommendation for the recruitment of a senior role within the department?
Sure.
That's what you'd be taking on notice. Happy
Sure.
to do that?
Sure.
Okay. Have you, instead of overriding, have you ever had to intervene in the process of a New South Wales Government internal agency recommendation for a senior role?
I'm not sure. I don't. There's been quite a bit of movement over the course of the last year, so I wouldn't want to categorically say. I'm not sure.
Okay. Has anyone in your office, anyone from your Chief of Staff, media team or advisors have ever had to intervene with a New South Wales Government agency recommendation for the recruitment of a senior role or intervened in that process?
I'd have to check with my staff. Obviously, I don't know what they're doing all day, every day. I don't think so, but again, I'm happy to check all of these things.
Minister, who was on the selection panel for the Biosecurity Commissioner role?
I can't remember. Perhaps someone in the department can remind me, but otherwise I'll take it on notice. Sorry, I just can't remember.
Mr. Orr?
I can provide some assistance if that's helpful, Mr. Faraway. So we went through there was ultimately a two-step process which occurred. So there was an initial round and that didn't lead to an appointment, and then we engaged Rimfire Resources to go out and do some work, headhunting if you like. They identified a number of candidates who were ultimately put to the Minister, and the Minister made a decision with that information.
So who was on, you talk about 2 rounds, round 1, who was on the selection panel?
I'd need to come back to you on that.
Are you sure you don't know, Mr. Orr?
In terms of the biosecurity...
There's only 3 of you. Who was on the panel?
He's entitled to take questions on notice.
Yeah.
Mr. Sloan looks like he wants to provide.
If there's anyone on the panel,
so,
you can explore.
So if I could just... Are you talking about the first round?
Yes.
Yeah. So on the first round, there was, in relation to the Biosecurity Commissioner, there was myself, Mr. Sloan and
Yes.
Dr. Healy.
So Ms. Healy was actually on the selection panel for round 1 for the role of the Biosecurity Commissioner.
Correct. That process then ended, right? So that process then ended. There wasn't a successful person who was selected, and that was not the selection panel's decision, that was a decision of the Minister, and then we started a new process, which I outlined.
But the Minister would have taken the recommendation of that panel, correct?
The matter was for the Minister to decide.
But, okay, so was there a candidate proposed to the Minister's office from round 1?
There were candidates who were put forward, and the Minister made her decision.
So who was the candidate that was put forward from round 1?
I'd need to take advice on what I can say about individuals, through the process, Mr. Faraway.
So would you be happy to take it on notice and maybe come back to us in the afternoon?
Yep. Again, I'll need to take advice on what I can say about individuals.
So just for clarity, you will take on notice who was the preferred candidate that selection panel, of which Ms. Healy was on that panel, proposed to the Minister.
What I'll take on notice will be what I can provide to you in terms of individual names, because that's an issue about privacy. And if I can, I'll come back to you this afternoon.
Minister, why did you reject the recommendation from the selection panel from round 1?
Well, I would imagine that I probably wasn't satisfied with the candidates. People would be well aware, because it's been conducted in public. Dr. Marion Healy did a bunch of work for us in helping us to establish this role and the Biosecurity Commissioner. I didn't know her before we asked her to do that work, but I thought she was incredibly good at it. So I'm actually really proud and delighted to have appointed her as the Biosecurity Commissioner through these processes. All of that's been open and transparent. She's going to do a terrific job.
So to confirm, you didn't know Ms. Healy prior to her being selected for the role of the Biosecurity Commissioner?
No, what I've just said is we engaged Dr. Marion Healy to help us to do some work
Excuse me, Minister, if I could just intervene just to say you did say, and I'm happy for Hansard to correct me, you said you did not know Ms. Healy prior to her doing the work to set up the Biosecurity Commissioner role. So my question is, again, just for clarity, did you know Ms. Healy prior to her work with the department and prior to being appointed the Biosecurity Commissioner?
Sure, and I'm very happy to answer that question as I was doing, Mr. Faraway. Dr. Marion Healy was engaged by the government to put together some work as we developed the Biosecurity Commissioner role. I did not know her before she was appointed to that role. I thought she was terrific in the work that she did to give us advice on how it should be established. In the end, she has been appointed to that role, and I think she's going to do a terrific job.
For the committee's attention, I'm just going to table a Daily Telegraph article from the 5th of August 2023 and also some screenshots from your Facebook page, Minister, from the 5th of August as well. And it's talking about, obviously, a bit of transparency. Now, you've made plenty of comments in the past around the scrutiny and proper and transparent processes that government should undertake. You've been quite vocal on this in your time as a minister. So what I put to you, Minister, is we've just discovered and heard this morning in evidence that the Biosecurity Commissioner was in fact on the selection panel for the role that she was given from round one. A different candidate was put forward to your office from round one. Don't you think this requires far more transparency, far more scrutiny? And do you think this is something that perhaps you should review this process? Because from the outset, it doesn't appear to be very transparent at all.
No, I think it's extremely transparent. And as I've just said, we engaged Dr. Marion Healy, who's got great expertise in this space, to assist the government with setting up the role of the Biosecurity Commissioner.
So just to redirect,
well, you've got to let me answer the question,
Just
Mr.
to redirect, how is it transparent?
You're either going to let me answer the question or not.
And I'd like to redirect from that first part of your answer.
Well, let me answer the question.
I'll hear the point of order.
So a pretty serious contention was put to the Minister in relation to a lack of transparency, and I think the nature of what was put should be taken into account in terms of what a reasonable opportunity to respond is, and I would suggest she's not being given that opportunity.
Any points?
No, like I mean to say, I'm taking part of that and redirecting to the point of the question I was asking. So
okay, just for every committee member's advice, we have got some advice from the clerk regarding this notion of redirecting, and notwithstanding that there isn't anything in the standing orders around being able to do it or not do it, it just has to be, it's suggested that it be done in a way that doesn't impinge on the witness's right to courteous dealings. So I would just, if we are going to redirect, I would just ask that we allow there to be a pause in a respondent's answer, so that would indicate that they're finished, potentially, or that they are finished, or it seems that they are finished, not as, so we don't have this talking over the top of each other. So I will allow the Minister to finish what she was saying, and then if you do wish to redirect Mr Farraway, you can.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important that I do outline the process given the questions that have just been put to me. I stand by the process. The transparency is, as the member has put, very important. Dr Marion Healy was engaged by the government to put together, do a piece of work on helping us to establish the Biosecurity Commission role. It's not something that's existed in New South Wales before. She has a great deal of expertise in the field, and she was recommended to me as someone with that expertise to help us to design the role. She did that. I was very impressed with the work that she did, engaged with her directly on it, as did the department. And yes, she was involved in a panel because, in fact, it would have been great to have had her in the role sooner than now, but she had whatever reasons she we engaged her to do a piece of work to help us set up the role. We then engaged her to help us to select a person to fill the role. Recommendations have been made to me that weren't satisfactory. That's not an unusual thing. I want to make sure that the role is fulfilled by the right person. It has been filled by Dr Marion Healy, who has incredible expertise in this space.
Thank you,
I
Minister.
stand by
We've got
I look
limited
forward to the
time,
work she
and
does.
I've given fairly latitude there. So, Minister, do you believe that your actions in this process have been transparent and meet all the recruitment guidelines under the New South Wales Government recruitment guidelines?
I've just outlined the process that took place, and I'm pleased
Minister,
at the outcome that we've landed with.
do you believe that you have met all the requirements under the New South Wales Government's recruitment process and guidelines?
I've just outlined the process that occurred, and I'm pleased with the outcome.
Okay, so I'll take that as a yes. So, Minister, let's just recap. So, you engage Ms Healy to do work to set up the Bio-Commissioner's role. Ms Healy is put onto the selection panel. That selection panel interviews, they meet, they make a recommendation. The recommendation sent to your office. Bearing in mind Ms Healy is on that panel. You reject that. What was the second part of the process? Did you go back to market and re-advertise because you were unsatisfied with the applicant or applicants that were put to you?
What the technical steps were after that, I think Mr. Orr's outlined some of them, but I can't recall the specifics of the process. I'm happy to take that on notice. I think I already did. Where we landed is an outcome that I'm very happy with.
So how is it transparent and right that the person that becomes the Biosecurity Commissioner was on the original selection panel? That was part of making a recommendation, obviously, for a different candidate who didn't apply for the role, who was part of the interviewing and selection process. How is that right and transparent?
She was also the person that we engaged to help set up the role because she's got expertise in this space.
Yeah, but even
That's
to that,
transparent.
even to that
I've been
point,
very open about that.
But to that point, Minister, how is it transparent and correct that the person that sets the role up ends up getting the role?
Well, the government set the role up. We
Well, you
engaged.
just said that Ms. Healy was commissioned to set up the role, and you value her expertise, which I don't argue with. My point is, the question is, Minister, how is it right that the person you engage to assist the department to set up a significant role like the Biosecurity Commissioner is, one, put on the panel, two, you reject the recommended candidate from that panel, and then you end up giving the role to the person that set up the role? How is that transparent?
She didn't set up the role. The government engaged Dr. Marion Healy to provide us with advice on the setting up of the role. This was an election commitment. Couldn't be more transparent than taking a position and a body like this to an election and asking people to vote for us off the back of it. They did. That's transparency. We openly engaged Dr. Marion Healy because of her expertise in the space to provide advice on how it could be best set up in order to deliver on the election commitment and deliver in this space, because she's an expert in the space. I'm delighted that she is the first Biosecurity Commissioner in New South Wales. I've talked about the process and people's involvement in it from the very beginning, including in the Parliament. And again, I'm really pleased with the outcome. She's going to do terrific work.
Just with the Biosecurity Commissioner, Ms. Healy, who I don't know, but can I table that for the Secretariat, please? I noticed, and this is literally as of last night on Ms. Healy's LinkedIn, she has 5 other jobs. Have you appointed a part-time Biosecurity Commissioner?
I haven't looked at her LinkedIn page, Mr. Faraway.
Obviously, she didn't go through much of a selection process, and she has 5 other jobs.
Well, she's...
Point of order.
Here's a point of order.
I think there's an issue here about the reputation of a third party. It's been admitted by Mr. Faraway that apparently last night he went on the internet and looked up LinkedIn. If you looked at my LinkedIn, I don't think it would necessarily be accurate, and it's quite well understood that the people leave positions, they don't necessarily update their LinkedIn, etc., etc. Just don't know that it's a sound basis to be impugning the person's performance in the role that Mr. Faraway last night searched on the internet on LinkedIn.
And just to the point of order, if I may, it does seem to be a heavy impugning of the person who's just not here to defend themselves. I realise that we've got the minister, but we're straying into a procedural fairness issue for somebody who's just not here, who is an appointed employee.
Commissioner in a very public role. It's more than an employee. And by the way, I've checked all those websites. The 5 other roles, they're all still current.
I'm not bothered one way or another, Mr. Faraway. The role of the Biosecurity Commissioner, as I understand it, is around 3 days a week. Again, I stand by the appointment. I think she's going to do really terrific work in the space. She's got terrific credentials. We engaged her to help us, to give us advice on setting this up because of her experience and credentials. Stand by it.
Ms. Healy is, in fact, herself a consultant around strategic, technical and regulatory expert, particular around the agriculture and food safety, both domestic and international. Should the Biosecurity Commissioner be a dedicated role, though, rather than having someone in a role? And I don't know Ms. Healy, for the record, but the reality is this is publicly available information. This is an important role that the New South Wales government needs to or has filled. Do you think it is appropriate that that any commissioner is also doing consultancy work in the same industry on the side?
Look, I'll check with the department, they might know now, but I'm sure all the right processes and probity checks were done. She's in a position that we've accommodated 3 days a week, roughly, for. Again, I think she's going to do a terrific job. She's the first person in the role. She's doing work to set it up now. I don't have any issue with that.
How were the executive director roles for Mr. Tyndall and Ms. Blackfield? Were they advertised, and was there a formal advertising and recruitment process that was undertaken?
These are questions for the department. I don't interfere in the decisions of employment inside of the department. I mean, I remember when I became the minister, there were a whole bunch of former chiefs of staff for previous ministers in your government in the department. I don't get involved in
so
the
did you know
internal workings.
Mr. Tyndall before you were a minister?
Yes.
For how long?
I couldn't say.
1 year? 5 years?
I don't,
years?
Just from around is the best way I could describe
Just
it.
from
Sorry.
around.
Yeah.
Just from around. All right. Just from around. I'll come back to Mr. Orr in the afternoon about the process.
Sure.
Oh, thank you. I'll pass to Ms. Hurst and then to Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. Just before, I was asking about the meetings that Minister Camper had with Dogs New South Wales, and you said that you didn't necessarily have some concerns about that, but you weren't aware that he had met with them. It just seems odd to me that he would meet with stakeholders to discuss legislation that you're putting up without then sort of following up with you and sort of explaining. It's not stakeholders within his electorate, it was actually Dogs New South Wales that he met with specifically. Do you not have concerns that he met with Dogs New South Wales about legislation and then hasn't come and sort of followed up with you in regards to what came out of that meeting? Thank you.
Ms. Hurst, all of these questions are perfectly fair enough. I'm not sure if Mr. Camper did or didn't. Obviously, as I've said, when you asked me previously if that's what he's disclosed, then I can understand that. People meet with stakeholders from across government on a regular basis. I'm happy to... I have engaged with colleagues about how the bill is going to work, continuing to do that. I don't have any particular concerns here, but if there's anything in particular you want to put to me, I'm happy to respond to it.
I guess my concern is that Dogs New South Wales has been on the record being against any legislation that would outlaw puppy farming. To me, it seems odd, given it's entirely outside of Minister Camper's portfolio, and you are actually putting up legislation that a stakeholder... I would assume it would be fairly unusual for a stakeholder organisation to meet with a minister that wasn't necessarily the one that was putting forward the legislation. You say that happens quite regularly?
I think my colleagues, whether they're ministers or backbenchers, meet with stakeholders all the time. Again, I'm sure there are people who have breeders in their electorates that would have had discussions.
No, he met with the organisation Dogs New South Wales itself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I don't find it unusual. I'm not aware of the meeting, but I'm happy to talk to my colleague about it. We've been very transparent. This was an election commitment, so regardless of who's meeting with who, we're delivering the election commitment. And as I outlined at the start, I'm looking forward to introducing a bill very soon to do that.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask the Secretariat to get some images to you from a puppy farm that was investigated in New South Wales. And you'll see from these images the dogs are living in very small enclosures. They look very distressed. The living conditions are quite filthy. The RSPCA were called about this facility. They went out and inspected it, but they didn't take any action because they said that the laws don't actually suggest that there's anything illegal happening at this facility, despite the awful conditions that you can see in the images. So they're saying the RSPCA is obviously suggesting that the laws aren't adequate to stop the cruelty that we're currently seeing in those images. Can you talk us through how the legislation will deal with this, and is this the sort of facilities that you would like to sort of see with your legislation changed in some way?
Look, I mean, I'm looking at the images that you've given me. Obviously, I don't have any sort of broader context, but I accept the proposition that you're putting to me. I'd actually say at the outset, I'd be concerned if whatever the sort of laws are in place for the size of spaces that animals are kept in, if it seems like there's cruelty happening and the RSPCA were involved, that they should be doing something with that. What we want to do with this piece of legislation is make sure that we are getting rid of and have the best opportunity to get rid of the bad operators in New South Wales, and that includes places that are keeping animals in poor conditions. And certainly the bill will go some way to do that, but there's also other animal welfare legislation that should be enforced if any kind of cruelty is happening with or without the puppy farm legislation.
And we mentioned the size of those enclosures, and my understanding is that there's no real legislation around the size of an enclosure at a breeding facility, and I think most people sort of look at housing requirements for where you put your animal if you're going to go on a vacation, for example, and those enclosures are extremely small. And they can be left inside these very small enclosures legally under our legislation for 23 hours and 40 minutes a day. Is some of those aspects going to be included in this, or is that something that's going to be done as regulations later? And if it's regulations, is there a timeline, rough timeline at least, on when we could potentially see that? Because I know a lot of facilities are looking to upgrade and they're waiting for new standards to come through.
Right. Look, I think it's an excellent question. The issue that we've got here is that we're going to have to work through some of these things in stages. As I said, the puppy farms bill that we'll be bringing in will be to deliver on the election commitment to get rid of the puppy farms. But there are, I guess it's called a guide, the guide that people are supposed to use for if they've got animals that they're breeding on their properties. It's not compulsory at the moment. I've had a good look at that, and it certainly needs some work. It's not possible to deal with that as part of the bill that we're bringing in to deal with puppy farms, but that's not to say that there isn't going to be more work required to deal with some of these things in the longer term. And we're certainly committed, as I know you are, to ensuring that there are better standards in place. I won't be able to do all of those things via the puppy farms bill, but or through our other commitment, which is to look at the POCT Act in full. But there are a number of other things that will require some work on in order to get improved standards.
Yeah. One of the biggest concerns is that any puppy farm bill, rather than actually outlaw puppy farming, could actually make a certain type of puppy farming itself legal. For example, and I don't know what your legislation says, I haven't seen it, but say there was a cap of, say, 40 female dogs, and then those female dogs all have litters, and then there's male dogs on the property for breeding. You're quickly getting over 250 dogs on one property, which many people would consider obviously a puppy farm. Can you confirm that your bill won't actually allow for that in New South Wales, and it doesn't just regulate puppy farming, but it actually does outlaw it?
It's a very good question, and part of the reason, part of the answer is about why this has been actually more of a complicated process than I was anticipating before we started the work. And that's because, as I've said, there's just not a lot of information or requirements for people to even register their operations. We've looked at those issues and also definitions for breeding animals and when the best point to define when a breeding female dog becomes a breeding female dog. That's something that we're continuing to consult with industry on. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. When we're changing the law, I want to make sure that it's sufficient to deal with the election commitment that we made, and to weed out the bad operators, but also simple enough that people can understand it and follow it without too much confusion. And at the other end of the spectrum from your question is, I also don't want to cause unintended consequences, which could lead to the unfortunate death of animals to get people under caps. So I don't want animals to be discarded to meet an arbitrary cap that we put in place. So we're working across all of these issues.
Rather than that being associated with the cap, wouldn't that just be in regards to the phase-in of the legislation to give people time to make changes rather than killing dogs, rather than making a very high cap, which kind of then legislates puppy farming? Wouldn't the more sensible approach to kind of have, which is what Victoria did, they had a period of time where they phased in that legislation, so they had time to actually rehome the dogs that were in excess?
And these are all of the things that we're working through. And it was a difficult process that took many, many years in Victoria. I'd like to have this already completed, but as I've said, it's been more complicated than I actually realised, because there's just not a lot of information about how these things are operating. But again, I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, because we want people to be able to follow the law, and we want to make it easy to weed out the rogues.
And you mentioned quite a bit of consultation with industry, and you said in these final stages you're talking with businesses in the sector. Are you also consulting with animal welfare groups? I know groups like Four Paws have reached out to you to meet specifically on this issue, but they haven't heard back from you. Will you commit to also meeting with those animal protection organisations in these final stages?
Yeah, I mean, we have been meeting with animal welfare groups throughout the process of drafting the bill, including the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League. Of course, the views of animal welfare agencies, particularly those who are doing enforcement work, have been very appropriately and importantly considered as part of working this through. And you know, I'm happy to meet with anybody who wants to talk about it in order to get the best piece of legislation to protect animals.
Thank you. And Ms Sue Higginson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Minister, for plodding along. I can hear your efforts there. Can I just go to the Forest Industry Action Plan?
Yes.
What's the timeline for that?
Now, I should know this off the top of my head, but someone might help me. We've got the panel in place now. Panel's in place now. I'll come back to you about the timeline for completion. Sorry about that. You would also be aware we've got a whole bunch of consultation going on with the sector at the moment, not just in relation to the Forestry Industry Action Plan, but also in relation to the setting up of the Great Koala National Park.
Thank you. So can I just ask then on that, with the action plan, is the purpose of the panel to provide ongoing feedback, or will there be specific reporting guidelines with the recommendation windows? And if they do have interim kind of quick findings, is that something you're open to and willing to consider?
Look, I want the panel to, the government wants the panel to go out and do the work that we needed to do and make some recommendations, report back to government about how we can structure the industry and have plans for the industry, like I said earlier, for the next year, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years.
And so one of the responsibilities of the panel is to look at the sustainability of the industry. Are you suggesting that there are questions around the sustainability right now for the public native forest hardwood sector?
Well, there are a lot of challenges in the sector. At the moment, they're being stopped from doing their work on a very regular basis, which is making it difficult for...
Sorry, Minister, I'm just going to the actual sustainability of the...
This is about the sustainability. It's very difficult to meet contracts and do the work that you're required to do if you're constantly being stopped.
So if the panel came back to you...
Point of order. The Minister hadn't completed her answer before the question was asked.
I think she was fine.
There is no point of order.
Thank you. Minister, with the panel, do you consider that it has also a responsibility or an ambit that if it considered the end of public land native forest logging, that is open to that panel to make that finding?
We want the panel to give us some advice about what the structure of the industry might look like and how we can have a sustainable industry well into the future.
If it found...
The government is committed to a sustainable industry into the future.
If it found, Minister, that there is no capacity for a sustainable industry across the public native hardwoods, is that open? Are you open to that?
Well, this is an industry action plan for broadly how the industry is going to operate well into the future, so that people have certainty.
So you suggesting?
And as part of that, I want all of these things to be considered, and that includes how forests can be used for carbon abatement and the like, as you would have seen as part of the announcement. So there's a range of things that this panel is going to look at. I believe they're scheduled to report back to us by the end of the year, in answer to the earlier question.
Thank you.
And this really is about looking at all of those things to have plans in place for a sustainable industry into the future.
Thank you, Minister. I think the answer is yes, you are open to that. If this panel genuinely comes to that conclusion based on all the evidence that there is no sustainable future in the hardwood public native forest, that you would take that recommendation as it's delivered to you. Because, of course, there's no predetermined political outcome here, is there?
Well, the predetermined outcome is that the government's committed to a sustainable industry, as well as delivering on the Great Koala National Park. And we've tasked the
Minister,
panel...
Can I just keep you on track here? I am talking about a very specific, as well as I know, the forest industry is a broad-based industry. There are a number of arms to it. I am speaking about a very specific, very small arm of that industry. If the panel comes back and advises you there is no sustainable future, I think I'm hearing you say, of course you would take that on board because there is no predetermined political outcome.
I'm not predetermining what advice the panel gives us. This is a panel that is set up to advise the government on how to have a sustainable industry well into the future, so that everyone involved in it can have some certainty about how it's operating.
Thank you.
We've given it some criteria to consider, and I'm looking forward to the advice and recommendations that they provide.
Best answer you've given all day, Minister.
If there is, Minister, has there been, on the 21st of February 24, in response to my question about continuing and consistent breaches of the Forestry Corporation, you said, I don't accept the premise of your question. Last month, in July this year, the Land and Environment Court accepted the submission of the EPA that the Forestry Corporation has a pattern of environmental offending, and found that there is a high likelihood the Forestry Corporation would reoffend and that it does not have good prospects of rehabilitation. Has there been any work undertaken to assess or reform the corporate culture of the Forestry Corporation since February 2024?
There's always work underway to make sure that forestry is being the best corporate citizen, I guess, that it can be. There has certainly been some issues, and we're seeing some recent court decisions reflecting things that happened in the past 4 years ago, and fines that have been issued by courts in the last month or so for things that happened 4 years ago or so. I expect Forestry Corp to comply with the law.
You do say
and
this
they have made a
consistently.
significant amount of changes they do that, but to improve just as any corporation should.
Has there been any, can I just restate the question, has there been any corporate culture work done within the Forestry Corporation?
The specifics of
Have there been
culture
any
work that's been done is perhaps a question you can ask
I will
the
ask that.
CEO.
Are you aware of any?
It's a state-owned corporation, so they don't directly report to me, Mr. Ginson. I respect the question. I do understand where you're coming from. It would be a question best directed
So can I just
to the
ask
CEO,
them, after the judgment and the $360,000 fine, you requested a meeting with Ms. Loader and Mr. Chowdhury. Has that meeting taken place?
Yes.
And was there a specific request or direction from you as Minister to both of them about the behaviour or the culture of the corporation?
Forestry Corp has to comply with the law, and it has to do even better than the best in terms of environmental outcomes and operating within the law.
So what was the actual outcome of that meeting then?
Well, I mean, I'm talking to that now. In that meeting, I did convey those views. I'll also make the point that the issues that we're talking about happened some 4 years ago, maybe even further back than that, previous government. previous leadership of the corporation, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to have these conversations with Forestry Corp on a regular basis, which I do. I've got to comply with the law.
So are you aware that on the 16th or 17th of September there's another sentencing hearing where Forestry's pleaded guilty and the maximum penalty? Are you aware of what the maximum penalty for that upcoming court case sentencing might be?
I'm not aware of the penalty, but I'll wait to see what the court determines. And I'm not making, I'm not fobbing it off, but it is important to note that these are referring to incidents that occurred some 4 years ago. There have been significant improvements and work done. People employed in Forestry Corporation to assist with compliance and the like to improve their operations, just as people would expect and just as I expect as the Minister responsible for this policy area.
And so what has happened, or what has been told to you, or what has satisfied you that anything is any different? You've said some more people have been employed, but what has come out to you to suggest that the potential $18 million maximum penalty next month won't keep repeating?
Well, again, these are, and I'm not making light of it or I take it very seriously, but they refer to incidents that happened 4 years ago. It's unfortunate that it's taken to this point
this most
for these
recent
outcomes.
This most recent one isn't 4 years ago.
Sure. Look, I engage with Forestry Corp on a very regular basis. I expect them, as everybody does, as we all expect every corporation to comply with the law and the best possible environmental standards. I'm satisfied that they are doing that now, but it's a conversation that we continue to have. They do this under enormous pressure. They are getting stopped from working and conducting their operations, which they're legally required to do on a very regular basis. Their staff get harassed in the street. They've got people protesting literally in their workplaces. You can't chain yourself to a desk that I'm currently sitting at, but you can do it to a forestry truck, which is outrageous. They're doing this work under extremely difficult circumstances, but they have to comply, and they've got to do the right thing.
Thank you. The Honourable Wes Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I think in answer to a question from my colleague, the Honourable Sam Farraway, you indicated that the second round of the recruiting for the Biosecurity Commissioner was done by a recruiting company. Is that correct?
I think Mr. Orr actually did that, so I couldn't remember the specific details.
That's correct.
What was that company?
Rimfire Resources, Mr.
Sorry,
Fang.
say again?
Rimfire Resources, Mr. Fang.
Rimfire?
Correct.
Rimfire Resources, thank you.
And can I just in relation to Dr. Healy and
you might answer. I might ask a question before we get there because it might relate to the same point. Did that recruitment company put Dr. Healy's name forward?
That's my understanding.
Okay. If that's the case, Mr. Orr, did Dr. Healy declare that she was intimately involved in the first round of recruiting, where the Minister rejected all the applicants put forward?
So, just for clarity, because I'm mindful of the inference, right?
Well, no.
Mr.
Orr,
if I can just answer your question.
Allow the witness to answer, please. Thank you.
Dr. Healy was the interim commissioner. Dr. Healy was on the initial panel because she was the interim commissioner. That's why she was on the panel. She made it clear she was not, at that point, interested in the role, right? Equally, all panel members have an obligation to declare any interest. So there's a clear disconnect between the first round and then the subsequent decision. There was also a passage of time.
You haven't addressed the question that I asked.
Which is
that did Dr. Healy declare that she was intimately involved in the first round of recruiting?
Well, Dr. Healy, it was obvious she was around or involved in the first round of recruitment because we knew that. No. Why would she declare it?
Did she declare it to Rimfire Resources?
Rimfire Resources were aware.
Okay.
There was no need to declare it because they're aware of the process which had been initially run and aware of what had occurred and aware of the need to find people to put forward to the Minister for consideration.
Mr. Orr, how much did the recruiting program cost?
I'd take that on notice.
Thank you.
Minister, who is the acting New South Wales Agricultural Commissioner?
We don't have someone acting in the role at the moment. I'll be looking forward to introducing the bill and filling the role.
Who's leading the process on the recruitment of the Agriculture Commissioner?
Well, I need to introduce the bill into Parliament and hopefully, with the support of the Parliament, pass it, and then I will look to appointing someone and having that process in place.
Has the role been advertised?
Well, I've announced today that we'll be introducing a bill to set up
Has the role of the Agriculture Commissioner been advertised?
In the form that we are going to be doing it, as I've announced it today, no, because I need to introduce a bill in order to create the position that we're going to be creating. As I said earlier, we were as a government looking at other...
Does that mean you've changed the structure, or because you have advertised? The application's closed on the 29th of January.
So that's what I was just saying. We were looking, and as I outlined earlier this morning, at fulfilling the election commitment in a different way. So we engaged, as I said earlier, the previous Agricultural Commissioner, Darryl Quinlivan, to put together a report with some options for how we could proceed to deliver on the election commitment. And the original plan was to sort of do it in a more staged way and deal with the statutory role down the track. In fact, we've decided to change that.
So to confirm, it will be a statutory role when you introduce this to Parliament?
Well, I'll be introducing a bill to the Parliament. Okay. Once I've introduced that bill to the Parliament...
So what are you doing with all the people that applied for the initial Agriculture Commissioner's role, with applications closing 29 January this year?
Those people would have been advised, I assume, and again, I can take that on notice, that we didn't proceed in whatever terms they would have been told, but that we didn't proceed with doing things in the way that we were going to do them before. And now, in order to set up the role, I'll need to get the bill through the Parliament.
Why the change?
Because this is delivering on the election commitment in full, rather than in a staged way, which is as in step-by-step way that we were originally looking at it. Stakeholders have been really clear to me. I engage with people across the sector that they want this role to be delivered in this way, and so I'm getting on with delivering it in this way, again, subject to the will of the Parliament.
So, Minister, happy to be corrected, but you took this to the 2023 election. You've gone to market, applications closed, you've now changed the structure. It is now 18 months since you formed government. There is still no full-time Agriculture Commissioner. You've changed the process. Don't you think stakeholders are getting a bit tired? Like, shouldn't the Agriculture Commissioner be full-time and should have already been appointed?
Now, I'm engaging with stakeholders about this and every other issue on a very, very regular basis. The issues that will be dealt with by the Agriculture Commissioner are very important, and I look forward to them being the new Agriculture Commissioner being able to assist the government in those roles, or with those issues. But the issues are being dealt with by the government now, and I engage with stakeholders in the sector all the time.
Yeah, but it's 18 months and we still don't have an Agriculture Commissioner, correct?
Sure, but we'll have one soon.
How soon?
Subject to passing the bill in the Parliament.
So
do you commit to supporting my bill, Mr Farraway?
If the bill passes Parliament, how quickly will you appoint an Agriculture Commissioner?
I want someone in place as soon as possible, subject to the bill passing the Parliament.
Will you consider Mick Veitch as the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner?
I'm not going to be filling the role.
Because if I was the Ag Minister, I would have appointed him 18 months ago.
Well, I'm not interested in dealing with names right here in estimates, Mr Farraway. I'll go through the right process.
Did Mr Veitch apply for the initial round?
I'm going to go through the process as people would expect. Once we've passed the bill that I will be introducing soon, we'll go through a process for filling the role.
Did
I want
Mr.
someone in the role
Veitch
as soon as
apply
possible.
for the first round with applications closing 29
Sorry, there's been a point of order.
Surely that's a confidential matter if that was
We can say that.
the case. It shouldn't be asked, and it's just been asked to make the suggestion.
It's not for you to waste time, though.
Thank you. Look, it's up to the Minister. I'm sure she's across what's confidential and what she can reveal and not.
sorry, what was the question?
Did Mick Veach apply for the initial round?
Sorry. So look, we've had a previous process underway, which I've outlined. I mean, I'm being transparent about that. I don't plan to go into the details of who did or didn't. I don't think that's appropriate. I look forward to, again, hopefully with your support, passing this bill in the Parliament.
Bring it on.
So that we can get the role
Mick's name's there.
in place.
If Mick's name's
as soon as
there,
possible.
you never know what sort of support you'll get, Minister. Minister, did the Crown Solicitor have issues with your original proposal for the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner?
I, off the top of my head, don't know. Someone else might assist with that.
So definitively, the Crown Solicitor didn't have an issue?
Not that I can recall. I don't think so, but I'm happy to check and take it on notice.
So, just explain to me, you've obviously introduced, you've done your media release, you're going to bring in a bill, great, fine. What has been the hold-up? I don't understand, Minister, for 18 months, what has been the hold-up in getting the Agriculture Commissioner in place?
I wouldn't say there's been a hold-up, Mr Farraway. I've been very, very busy delivering a whole bunch of things, including
18 months, Minister.
election commitments
18
that we made. We've talked about one that I've delivered, which is the Biosecurity Commissioner just this morning.
Minister, we're talking about the Agriculture Commissioner now. My question is a legitimate one, and that is, have you faced a lot of challenges internally in the government, or what is the issue? Why the hold-up? Like 18 months and we still don't have an Agriculture Commissioner. We have no one acting in the role as of today. Yes, you're going to bring in a bill, but I want to know, up until today, for 18 months, clearly there has been a hold-up. What has been that hold-up?
No, it hasn't been a hold-up. I've outlined what's been happening over that period of time right here this morning. I received a piece of advice on how we could do it in a staged way. We've decided to leapfrog that and deliver it in full. And to do that, I need to introduce this bill into the Parliament. We're getting on with delivering on this election commitment. And in the meantime, I'm continuing to engage with stakeholders in the space about all of the issues that are relevant.
This was a key election commitment, and for yourself, why did you not introduce this bill sooner?
Well, I've been busy doing other pieces of legislation, Mr Farraway. There's only so many days in the Parliament, and I'll get on with it.
Well, do you really want that debate here? But anyway,
I'm looking to introduce it as soon as possible.
So you engage and socialise and all of that with stakeholders.
Love that word.
But the reality is, Minister, that for 18 months you've been promising an Agriculture Commissioner, and today they're told that you have essentially starting a new process. You will need to wait until you can introduce that legislation into Parliament, bearing in mind that we have the least amount of sitting days for the last decade under this government. How much longer will stakeholders have to wait before the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner is appointed?
Well, in fact, I've been engaging with stakeholders about exactly this decision before today. So this wasn't a surprise piece of news to many stakeholders in the space. We've been talking to them regularly about how we are planning on delivering this commitment. And I'll be looking to introduce the bill as soon as possible. I'll be hoping to pass it as soon as possible. And subject to the will of the Parliament, if that happens, I'll be looking to fill the role as soon as possible.
Minister, when did Mr Tyndall start in the role of Executive Director within the Office of the Secretary?
You'd have to ask the Secretary.
Well, actually, Mr Tyndall, I'll ask you directly. So, Mr Tyndall, when did you start in the role of Executive Director within the Office of the Secretary?
I'll take the exact date on notice, but I think it was in April of last year.
So, April 2023.
Just after the election?
What was the process between you leaving your role within Local Land Services and becoming the Director of Media Strategy and Ministerial Services?
So I'll just talk you through. I didn't go from Local Land Services through to the Office of the Secretary role. I was appointed as Director of Planning at the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation under the former head or CEO, which was David Witherden. I had interviewed for an executive director role as part of that process. Unfortunately, I wasn't successful, but I was placed on a talent pool, and I was taken from the talent pool into an acting position in the Office of the Secretary.
So, what was the timeline? When did you move from, again, LLS to the Reconstruction Authority?
I can take that on notice. I think it was around the time of just after the 2021 floods.
Okay, and then you moved into the Office of the Secretary April 2023?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr Tinley, have you ever been a member of a political party?
I might just get a ruling here from the Chair and the Clerk. I understand that I may well be setting a precedent here for estimates
Well, no.
that others will have
Order,
to
no,
follow.
order. Thank you. I'll hear.
I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
just wondering if this is consistent with the terms of reference for the committee. I understand your interest, Mr Faraway. I'm not trying to be
We've
difficult.
both got a job to do, so that's fine.
What we might do is we might come back to that question. I'll just get some advice from the Secretariat and we'll come back to that.
I mean, I'd hate to be in a position, Mr Faraway, where I had to ask everybody in the department if they were members of political parties.
Well, you did it 10 watts, Minister.
Order, thank you. If we can come back to that questioning once we've got some advice, thank you.
Minister, what law, are you aware of the new federal law that comes into effect 26th of August around the right to disconnect?
Yes.
Has your department briefed department briefed employees on how this will impact them?
You would have to ask the department.
So a question, I suppose, regarding that is, do you think that LLS vets sit outside the right to disconnect laws?
Well, all people in workplaces that this law applies to, it will apply to. How this will be worked in practice is a question for the Secretary.
Mr Faraway, it's a
I'll
federal.
come back to you, Mr Orr. We've got plenty of time in the afternoon. How will this work, in your view as the Minister that is responsible for biosecurity measures and outbreaks? How will this impact the response in an emergency?
Just like it would in every other workplace where there are emergency services provided. And the details of individual employment relationships and how people are dealt with for work outside of standard hours will be dealt with by the department, just like they would in other workplaces where this would apply.
You don't know. Why can't
No, that's
LLS
actually
vets?
not right. I've literally
Why
just
can't
answered the
LLS
question.
vets, Minister, take work vehicles home?
It's a question for the department.
Don't know. What do you consider a safe work day for LLS vets, Minister?
The staffing arrangements for people inside of the department are a matter for the department, Mr Faraway.
Don't know. Do you believe...
There's been a point of order.
The member is interrupting at the end of each answer to provide commentary, which isn't providing fairness to this witness, and he should be called to order for this disorderly conduct.
Thank you. Yeah, look, we can skip the commentary, thank you.
Minister, do you believe that it is fair that LLS vets must travel to pick up the work vehicle sometimes 100 kilometres round trip to get a work vehicle to get out into the field?
The individual arrangements for employees inside of the department are a matter for the department.
So you don't have a view on that at all?
I don't interfere in the individual rosters or workplace arrangements of staff inside of the department. That would not be appropriate.
Have you discussed the right to work legislation with Julie Collins, the new Federal Agriculture Minister?
No.
Have you met with Julie Collins?
We've spoken.
So you haven't met in person, you've just over the phone conversation? Or?
We've spoken, well, we've met in the past. We've spoken over the phone.
Right.
About agriculture?
Yeah, can...
Was that a question?
Sorry, was that a question?
What was discussed, or what are the priorities from the federal government working with the New South Wales government?
Well, the New South Wales government works closely with the federal government on a whole range of issues in agriculture.
Have you discussed with Julie Collins the live sheep export ban?
No.
Have you discussed with Julie Collins the need or the interests of New South Wales cattle producers to ensure that there is no movement to a live cattle export ban?
I haven't discussed that with her. I'm not aware of plans to do that.
Were you consulted by former Minister Murray Watts before the live sheep export ban was implemented?
In Western Australia? No, I'm not consulted on what happens in Western Australia. I'm the Minister in New South Wales.
Do you accept, though, Minister, that there are consequences for other states and territories from the live export ban in WA?
Well, Mr. Farraway, you'd be aware that we don't do live export from New South Wales, so that's a matter between the federal government and the Western Australian government.
Yeah, but what happens, Minister? Do you accept that there are no consequences for New South Wales, to our economy, to processing that excessive amount of sheep meat from WA? Do you accept that there are no consequences and there are no opportunities, benefits because of that live export ban? So there's no involvement from
you're
New South
supporting the
Wales.
ban?
No, I'm asking you, Minister, about your advocacy and discussions with the federal Labor government around agriculture and the live export ban on sheep.
Mr. Farraway, the live export ban for Western Australia is a matter for Western Australia and the federal government. We don't do live export from New South Wales. It wouldn't be appropriate for the New South Wales government to intervene in that decision by the federal government.
Minister, have you discussed with Minister Ryan Park the issue that has developed around Norco and the supply of milk, who are impacted with a decision to withdraw from the New South Wales health contract?
I am aware of the issue surrounding Norco. I love Norco. I was part of their reopening, which was a great pleasure. The New South Wales government provided them with a significant amount of funding to rebuild post-floods in Lismore. My office has spoken to Mr. Park's office, and the reason that has happened is because, as I outlined at the very beginning of estimates, I've been in bed for the last 4 days. So my office has had that conversation, because until today I couldn't really speak.
So, Minister,
it is an issue that is a matter for health.
Have you spoken to Minister Ryan Park yourself?
Well, since the decision was made, I haven't had literally haven't had a voice. So my office has had those conversations.
Okay.
She said no.
What's the point of order, Mr. Donald?
Prior to you being here, there was a theme developing of Mr. Farraway saying no every time. And that
was the Minister's answer, Mr. Donnelly.
Just
Further to the point of order.
Remind members around procedural fairness in the last 30 seconds. Do you want to
thank
continue?
you. Were you consulted, Minister, on the decision to dump Norco through the New South Wales health contract?
These are processes that New South Wales Health and their relevant processes work through. That's a matter for health and a question for health.
So were you consulted?
The Minister for Agriculture and Regional New South Wales isn't consulted on how health conducts its procurement processes. Mr. Farraway, I've raised the issues with, or my office have raised the issues with Mr. Park's office, and the questions are best directed there.
You got a rule? Okay. We might just pause.
Blood on the stone. Here we go. What colour do we bleed?
Yes. So,
the whole line of
that's
at all. The first time I've ever. Yeah.
All right. So just noting what occurred while I was gallivanting at the other estimates. So the advice that I've received is that it is up to the witness to decide whether they will answer or not to answer. Members are free to object to the question being pressed if Mr. Farraway chooses to press based on the terms of reference of budget estimates, but noting there's a wide latitude around budget estimates. It may not necessarily mean that it is considered out of order. So I will leave it up to the member to see whether he wants to press it after the break, and whether the witness chooses to answer it as they see fit. They may see to take it on notice or get some advice. That's totally up to them how they address that question.
Chair, if the question's put again, I'll take a point of order prior to the witness answering.
Okay, noting.
I think I will take one too.
Oh, we'll be in chorus. Excellent. Just in the last couple minutes, can I just ask one question around fisheries compliance officers? Minister, how many fisheries compliance officers do we currently have in New South Wales?
Excellent question. I'm going to ask Mr. Sloan.
105 at present.
Okay, and do they all have access to a vehicle of their own?
No.
Or so how is that arrangement worked out? Is there a vehicle allocated to them when they're on duty? Is that the case?
That's how it works, and obviously different stations have different requirements because they have different numbers of officers.
Okay. So what's the total number of vehicles supplied for fisheries compliance?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Sure, thank you. All right. I've got nothing else in the 10 seconds. Aren't
we going to 11?
Yeah, I think at quarter to
It's at quarter to, it's the government's question time.
Okay.
Not at this stage.
So there's 30 seconds for us.
All right, go, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Tyndall, I'll rephrase the question that was asked by my colleague. Are you the same Adam Tyndall that was elected to the the Labor Party's Education Policy Committee in 2016?
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
It's clear that a public servant is entitled to be a member of a political party, and that's so obviously in the past as well as in the present day. There's been some evidence already given by the witness as to how he found himself in the position he's in. There's absolutely no evidence to ground any assertion of impropriety or favouritism or anything of the like. So this would seem to be irrelevant, I would say, because it's just an attempt to cast an aspersion with absolutely no basis to it.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, I'll note that my colleague, the Honourable Sam Farraway, has already provided this committee with both an article from the Daily Telegraph and the Minister's commentary, I believe, on Twitter, that indicates that, or perhaps Facebook, apologies, that there is, I guess, questions around members of political parties appointed to roles in the department. It is our assertion that Mr. Adam Tyndall is a member of the Labor Party and was directly appointed by the Minister into a position in the same way that she has commented on in the Daily Telegraph article that's been tabled. Now, that is certainly within the remit of estimates to explore, given that the Minister has publicly, on the record, commented in both social media and in the Daily Telegraph about these matters. So the Minister opened the door on this. The Minister has made direct appointments. It is our assertion that Mr. Tyndall is a member of the Labor Party and that the Minister has appointed one of her Labor Party mates to a role in the department, and we wish to explore that. That is well within what is appropriate in estimates.
Further to the point of order.
I'll go with Ms. Higgins first, then I'll go back to the government.
Chair, I would ask you to consider your discretionary powers of this committee to consider really bringing the entire budget estimates process into disrepute, the relevance, and the unnecessary, potentially unfair interrogation of an individual's business outside of their office, their appointment, and this Parliament. I think that the opposition is well entitled to play this and forensically challenge this, but this is not the forum. This is budget estimates, and this is about the government's priorities and the budget and the policies that we're discussing as part of the budget estimates process.
Addressing that point of order.
Thank you, Chair.
Were you finished your point of order?
I think I am finished.
Okay, I'll go back to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, to the point of order, Chair. I mean, this is an outrageous slur being made by the honourable member, verballing the witness in making the point of order. It's clearly against the procedural fairness resolution that the House has put in place, and he ought to be directed to withdraw the remarks he made as part of his contention over the point of order. Or he should be called to order.
Chair, to both of those points of order from Ms Sue Higginson and the Honourable Cameron Murphy, I would draw your attention to the fact that we held a parliamentary inquiry, indeed, into the appointment of Emma Watts, and so therefore, Ms Higginson?
This is budget.
Order.
Ms Higginson?
Come on.
Chair, we had a whole parliamentary inquiry into the appointment of Emma Watts. It is appropriate for us to tease out these matters. Yes, budget estimates is the place to tease these issues out. It's a question to the Minister around appointments into her department, and the questions are lawful, the questions are appropriate. Chair, I don't see how these points of order could be ruled anything other than seeking to waste time.
All right, given that we're now into government time, what I propose to do is to, in the break, seek some further clarification from the clerk. I'll make these comments to what's been said already. Mr Lawrence rightly points out that we need to tread carefully about making assertions about people, and at the point in time, the honourable member hadn't made the assertion that something had untoward been done. It was merely putting a direct question about whether someone was a member of a political party or not. But then in the point of order, you proceeded to make that assertion and make that case, which may have been better placed in a line of questioning rather than a point of order. So I'm just going to take some advice about how we proceed, given that
you could be right, Chair.
The assertion has already now been put on the public record.
And Chair, I'd like to
etc.
respond to it because the assertion was made in relation to me and my involvement in the appointment of this role.
Well,
I'm going to respond to that on the record, and I'm going to do it before the break because that is an outrageous thing to say about a public servant who is doing a very good job. I've been clear that I haven't interfered in the appointment of staff inside of the department, and I was not interfering and did not have any involvement in the role that is under question here. That should be withdrawn. Again, an outrageous thing to say about a public servant. The member has also made reference... Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Order.
The member has also inappropriately and outrageously made some assertions about comments that I've made around people being members of political parties in my department. I don't know who's a member of what political party inside of my department because guess what? I don't ask people. If I did, I would imagine that there are quite a number of National Party members who work inside the department, but I don't ask the question because that's not appropriate because people are public servants and I respect their work as public servants. The articles that have been referred to in the point of order by the member relate to questions that were put to me by outlets and by others about the appointment of a role in the previous government, which, excuse me, I'm speaking, which, Mr Chair,
I would make a specific request that Mr Fang be called to order. He's abused the process of taking points of order in a way that his colleague did not by raising that allegation. He's now interrupting me. He should be called to order, and perhaps consideration should be given, in his mind at least, to the part of the standing orders that exists because of him.
To the point of order, Chair. Mr Lawrence foreshadowed that he would be taking points of order if we asked what was already addressed by you as lawful questions that could be raised. Now, it's clear that Mr Lawrence was going into that phase of questioning with a strategy. So if anybody is to be called to order in this instance, it should be Mr Lawrence.
That is a completely irrelevant and spurious contribution, with the greatest of respect. I don't even know what it means.
To maintain the reputation of budget estimates, I'm going to suggest that we stop right now, allow me to make further inquiries with the clerk, then I will come back with a decision. If there are no questions from the government, I will ask that we break and we'll come back at 11:15.
Chair, my only comment is that if the Minister is not provided with the time now to complete what she wished to say in regards to this matter, she'd be provided with an opportunity after the return.
I'm happy to allow that after I make my ruling on the matter.
Sure, but I mean, the reason I wanted to respond to it now is because I think it's relevant, and the allegations that have been put, not as a question, just as an assertion, just willy-nilly on the record without a question being put to me as the Minister, as some sort of point of order, is an abuse of the processes of this committee and abuse of the processes of this Parliament. I'm happy to answer questions for the rest of budget estimates. I'll be back after the break to continue to answer questions, but I won't have very good public servants from every political persuasion, I'm sure, be slurred by this member by abusing this process. The article that was referred to was where things were put to me about appointments made by the previous government, which I said I would look into, and that's what I did, Mr. Chair. And I agree, it's not my place here, but the member should be called to order.
Thank you. I'll come back at 11. I suggest we all have a cup of tea and a Beck's in the break.
Yes, is there Beck's on offer? I didn't know that.
you think the CFMEU members panel would be able to supporting them?
All right. Okay. Welcome back after that brief break. I'd just like to make a few comments before we continue. So, there's always been wide latitude for questions during estimates. Witnesses need to be directly relevant, but can otherwise answer the question as they see fit. The witness can also take the question on notice if they wish to seek further advice before answering. In terms of the point of order, the assertion regarding the Minister is now on the record. The witness or the Minister can choose to address these comments if they wish. But I also remind members that while they do have wide latitude, they should exercise caution and act in accordance with procedural fairness resolution as adopted by the House. In terms of the issue of points of order being used to make the assertion, I would note that in the House, the President has chosen to, in some cases, call those members to order. Given that this is the first time that we are using this new power that we have before us as Chair, I will give the general warning to all members that if they use a point of order to then make assertions or make comments that aren't to the point of order but more to impugn things or imply things about witnesses, they will be called to order. That is a general warning to everyone. So I would ask that we now proceed with normal broadcast and go to questions. I think we're starting with the crossbench. I'll throw to Ms Hurst, and I think then we'll throw to Ms Fairman. Is that right? Yep.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask you, Minister, last week there was an announcement of an investment of $60 million to upgrade research facilities and emergency responses. That came from your office. I'm just wondering, in regards to the research facilities, what the process was for determining which research facilities actually received those upgrades.
Sure. So these are, of course, facilities that are operated by my department. There are a number of research stations and facilities and emergency services places around New South Wales. We have allocated some $60 million to upgrade 7 of the research facilities or research stations and to upgrade 5 of the emergency points. They're seen as key stations around the place, but the decision was based on advice from the department.
So was that a competitive grants process?
Well, these are government facilities, so we're upgrading government-owned and operated facilities. The places that were chosen were based on advice.
Okay. One of the recipients of the funding is Wagga Wagga Agriculture Institute, and the press release states that small and large animal houses will be upgraded, and specifically it talks about methane emission research in both sheep and cows. Do you know how much funding that institute is going to receive and over how many years?
Look, I'm happy to take the breakdown for Wagga on notice. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer off the top of my head. Okay. But I'm happy to come back to you with as much specific information as I can.
Thank you. Given it's talking about studies in methane emissions, will this also increase the number of animals that are used in experimentation with the use of fistulas?
So the research, and the department can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's research being conducted in relation to, if I specifically use the example of cows and methane emissions, which is in relation to feed and things that they're eating.
So that sounds like it is fistula research.
Certainly looking to, I'm hoping that will prove some success to reducing those gases. So does that answer your question?
So the question was, will it increase the number of animals that's used in experimentation with the use of fistulas on the animal?
Whether it will increase the use of animals or the amount of animals, I'll take, perhaps the department can assist with that, otherwise I'll take it on notice.
Yeah, we might take that on notice unless someone's got an answer.
Oh, okay. If you could, find out if that would increase the number of animals used in experimentation with the use of a fistula.
And Ms. Hurst, I can give you the information about Wagga if you want to know the numbers.
I might come back this afternoon if that's all right. Did you visit the facility yourself at any point, Minister?
I have been to the Wagga Wagga facility, yes.
And did you see the animals as well that have been used in that research?
I don't think I've specifically seen animals relating to that piece of research, no.
It sounds like, from the research that you're describing, it does sound like, and I don't know if there'll be an increase in the number of animals, but certainly that's the research that does use fistulas. I guess my concern is that the grant's listed as an animal welfare grant, but obviously the impact, the welfare impact of a fistula is quite large welfare impact. I mean, a fistula is surgically installing a plug on the side of an animal's body, and obviously there's quite a lot of leakage that happens with these plugs, which means that the content of their stomach is often leaking out and burning through their skin, for example. Why was it then listed as an animal welfare grant when we're actually looking at methane emissions and environmental issues?
Look, in relation to the specifics of the research that's conducted, I will ask either the department to provide some better information than I can, or again, I'm happy to take the details on notice. I understand, I mean, because there's a number of different ways that research is being conducted to hopefully enable us to reduce methane emissions. In relation to whether this was described as animal welfare outcomes, I'll have to check the details of the announcement. I mean, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I'm just not across the specifics of that research. But I'm happy to come back to you.
Yeah, if you could come back in regards to sort of how that would be considered an animal welfare grant, but also. And this is probably another one to take on notice if you don't have the information on you, as to whether there'll be fistulas used on sheep as well. I've only ever seen fistulas used on cows, but I imagine the welfare impact might even be higher for sheep because they've got wool and the issues associated there. If you're able to let me know if this will also include research with fistulas on sheep.
Yeah, I will have to take that on notice, but I'm happy to come back to you with the details.
Thank you. I'd like to also ask about the work of the Independent Office of Animal Welfare and where that's up to. Have you commenced consultation or any work in this space?
Yes, so as you are aware, and as many people would be aware, we did make a commitment to establish an independent office of animal welfare. Work is underway for trying to establish that office. As you would also be aware, it's not something that exists in other states and territories, certainly not to my knowledge. So we're creating the first office of its kind. There's a lot of interest in the structure and setup of this office from a broad range of stakeholders. So we have begun some of that consultation work and it will continue more broadly soon.
When Ms Abigail Boyd put up her bill for an independent office, you had said that you had some concerns, particularly with her bill, because it didn't have adequate ministerial direction or oversight and that it lacked industry representation. I guess, what do you see the office as being independent from if it's not going to be independent from government and it's not going to be independent from animal use industries? What does that independence part of that office mean to you?
Well, it's going to be part of the government. So it will be an independent office. So it won't
be independent from government?
It'll be part of government. The government is setting it up, so it'll be funded by government, it'll be part of government. But it will be an office, the way I see it, as providing advice on welfare issues. That has to include the views of industry and stakeholders, as well as welfare organisations, because it is about providing advice, or will be about providing advice on welfare standards partially, and we will be including the voices of industry in that.
So what is it independent of then? Like, we're talking about an independent office. What does that word independent mean to you? If it's not going to be independent from government or from the minister, and it's not going to be independent from industries that use animals, what does the independent mean?
The department. So there's quite a lot of commentary about the department that a lot of this work sits within. This will be an independent office that will provide advice directly to me and to the government in relation to animal welfare issues. Again, that will include representations and views from charitable and welfare organisations, as well as industry. Obviously, industry have to comply with welfare standards.
So, sorry, you mean it's independent from the DPI? Is that where you see that independence from then?
I mean, it will sit in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, because that's the department that I'm responsible for. But it will be an independent office within that department.
But that's what I mean. Like, well, what is
Any
it? Who are
more
they
specific
independent
details, I won't be able to give you at the moment, because we've got to work through the process for establishing it.
I'm just trying to understand. You know, obviously, when an office is independent, it usually means it's independent, as in it's separate from the minister. It's not influenced by the minister, or it's not influenced by the department or from an industry. At the moment, your summary of it suggests that it will not be independent from any of those things. So what is the independent part of the independent office?
It's going to be a part of the government. So it
But
can't be
what is it
separate from the
independent
government.
of? I'm not asking what it's dependent of. What's it independent of?
Well, it's going to be an independent office of animal welfare that will sit within my department, but it will be operating as an independent office for animal welfare.
Independent from what?
That's the commitment.
I will throw it in
Thanks.
Ms Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. In budget estimates earlier this year, I asked you when you would restore the 6 sanctuary zones in Bateman's Bay Marine Park, where the former government allowed a fishing amnesty, and that continues under your government. You said that you were engaging with communities and are committed to protecting marine parks. In your response, how's that going?
Well, a couple of things. There's a statutory review due next year on the marine estate, and these things, along with other things that would occur as part of a statutory review, will form part of that. That will include consultation with people and communities who have views on this, and that will include fishing groups. I've also been seeking advice from the department about any impacts or otherwise of the zones in certain areas, so that I can collect the factual information before we make any consideration for what these things look like going forward.
Do you see it as your responsibility to balance, to also have conservation as a priority in marine parks? You just mentioned fishing groups in terms of consulting with them. You didn't mention anybody else. Do you see it as your role to protect the marine life, to protect threatened species in our oceans?
I do, and I see it as the government's role to protect marine life, as well as managing other uses of our waters, including fishing. I'm, of course, the Minister for Fisheries. The marine parks are jointly administered by myself and the Minister for the Environment, and we work together on these issues, and will continue to do so.
So who are you engaging with from the community when it comes to threatened marine life, marine conservation? Are you meeting with people in that regard?
We will, once the statutory review is underway, which, again, I believe someone will correct me, but it's due next year. Yes, it's due to commence late this year, in fact. Work will be conducted as people would expect in accordance with the statutory review. We'll be engaging with all kinds of stakeholders that have an interest in this space. The government's role is to certainly protect marine life, but also, again, the fishing and other uses for these areas, and we'll be consulting on that as part of the review.
So, Minister, your ministerial diaries for the first half of this year show that in terms of meeting with anybody about fishing matters during those first 6 months, you met, in fact, with no conservation bodies whatsoever and nobody representing those interests, but 9 times all up on fishing matters in your entire those 6 months. Is there a reason why you're not meeting with conservation groups?
Well, that's a particular point in time. I have met with conservation groups. It is jointly administered between myself and the Environment Minister, and I am the Fisheries Minister. So people would expect that would be, at this stage, the bulk of the meetings, but the government will be dealing with these things as a government, as part of this statutory review process.
So have you issued any directions to Fisheries New South Wales in relation to enforcing the rules pertaining to the sanctuary zones in Bateman's Bay since you came to office?
No.
No? So why is it then that you're happy to allow the directive issued by the former Fisheries Minister, who in fact did it with no legal basis, basically just instructed Fisheries New South Wales to essentially not enforce the law? There's no regulation that has come in since then. You're happy to just continue going on with that circumstance?
Well, we'll review it as part of that statutory review towards the end of this year and over the course of next year.
So you're comfortable with Fisheries New South Wales essentially not enforcing the law in sanctuary zones that your Labor government, not your government, but a Labor government, put in place more than a decade ago?
We'll look at all of these issues as we've said that we would.
So by the time you do this statutory review, are you expecting there to be any increases in marine protection under your government within this term of government?
Well, we're of course committed to making sure that we've got marine protection in place. I won't preempt what's in the review. We're going to engage with people. I've already asked the department to start putting together some work for me on whether there's been impact and if so, what it's been in these zones as part of the beginning of that work. And I look forward to receiving that advice.
Minister, are you aware of the Auditor General's report recently into threatened species management that was released a few weeks ago?
Yes. I can't say I've read it in detail, but I am aware of, yes, it.
Did you read the part where the Auditor General stated that in fact there were coordination challenges for the delivery of threatened species conservation projects because threatened species are listed under the Fisheries Management Act and managed by the Department of Primary Industries?
Yes.
Are you aware of why she said this?
Look, there are issues raised which the government and I will take seriously from the Auditor General in relation to coordination across government, coordination inside of my department. I'll consider the report and recommendations in detail and respond accordingly.
What does that mean? Does that mean that you'll put in place finally threatened species priority action statements that aren't in place? For example, the grey-nosed shark, which is very, very overdue in terms of updating that priorities action statement. Is that what that means when you say take this seriously?
Maybe. I'll consider the report in detail. I certainly take the findings in the report around that coordination seriously, and I'll consider it.
Minister, why is everything on your department in relation to marine parks protection, in relation to threatened species management, why is everything so out of date? It's like you as Minister have done nothing in this area. The meetings, you've hardly had any meetings in relation to fisheries, and in fact pretty much all of the meetings you've had, bar two, in the more than 18 months you've been, or almost 18 months you've been in as a minister, are for recreational fishing interests, not conservation. Why is it so difficult for you as minister to prioritise marine parks? It seems like it's the lowest priority.
Well, that's not true, and I reject the assertion that you've made. Of course it's a priority. The marine park estate is jointly administered by myself and the Minister for the Environment. And so appropriately we'll be coming together from the different perspectives of our respective portfolios to consider the management of the estate. That's exactly why it's been structured in this way.
So in your ministerial diaries as well, it seems that you've met with Minister Sharp and the Marine State Management Authority once since you've become Minister about the Marine Parks estate. Is that correct?
Look, I would have to check. I'm sure you've got an accurate diary. I know there have been discussions between our officers, between departments. There's, in fact, a plan that's currently being considered by government that I'm not in a position to sort of talk about now. There's discussions at various levels, and it's jointly administered for a reason, and we're dealing with it through those structures appropriately.
So just to be clear, in terms of like any changes in the extent of areas protected in our oceans, protected from fishing, it doesn't look like in terms of this process you're saying will begin at the end of the year, it doesn't look likely that there's going to be any changes. Is that correct? Over the next, say, 2 years, can we expect anything to come out of that process by that time?
I'm not going to preempt what the statutory review work will do. We're considering a plan that's before government, but again, I'm not going into the details of now because it's been considered by government. We'll work through these issues in an appropriate way, as I've said.
Is any of it public? Because I've had numerous conversations with people who are very involved in marine conservation efforts in this state, and they say that absolutely zero is happening. There is no progress. They've heard nothing.
Well, the statutory review will begin at the end of this year, as I've said, and the government will consider relevant information.
Thank you, Minister. I don't think I'll get anything fresh from you on this topic. Can I just quickly turn to shark nets? When you announced that shark nets would be...
Point of order. Ms Sue Higginson raised a point of order previously on my friend and colleague, the Honourable Sam Farraway, in relation to comments made after the Minister
Point of order,
answered.
Wasn't me. Sorry, Chair.
Was it? Well, you might have
to the point of order.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
There was multiple when there was a point of
Can
order.
I just finish my question, Chair?
Can we, regardless, can we just avoid the commentary after questions and answers?
It was very accurate.
I'll allow this latitude for you to get on
Thank you. Thank you. When you announced that shark nets would be going back in the water, but for 1 month less, you also said that you are considering councils in the future as to whether shark nets go back in the ocean. Councillors that I've spoken to are very confused about that. They don't know what that means. What consultation have you had with councils going forward in terms of allowing them, if the government isn't brave enough to not put shark nets back in the water, to allow them to make the decision?
The announcement that we made in relation to shark nets for the next summer was very clear. The shark nets will be returning from the 1st of September, but we have made the decision to bring them out, to take them out a month earlier at the end of March. Because as I've repeatedly and consistently said as Minister, I'll look at the information and make decisions based on the evidence, and that includes trialling the new continuing to trial the new technologies that are very expensive but are in place for monitoring for sharks. They're coming out a month earlier because the advice I've received is that that's the peak period for turtle interactions and breeding in our waters, and so and it's also a time where there's less people swimming in our beaches. So for next summer we've got the balance right. We'll continue to monitor and look at the results of the new technology that's worth $21 million odd a year, the smart drum lines and the like, to make sure that they're working. The long-term plans are to move away from shark nets, but we've got to be sure that, or as sure as we can be, that this new technology is going to play the role that it needs to in keeping swimmers and beachgoers safe. We're also trialling some additional things over the summer that will enhance protections for marine life, which is also really important. So we'll be monitoring the nets more regularly than has been before. We're trialling lights to deter some marine life from getting into the nets, and I look forward to seeing the results of that. In relation to councils, there are mixed views from councils about shark nets being put in to communities or not. We will continue to engage with councils, and there will be engagement specifically over the course of the summer about longer term decision making. There are some councils that are absolutely adamant that the nets should stay, and there are some councils that say that they're absolutely adamant that they should go. We need to engage with councils on local decision making, whilst also making sure that there are protections in place for beachgoers.
Thank you. I'll pass to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you aware of the improved native forestry method that was submitted by the New South Wales Government to the Commonwealth as part of the ACCU?
Yeah, I am aware of it, yes.
Okay. How do you believe it would impact native forestry in New South Wales?
Look, I'm aware of it. I don't know that I'm in a position to answer detailed questions on the submission. That, as you would be aware, has, I believe, come through the Environment Department, and people will correct me if I'm wrong. So the details of that plan would be best directed to the Minister for the Environment.
So sorry,
but I am mindful.
Yeah, I'll go on.
I'm always mindful as the Minister responsible for forestry policy and for the industry about impacts and opportunities for the sector, and the plan should have both.
Yep. Sorry, you indicated you thought it was the Department of Environment. So do you know who the lead agency was on that?
Look, I believe it was Environment, but I'm happy to check and take that.
And within Environment, do you know who had the lead on that?
Inside of the department?
Yes.
I don't know who's inside of the department, sorry.
Okay. Was it National Parks and Wildlife Service?
It may well have been. I don't know. I'm happy to try and check for you.
Okay. So if you're not aware that it was National Parks and Wildlife that was, I guess, leading that work, is it fair to say you weren't consulted on the method?
Well, the method was determined and submitted by the Department of Environment. I'm not sure if my department and the Environment Department engaged directly on it. Perhaps my department could respond to that.
Okay. We could perhaps do that in the afternoon session. But, Minister, given that obviously the title of the submission was the Improved Native Forestry Method, how do you feel about being the Forestry Minister and not being consulted on a piece of substantial work that was submitted on behalf of the New South Wales Government to the Commonwealth?
Well, I engage across government, including with the federal government, about plans for the forestry sector in New South Wales, and I'll continue to do that. I'll remind you that we've announced our Forestry Industry Action Plan to consider issues like this. It was, in this particular case, this work was done by and submitted by a department that's not mine.
So you're supportive of the proposal?
Look, I'd have to... Of course, it's the government's proposal, but I'm just not, I'll be honest and say I'm not sufficiently across the detail to be able to get into it with you this afternoon.
Okay, so...
Happy to take it on notice. But it's the government's proposal.
So is it fair to say then that you're the Minister for Forestry? The New South Wales Government has made a submission to the Commonwealth Government in relation to a forestry method. You're not across the detail and you're not aware of the detail enough to say whether you're supportive or not.
No, I'm supportive of the government's plans and
so
the government's submissions.
You're supportive of the plan. Okay, so are you comfortable as Forestry Minister with the New South Wales Government submitting a proposal to the Commonwealth to receive funding in the form of carbon credits for the cessation of harvesting for the purpose of the conversion from productive to protected forests?
These are things that we're considering. These are things that the New South Wales Government is considering. That the federal government is considering, that the Forestry Industry Action Plan panel are considering. We want to look at all of the best ways and opportunities for us to manage our forest estate in New South Wales to its full and best benefit. That includes timber supply, but it also, and I spoke about this morning, it can also be in relation to carbon abatement.
Minister, you'd be aware there was a delegation of forestry workers that were here in Parliament a few weeks ago. Did you meet with those workers?
I am. I am aware that they were here. Excuse me. I am aware that they were here, and I did meet with them. I met with both of their unions and the workers who came through from the industry. I talk to both of the unions and workers and people from the industry on a very regular basis, always happy to do so.
Did you indicate to them that you supported the New South Wales Government's proposal that went to the Commonwealth?
We didn't discuss it.
Okay. Minister, why were there other proposals that provided a full range of opportunities for generating carbon credits in our native forestry sector that were not developed or submitted under the Commonwealth ACCU process by the New South Wales Government?
I mean, Mr. Fang, we're looking at a whole range of opportunities for a plan for our forest estate going forward. That's this is one part of the work that has to be done in conjunction with the federal government, and there's a whole range of work being done on possibilities for the forest estate going forward. And we're dealing with as many of those as we can as a government.
Minister, in your answer, you said that you were looking at a whole range of, solutions, processes that were available. There were a number that were put forward to you, but none of those were even developed or submitted in relation to this. Why was that the case?
When you say a number were put forward to me, what do you mean? By who, when, where,
well,
how, why?
I believe that there were a number of industry proposals that were put forward that the New South Wales Government elected to not progress through to the submission to the Commonwealth Government. Is that correct?
If there were submissions made through the process that I've outlined that the Environment Minister followed, I can't answer that.
Okay.
That would be a question for her, but I regularly engage with the industry. There are a number of mechanisms and processes that they are currently making submissions and suggestions and ideas for a sustainable industry into the future. That's one. The other is the Industry Action Plan. Yet another is the boundaries for the Koala National Park. Plenty of opportunities to engage with industry, and I do it as much as possible.
You understand the community concerns, though, don't you, Minister, that, you've got the Minister for Forestry who's not involved in a submission from the New South Wales Government that effectively suggests to the Commonwealth Government that what we can do to increase the carbon credits is to stop forestry in New South Wales. You were neither consulted, you're not across the detail, and you failed to put forward any other proposal that would have seen, forestry and those forestry jobs continue. Do you understand the community concern?
So I reject the premise of your question, Mr. Fang, respectfully. I've just outlined
that is a summary of the answers you've provided.
I'm going to answer the question. I've outlined just in these last couple of minutes and most of the morning a whole range of processes for engaging with the sector about what plans for a sustainable industry can look like into the future. Nothing's off the table. I'm engaging on this. The Minister for the Environment is engaging on this. I believe the Treasurer is engaging on this. The whole government is doing some work on what an industry plan can look like going forward.
But Minister, the only proposal that was put forward by the New South Wales Government in relation to this scheme was stopping the forestry in New South Wales, the forestry industry in New South Wales. Does that concern you?
Well, we're committed, the government is committed, and I've said it today and we've said it consistently, to a sustainable industry.
Okay.
We're working through a whole range of plans and processes to determine, with stakeholder feedback, what that will look like.
Thank you, Minister. You briefly touched on this in some of your answers. How is the development of the Forestry Industry Action Plan going?
Well, I think we announced it yesterday. Work
I note the scoffing
well
from Ms Sue Higginson next to me, but certainly you've announced something, Minister, and that would indicate that some work has already been undertaken. Can you provide the committee some details in relation to the initial fact-finding done with the industry?
In relation to the industry action plan that we announced yesterday, that work will get underway from now, but there is a range of other things that are happening, some of which I've outlined in the last couple of minutes, but also this morning about how we're engaging on the day-to-day issues in the sector, of which there are many, but also the long-term plan for the future of the industry. And I regularly engage with industry, with business.
You've provided
with
that
workers.
answer previously. Can I ask, when will that consultation occur? When will you open to submission, public hearings and roundtables?
We've appointed a panel to do this work, which is being led by Peter Duncan. They're due to report back to government, I believe, at the end of this year. And so I look forward to them undertaking the work that we've asked them to do in the way that they will determine. I'm sure we'll work closely together on that process. The government constantly, regularly engages in various ways with people in the sector, inside and outside of this process, and we'll continue to do that.
Minister, is there a plan to bring into effect the native vegetation maps at a point soon?
Yes, and this is something that we are working again across government. The Minister for the Environment and I have worked together on preparing the whole of government response to a number of reviews that were done, Ken Henry's review and the LLS statutory review in relation to land clearing. I will do some further work in relation to the broader issues in relation to land clearing and use.
So, Minister, can I just, sorry, just seek some clarity. Do you have a date for when the maps will be brought into effect?
I don't. That will be a question for the Environment Minister.
Okay. You haven't been provided advice?
About a specific date? No,
Yes.
I have not.
Okay. What if I told you that impacted stakeholders have had it indicated to them that it'll be September 24?
Well, I haven't been provided with that date. Now, to be fair, that doesn't mean that the department haven't had discussions or that other discussions haven't been had, but I'm answering honestly, I haven't been provided with that date.
Okay, Minister. If it is September 24, then that would indicate that we are less than 1 month away from these maps being enacted. As Minister for Agriculture and Regional, you should be aware, should you not, that these maps are about to be implemented?
Well, I've already answered that they are. I just didn't have a specific date for you. They are about to be implemented.
Okay.
And we'll work through...
But you should also be aware of the date that the implementation is planning to occur.
I'm not so fussed about a specific date. This is an ongoing discussion and piece of work across government. I deal with it from the agriculture perspective. We'll continue to do that.
Sorry, Minister, can I just confirm you said that you weren't that fussed about the date as to when it was being implemented?
Whether I had been advised of the specific date. Of course, this is a really significant issue.
Well, it is a significant issue, and that's why I'm asking questions about it, Minister.
And I'm trying to answer, Mr. Fang, so please let's not speak over each other. There's a lot of interest in this as an issue. Whether I was told of a specific date or not is my point. It doesn't necessarily matter. They are being dealt with soon.
Okay.
And I'll continue to work with people across the ag sector about what that means.
So, Minister, you've just said that it was obviously an important issue for landholders. Can you outline to me your understanding of why it would be important to landholders?
Well, Mr. Fang, being able to manage land for agricultural purposes is a very key part of the work of farmers and people who are landholders, who are managing their land in a way to produce food and the
Minister,
like.
that's probably a broader explanation. I'm talking more about the implementation of these maps. Can you explain to me why the implementation of these maps would be of critical importance to those landholders?
Well, of course they're important because it determines criteria for how people can make decisions without having to engage or with engaging with government about how land is managed. That's something that we'll continue to work with people across the sector on. We've made an election commitment to deal with excess land clearing. We'll do that. But I'm also very conscious as the Agriculture Minister that we've got to work with people across the ag sector about managing land in a way that is environmentally responsible but also allows for food production.
Thank you, Minister. They were very broad statements, but I'm more going to focus like a laser-like focus, as one of your colleagues likes to say, in on the issues and try and tease out Your understanding as Minister of the responsibilities you have once these maps are implemented, do you understand what agencies you have under your direct control that would, I guess, be part of the implementation of these maps?
Yes, we'll be working closely with people in
Which
the ag
departments,
sector
Minister?
through local land services, Mr. Fang.
Yes.
Is that satisfactory for you?
Yes, and what is your understanding, Minister, of what local land services may be asked to do in relation to these maps?
Local land services will be required to follow, to complete the work that they currently do with landholders across New South Wales. Yes.
So the implementation of these maps won't affect their...
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Well,
and how will it affect
let me
their...
rephrase that, and I'm going to answer that question without being interrupted. Local land services do work with people across the ag sector, landholders, about managing land. They will continue to do that. The maps will have an impact, absolutely, on how land is managed, and local land services will continue their work, working with people in the sector on managing land just as they do now.
Okay. Given that you weren't briefed on the September 24 start, has LLS provided you any briefing in relation to their understanding of the map's accuracy?
I know that there are there are views on some of the detail of the maps from the perspective of, let me put it this way, if you're looking at a satellite image that shows land that's been cleared, it's not necessarily always clear about the specific details of what's occurred across a geographical area.
Okay.
I have those discussions with the department regularly, and I'll continue to do that to make sure that we're getting this work right.
So if I'm to take your answer that you've just given me in the context that I understand it, you've had ongoing conversations with LLS about the inaccuracy of those maps?
No, it's not what I said. I said there are a range of views about it,
okay,
and these things have to be and will be there are obviously geographical maps,
yep,
and there are views on particular areas,
yep,
and we'll work through that just as people would expect.
Has the department provided you a brief as to the accuracy of the maps?
I've had regular and ongoing discussions with the department in preparation for what's happening.
Okay.
I've also got I've got responsibility for working with the department for managing these issues across our agricultural sector, and I'll continue to do that. So we have regular discussions about what this looks like, about what it looks like from a broad geographical perspective, about what it looks like from a local perspective.
So, Minister, can I then, I guess, tease that out a little bit more, given that you've had ongoing discussions with the department, and given that you're indicating that those maps are going to be enacted rather soon, is it fair to say you have 100% confidence in the map's accuracy? Or let me rephrase then, Minister, it might make it easier for you to answer. Would the New South Wales government enact maps if they were aware that they were inaccurate?
I don't think the way that you're posing the question is right, Mr. Fang. It's not... the question of accuracy isn't necessarily the right question, and I mean this respectfully, because this is obviously a contentious and challenging issue for landholders. It's a question of how we manage these things with landholders from local perspectives with a broad policy view. That's
Minister,
what I'll be doing.
I appreciate
whilst
that.
also dealing with broad land clearing
I've got
issues.
limited time, so I just want to understand this because this is important for a number of landholders, and they've asked me to ask these questions.
It's very important.
So, is it fair to say then, Minister, that if the New South Wales government enacts these maps, and if the date is right, and it is September 24, that there is 100% confidence within the New South Wales government that those maps are accurate, and that you are happy to start enforcement proceedings on the basis of those maps being accurate?
The maps will be implemented. Again, I don't have confirmation about the 24th, but I have to assume that that's correct. And we'll work through what that means for local landholders. The maps will be, again, it's not a question about accuracy in the way that you're putting it to me, and I understand the seriousness of this.
Yep.
It's a question of what the issues are from a local perspective. So, you know, what type of vegetation may have been cleared or not.
So, Minister, if the New South Wales Government implements these maps and they can be demonstrated to be inaccurate, are you prepared as Minister to indicate now that you will not follow through with any enforcement or prosecutions that relate to the maps if they can be demonstrated to be inaccurate?
But Mr. Fang, I've not accepted the premise of your question. I'm not suggesting.
So then
that
I'm asking you, Minister,
inaccurate.
in that circumstance then, are you 100% confident that the maps are accurate if the New South Wales Government continues with with implementation on the 24th of September?
Mr. Fang,
It's got to be one or the other, Minister.
Well, it's not, and I accept the maps will be in place. I'm not. I want to be clear. This isn't about a debate about whether the maps are accurate or not. They are. It's a question of
So they're accurate. Okay, so you've just said that they're accurate. I understand. Thank you.
How we're dealing with issues that arise from a local perspective and what is defined as being cleared or not.
Thank you. I might just start off with and we'll sort out where we go next. Minister, cultural fishing. There are currently only 2 local management plans that are on trial at the moment in over a decade and a half since Section 21AA was passed. When are those 2 trial plans being reviewed, firstly?
Well, you're right, there are only 2. I would like to see more in place, and that's certainly the aim. And I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the last part of the question. When will they be reviewed?
When will those 2 ones be reviewed? I think they were a 2-year trial, so that should be coming up.
Look, I'll take advice from perhaps Mr. Sloan on when they're scheduled to be reviewed, but I do want to see more of them in place.
We have 2 trials, one for the Tweed and one for the Hastings, and they both have been extended for 12 months while they are reviewed with those communities. And we've also commenced some work with the Warramai community in Port Stephens as well on another local management plan.
Okay, and when you say they're being reviewed with those communities, is that the whole community, or are we just talking about the Aboriginal community?
Well, in the first instance, because those 2 plans relate to the Aboriginal communities in both those locations, the first step is to work with those communities. And there's a group of elders that sit on a steering committee that we work with, and that's sort of the process that is currently underway. So, but I can say both of the trials of those local management plans have been hugely successful. They have engaged the community, and we consider them to be a successful model for working with Aboriginal communities.
And you said you were working on another one?
Yeah, with the Warramai community, which is in Port Stephens.
Port Stephens. Okay, and how close are we to that being, I guess, enacted as another? Is that going to be just another trial, or is it going to?
Yeah, a little unclear at this point how that community will want it to be framed. But we have had a number of meetings with the elders in that community, and I suspect it will be another trial, but that doesn't have to be the case. This is something that we will work with the community on. Okay,
and given the Minister's comments just then that she would like to see more, what are we doing to actually see more of these developed and not taking another decade and a half to resolve this issue?
We work with our Aboriginal Fisheries Advisory Council on mapping that process out, and we certainly have the ambition to work with other communities, particularly in the inland and freshwater space. But the trial of these 2 areas was intended to be a blueprint for how we could move forward and roll that same model out across other communities. So,
are we looking to engage with the South Coast, particularly given that that is been, I guess, a hot spot for conflict and concerns around Section 21AA and how it's managed?
Yeah, that's it's certainly something that we would like to do. There's obviously some challenges, which I say respectfully to everybody involved, in relation to the South Coast. What I will say is I recently travelled down to Merimbula and met with local Aboriginal community leaders and fishers on country. My request to engage with them directly about the issues that are being faced on the South Coast, but also the opportunities that we might have to be able to work together.
Did you meet with the Abalone industry while you were down there?
I did. So I met with Aboriginal leaders to discuss how we can begin some work to move forward. I thought it was a worthwhile discussion to go down. I think I'm the first one to have done that, to go to their country to talk to them about how we can work through some of the issues, and I say issues respectfully, and opportunities that we have to potentially work together in relation to Aboriginal cultural fishing in the community. I want to continue those discussions. I did also meet with the Abalone industry as part of that visit, and it was a great opportunity to be briefed by industry leadership about the challenges that they are facing, particularly in relation to abalone fishing in that part of New South Wales, and I also look forward to continuing those discussions with the industry.
Okay. Let's unpack one of those, I guess, issues or challenges that they're facing. You're aware that Minister, you're aware of the abalone total allowable catch is set at 100 tonne?
Yes.
Yes. Who leads that independent statutory body that sets the total allowable catch?
Mr. Sloan might be able to help me, or I'm happy to take that on notice, but I know that they have provided me with recent advice to keep the levels at the same level.
Yeah, I've got the document here that says it's at 100 tonne, yeah.
The chair of the Total Allowable Fishing Committee is Will Zacharin, and then there's a series of members that have economic, biological and fisheries management expertise, and the committee has autonomy to set those catch limits from the Minister and from the government. So they have a full autonomy to set catch limits across fisheries where we have those quotas set.
Okay. Now, if I go directly to the document, on the second page it says a preliminary draft harvest strategy for the abalone fishery was developed in 2015 in consultation with industry and a working group, but no further progress has been made to finalise this draft strategy. Why has that draft strategy not been finalised?
Sorry, I just missed the beginning of the question.
So there was a working group set up to draft a harvest strategy for abalone fishery, so to essentially go away from the current model and go to a harvest strategy. That was decided in 2015, but no progress has been made.
Right.
Why has no progress been made, in your opinion, or the department's opinion?
Is that to me or to... I don't know what happened in 2015.
Well, perhaps Mr. Sloan might be able to answer as to what are the stumbling blocks.
Yeah,
in the
Chair,
department's
I'm
opinion.
not familiar with a 2015 working group or harvest strategy. That was before my time, but I have had discussions with the industry about developing a harvest strategy for the abalone fishery and actually for the dive fishery in general, so with urchins and turban shell, and that's something that we will work on with the industry going forward. But we've prioritised species that have had particular challenges in our harvest strategy development so far, and the abalone fishery is certainly, I would say, on the priority list to move forward with.
Okay. Well, I'm not too sure what the feedback you've been given by the industry, but the industry have given me the feedback that it's no point going to a harvest strategy when there is so much illegal take going out the back door, that unless you can resolve that, you won't have a working and functional abalone industry. I'd just like to pass the Minister a graph that's been provided to me by the industry, dating or showing their catch in comparison to the illegal or unidentifiable catch over the last decade and a half. And as you can see, if you look at the latter half towards the last couple of years, the illegal or unidentifiable catch has actually overtaken their catch. Does that concern you as a minister that we've got such a highly valued fishery and such an important fishery, not just economically, but because of the health of the system and what the abalone does for the environment, marine environment? You got close to 50 tonnes of abalone going out the back door and being funneled to outlaw motorcycle gangs and Chinese gangs to be sold on the black market. Does that...
Look, Mr. Bonasiak, these are really important questions, and this is certainly a challenging issue that we need to manage from the government's perspective. There are a number of...
Can you see the correlation in the graph between...
I can see the graph, but I'd like to answer the question because it is a complicated situation, as you would be aware. There are native title claims afoot. There are, in fact, traditional owners. There are issues before the courts in relation to these matters, in relation to, first of all, abalone, secondly, in relation to native title defences.
Well, that's already been resolved. So,
well, no, it hasn't.
Well, the case has come down and said that the department has the burden of proof now. So, what does that mean for the department in terms of enforcement? Does that mean you're going slightly hands off or more hands off than you have been? Because if you look at the graph, it shows that that's what it indicates. Towards the last couple of years, you've gone hands off, and the amount of illegal take has surpassed the actual commercial legal take. Okay,
so in relation to the first part of the question, that's not right. From the fisheries perspective, fisheries has a responsibility to manage our fisheries, as you know. Where there have been prosecutions undertaken and we then have a situation where a native title defence is, I'm not sure of the legal term, but claimed, I guess, but again, I mean this very respectfully, we're then restricted from being able to proceed because there is information that the government is working through to manage these issues more broadly that fisheries doesn't have access to. So when I mentioned earlier in my original answer about going down to meet with Aboriginal leaders and groups as well as the abalone industry, that is in relation to the questions that you're asking now. These are really complex, important issues that we have to work through. Certainly from my perspective as the Fisheries Minister, but also from the whole government's perspective. We need to find a resolution here so that we can have our cultural fishing requirements and commitments met. I want to see Aboriginal communities on the South Coast thrive, and I want to continue to work with them about how to do that. I'm also working closely with the industry, and as I've indicated, met with the abalone industry down there to consider these issues. It's really complex, but we have to find a solution, and I'm certainly doing my part as a part of the whole of government to work through these issues. You're right to raise the questions, but we're working through the complexity.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you. I just want to go back to some of the questions that Ms. Kate Fairman was asking you on shark nets. You mentioned, obviously, that there is going to be a consultation with councils. When will that consultation commence? I'm assuming that it will start after the next council elections.
I should know this. When are the council elections? I think they're coming up in the
very
next couple of weeks.
September. Yeah.
I don't think I have any time to consult with people before then, and I think they're all in caretaker mode anyway. Look, we have said that we're going to consult with councils. We do want to get to a situation where there can be local decision making. It's not as simple as just going to a council and saying, what do you think? Because at the moment, the government, taxpayers are paying for $20-odd million a year of new technology and the drumlines and the drones and all of the other things that we're trialling across the coast. That isn't done beach by beach, it's done across geographical areas. So we'll be consulting with councils about local views. I don't have a specific timeline for that, but I'd like to It will be certainly engaging with local councils again about that decision making, but also factoring in what the broader state government's responsibility and particularly the broader taxpayers paying for this stuff is.
Will that also consider the fact that taxpayers are also paying for shark nets?
They're paying $2 million a year as opposed to $20 million a year for new technology. I've got to make sure it works. That's the responsible thing to do.
Can you provide a breakdown of where you've got that figure of 20 million and the figure of 2 million? Because, I mean, when you sort of throw out a figure like that, it's unclear whether a lot of that money is going into research into these alternatives or that's how much the alternatives actually cost to run, which is quite a different consideration.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. And I think I might have the numbers wrong there. I think it's a total of $21 million a year. Again, someone will correct me, but I think that's where it is, and we'll give the detail. Yeah, that's fine. It includes all of those things.
Because obviously that's quite a different thing. If it's going into research, it's quite different to actually implementation of the alternatives. So what sort of power, you sort of talked about local decision making. Will the councils actually have powers in some way to determine nets go in or nets don't go in, or is it more of a consideration of what the local councils want?
At this stage, it's going to be both, because at the moment, I certainly want to consult with local communities and local councils about their views, but the shark mitigation tools that we use are rolled out across a geographical area. So it's not as easy as just saying opt in, opt out, and we'll continue to pay for it in some areas or not. The consultation is going to be genuine. We genuinely want to hear from local communities about their views, and some of them have been expressed quite clearly. As I indicated this morning, there's councils who are adamant that they want to keep the nets, and there are councils who've indicated that they're adamant that they don't. Yeah. We'll work through with local communities about that, at the same time as working through what it means from a whole mitigation work perspective.
And just to take this quote, which says councils would need to take responsibility for the safety of the community if they wish to negotiate on shark mitigation methods. Is this an attempt to cost shift onto councils? I'm just wondering why councils would need to prove that they're keeping beachgoers safe when, for starters, the control over the program and all the technology that's being used is actually run at the moment by the DPI, but also the research itself shows that shark nets are actually not keeping beachgoers safe now. So if we've got one method that we know is ineffective, the research and universities, that's not me saying that, that's university research that's saying that, why is it now on the councils to have to prove this?
Well, it's going to have to be a conversation between the government and councils. At the moment, the state government is paying for all of this, and councils are responsible for swimmer safety and beach safety on their local beaches.
So this is a bit
so
of
the discussion is going to have to include. The discussion will have to include the resources that are currently being put in by the state government. I'll give you an example of one that's probably a little easier to have conversations about. I mean, the drum lines smart drum lines are operated through us, but there are drones that we're operating through Surf Lifesaving New South Wales. They can probably be conducted, the surveillance can probably be conducted in a more localised way, but these are the conversations that we're going to have. At the moment, it's fully paid for by the state government, and so that's why we're making the decisions.
So the effort going forward is to share some of those costs. Is that what you have in mind? That sort of sounds like that's what you're suggesting.
No, I'm not preempting it. I'm saying we're going to consult with councils about local decision making, but that includes what local decision making means. And I fully respect the views of local councils, and I absolutely want to hear them. It's all well and good for them to offer an opinion. The state government's currently paying for it.
Are you expecting through this process that next year there may be some council areas that won't have shark nets put in because they've moved to alternatives?
I'm not going to preempt anything for next year. I've outlined the plan, and the government's outlined the plan for the upcoming summer, and we'll consult with people about that, consult with councils and local communities about that, and we'll look at the data at the end of the summer, just as we did this year.
Just to move on to the 21 million that was in the budget in regards to spending on animal welfare, and I know you've mentioned earlier that the first step is that you're allowing enforcement agencies to apply for some or all of that money. If the organisations were to receive that entire 21 million, what would happen to the other animal welfare initiatives that you're working on, such as the Independent Office of Animal Welfare? Will there be other money allocated for those projects?
Well, the amount of money in this year's budget for this year is $21 million. We, as I've outlined this morning, have opened up a process for enforcement agencies, for charitable organisations to be able to apply for funding. They've got to provide us with information on their enforcement costs and activities. Up until now, that just hasn't been provided, so I can't even sort of guess a figure because there's just no information provided between enforcement agencies and government as to what money's for and spent on before now. We've asked them to apply.
Just on that,
Sure.
Because I know that the DPI had done an assessment on the funding that was required by those enforcement agencies, and obviously through that assessment they would have provided a plan for exactly how much money that they were proposing that they needed within the Department of Primary Industries, and then they made a recommendation to you. What happened to that assessment, and why are we now saying that nothing has been provided up until now, so therefore we have to go through this sort of budget bid process when we've already done that DPI process? What happened with that, and why are we now doing this on top of that?
Okay, so a couple of things on this. First of all, this is the first year where we've had to have this process in place because our government put in grants guidelines as a new government last year sometime, I can't remember exactly when, to make sure that money being spent in this way is properly accounted for. That's an appropriate thing to do. So it's different this year than other years because that process and that requirement wasn't in place. We've had to put it in place because money has gone out the door through grants funding that hasn't properly been accounted for. So we enacted laws to make sure that it would be. The charitable organisations are now, the opportunity is open now for them to make their submissions on enforcement costs.
That DPI process that went, because obviously that DPI process, you said that the RSPCA hasn't provided any information to government in regards to what money they need to actually enforce animal protection laws.
Okay.
My understanding is that obviously they have, because they went through a long, lengthy process with the Department of Primary Industries prior to this grants program opening. What happened to all of that information? Why? I understand that there's a grants program, but why hasn't that information been included into that? Why are we starting all over again?
Yep, okay, fair enough question. It hasn't been a process through the department. The charitable organisations, and I'd say in particular the RSPCA, put in a budget bid. They just put in as organisations do, they made a submission. They wrote to myself and I think probably the Treasurer.
But there was a DPI process before that to advise you on how much money that the DPI thought should be allocated to the enforcement of POC.
No, but it's not a question of what the department thinks should be allocated. There's not been, so in the past these organisations were provided $500,000, a couple $100,000 a year for enforcement activities. A year or so ago, through the Office of Local Government, they were provided an amount of 20-something million for various things, which included enforcement activities, but it also included funding for facilities and a whole range of other bits and pieces that we've tried to work through so as to not delay this process. Putting in a budget bid and writing a letter to ministers saying this is how much we want from the New South Wales government is very different to, and I respect lots of organisations do that, and that's perfectly fine, but for us to go through the process, we're now saying to them, you need to provide us with specific information. We're going to pay for some costs for enforcement work through this, not random facilities and other bits and pieces that came out of the last amount of funding, but enforcement. So they have to provide us with the detail on what that means. That's the process that's currently being worked through. So it's not a question of the department coming up with a figure. Part of what we've committed to do is allocate, not just deal with funding in the short term, but work through what it needs to be year on year going forward, so that we're not in this situation every year, if that helps.
I'll just pass to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'd like to go back to the recent announcement that Norco had its contract cut to supply milk through the New South Wales health contract. Firstly, are business support measures still available for farmers on the North Coast recovering from the 2022 floods?
Okay, I think they're two different questions. So Norco...
Well, the next part of it is will these support programs, if there are any, that are still in place, be extended to Norco dairy farmers who are impacted by the government's decision to withdraw milk through the New South Wales health contract?
Okay, so look, the decision in relation to Norco was made through New South Wales Health, or however their procurement processes work. That decision is really a question for health, as I indicated this morning. My office have had discussions with the Health Minister's office about community concerns, and I know that there are community concerns. Certainly the member for Lismore is very vocal about raising things on behalf of her community, and I appreciate her for that.
So with that, with your parliamentary secretary and the member for Lismore, do you support her position, which is calling to have this decision reversed? Do you support Janelle Saffin with that call?
I think Janelle Saffin is a fantastic local member who is a great advocate for her community, and she is campaigning for an issue that matters to her community, and that's exactly her job.
Do you support her calls to have this decision reversed as the Minister for Regional New South Wales?
They're questions for the Health Minister. I'm not able to influence health procurement. But my office have, as I indicated this morning, raised concerns as people would expect, as the Minister for Regional New South Wales. And the decisions are a matter for them. If there are any issues from farmers' perspective as a result of this, then I'll have to assess that information, and the government will have to assess that information. I don't have any information to that effect now, but if it does arise, then we'll look at it.
Minister, are you familiar with Radio 2WEB?
Yes.
Recently, Rod from Radio 2WEB, with the Shadow Minister for Western New South Wales just this week, made a bit of a call out to get you on the program, and said on air that your office has rejected several requests to jump onto 2WEB based out in Burke as the Minister for Western New South Wales and Agriculture. Can you commit today to Rod and the team in Western New South Wales? You can jump on 2WEB and give them an update on what's happening in Western New South Wales from the New South Wales Government?
Of course, always happy to do radio, particularly in Western New South Wales. I'll probably have to bump Stephen Lawrence off the...
no one wants to hear from him anyway, so don't worry about it.
The government is communicating broadly with Western New South Wales, and Stephen Lawrence is a fantastic person to be doing that, but sure, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure Rod, I know Rod, and I've been on there, in a previous life. He would appreciate that genuinely, Minister. So we'll make sure that he reaches out to your office and you jump onto 2WEB and get an update. I'd like to move now to what is it? DPIRD, the new acronym for the merged department. How many jobs are based at the headquarters in Orange? Is it have we seen a reduction or an increase since budget estimates last year?
As to how many people are based in Orange, I will ask the department, or otherwise I'll have to take the specifics on notice. I don't know how many people work out of Orange off the top of my head.
Mr. or Mike will come back to you in the afternoon on the specifics. But as the Minister, can you commit today that Orange will remain the head office, the headquarters for the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development?
Well, the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development is based all around regional New South Wales. We have 200 offices, apparently, or various places of work across the regions. I'm certainly very proud to have a presence across regional New South Wales.
But it's fair to say, Minister, that when that department was decentralised all those years ago, and for the last 20 odd years, Orange has been the home of the Department of Primary Industries, the Department of Agriculture, lots of different names over history, but it is fair to say the home of the Department of Primary Industries. It has been the head office for DPI for forever since it was decentralised. Will that remain the case under Minister Moriarty?
Well, there's no plans to move operations out of Orange, but it hasn't been a standalone department since you guys were in government, because you guys are the ones who merged it into regional New South Wales. So it wasn't a standalone department when I became the minister. It was part of regional New South Wales.
But it was its own business
now
unit,
part
correct,
of,
Minister? It was its own defined business unit with its own. Yes, it was with its own defined Director
the Department
General.
of Regional New South Wales. And I know that the National Party and the leader likes to talk up a big game about moving it. He didn't while he was the minister. So I don't know why he didn't. He had the opportunity because he was the minister. So now we've consolidated into a new department called the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development to focus our attention and resources on where they're needed across agriculture, across local land services, across regional New South Wales. And I want to make sure that the resources are used appropriately.
So can you commit today that there'll be no job cuts or losses from the DPI RD out of Orange?
There's no plans to move anything out of Orange, but the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development has a presence all over regional New South Wales. We've got people based in...
Which you said in the previous answer, which is... thank you for that. So to redirect that part of the question, which office is the largest office for the DPI RD in New South Wales?
Well, I'll take the specifics of the breakdown of where
which
5,500 people
office
work.
has the most staff, Minister?
I'll take the details of the breakdown of where some 5,500 people work, but again, I'm pretty sure it's 200 odd presences spread over regional New South Wales. We're not planning on shrinking the footprint of the department spread across the regions. It's important that the various sections of the department are well represented so that they're easily accessible for and embedded in our regional communities. That's how we get the best advice. That's how I get the best advice.
Thank you, Minister. In a response to representations to the member for Goulburn in May 2024, you advised that New South Wales Government no longer considers blackberry to be a noxious weed. However, on the New South Wales Government Environment and Heritage website, it says verbatim, blackberry has been declared a noxious weed in New South Wales and is also listed as a weed of national significance. Can you please confirm today and make it clear if blackberry is a noxious weed?
Well, I would have taken advice on that, and I'll take advice on that now. So if the department would like to confirm, otherwise I'll take it on notice.
Right, okay. So according to the Local Land Services website, Local Land Services works in partnership with local councils to ensure best practice management of natural resources, including weed management and pest control. Can you please advise how much funding is provided to the New South Wales councils for weeds management, and do you as the Minister think that this is adequate to control the critical invasion of blackberries?
Look, pests and weeds are absolutely a massive issue across regional New South Wales. There's no question about that. The funding that we're providing at the moment is the same as was provided under the previous government. We've also allocated $10 million towards a Good Neighbour program. And as has been well canvassed today, we've set up a Biosecurity Commission with a Biosecurity Commissioner in place to help to provide advice to me and to the government and to the Parliament on how best to manage these things going forward. Certainly a massive issue, no question about that, and how we look to resource and deal with these things going forward will be a key part of the Biosecurity Commissioner's work.
In August last year, the Daily Telegraph reported in relation to the number of media staff in your department, and you were quoted in that article saying the figure was absurd. And I think we discussed this at a previous estimates. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. In August of last year, can you recall how many media staff were in the department, in your department at that time?
I don't know how many media people were in the department in August last year. I'm happy to take it on notice.
But you said it was absurd.
Well, what I said at the time, which I still say, is we've got to allocate resources where they are best serving the people of regional New South Wales. And having a very large comms team inside of the department may not be the best use of resources, particularly in a very difficult budget situation, which we did inherit when we formed government. So I want to make sure that we are allocating and using the finite resources that we have to best advocate work for people across regional New South Wales.
In August last year, when you referred to the amount of media staff as absurd, and I've gone back and had a look through some of the answers, there were 15 in the Department of Regional New South Wales, and there were 5 for the Department of Primary Industries. Can you tell me today how many media staff does the new Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development have, considering that you said that 15 and 5, 20 staff in your department a year ago was absurd? Do you know how many the DPIRD have in media staff as of today?
Well, those weren't the numbers that I was referring to last year, which is why you're saying media staff and I'm saying comms. So there was a very large number of people in that section. And look, I don't, again, I say this a lot, I don't get involved in the internal workings of the department, but I do need to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being spent in the right way and that resources inside of my department are being used
That's fine.
to best
do you
work
know
for
the
people.
number, Minister? How many media staff or comms staff are in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development as of August this year?
As of August this year, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm
26.
happy to take that off
moving
on
on.
notice.
So moving on to the McPhillamys
Be
mine.
interested to check where you got the figures from. Do you want to just give me the document
may
you're
have
referring
seen
to so I can check?
Can we not talk over the top of each other, please?
Minister, you may have seen that your boss, Chris Minns, the Premier of New South Wales, has come out and backed the McPhillamys gold mine near Blaney, and is at odds with Tanya Plibersek. And I noticed the Prime Minister has just recently today, if you may not have seen, has come out and supported Chris Minns, the Premier of New South Wales. So my question to you, Minister, is do you support the McPhillamys gold mine at Blaney? And have you advocated around the Cabinet table in the recent days to find a solution for regional New South Wales, for Central West New South Wales, to save this billion-dollar project and the 800 good-paying jobs that'll come with it?
I certainly support the views that the Premier has expressed on this issue. Jobs, particularly at this scale across regional New South Wales and in the Central West, are vital. And I was certainly disappointed by the decision. I think the Premier has expressed the views of the New South Wales Government very well, and I support him wholeheartedly. You're right to say that I was not aware that the Prime Minister has commented today, because I've been very focused on giving answers here in estimates. But I'm glad, if that's the case, that the Prime Minister has supported the New South Wales Government's view, if that's right.
Minister, have you reached out to Regis Resources or Blaney Shire Council as the Minister for Regional New South Wales with a state significant project that has essentially been axed? Have you reached out to either the Mayor or Council staff or the actual developer, being Regis Resources, to see what your office could do to assist?
Regis Resources is being ably assisted with finding a way forward through the appropriate minister, which is Minister Husos, the Minister for Natural Resources. She, as I understand it, and as I'm advised, is working closely with them to try and find a pathway forward, and I certainly hope that that's achieved.
Have you spoken to Minister Husos?
As I've said a few times today, I haven't spoken to anyone for the last 4 or 5 days.
Have you sent a text message, an email? Have you got your chief of staff to ring her office? What have you done in the last 2 days, Minister, to advocate or to support the Blaney Shire, the Central West, as the Minister for Regional New South Wales with your Cabinet colleagues?
Well, I'm saying it right now, just as the government has said
You've been sick
publicly.
in bed.
Well, I'm sorry if that's offensive to you.
No,
it
no,
happens.
if that's the case, that's the case. It's fine.
The Premier has ably explained the position of the New South Wales government, and I support him completely.
Okay. So will you look to speak with Minister Hughes and advocate for regional New South Wales, advocate for the Central West, advocate for the 800 good-paying jobs that are associated with that development that have essentially been axed by the Federal Environment Minister?
I'm, of course, always happy to speak to my colleague, Minister Hughes, but I know she's already ably dealing with this issue, and I support her 100%.
With regard to the Ag Commissioner and renewable energy zones, my colleague and the Chair asked a pretty diligent question earlier about what power essentially the Ag Commissioner will have, in your view, in the legislation you're bringing forward. And from memory, you said that the Ag Commissioner could provide a voice for farmers around land use conflicts. Do you believe that the Ag Commissioner should have more than just a voice? Is there any power that you are considering in giving the Ag Commissioner, in the legislation you bring forward, to give the Ag Commissioner some real meat, some real teeth around advocating and protecting farmers from what is a complete unbalanced and onslaught of renewable energy projects in the Central West region?
Look, the Ag Commissioner will have a really important role to play in advocating in this sector. They're not going to have the power to overrule planning rules and the renewable energy zones that were again enacted by your previous government and supported bipartisanly. But they are going to have the ability to raise the issues and concerns of people in the ag sector and across regional New South Wales, and I will want them to do that. I'll be interested in their advice about how to best manage these issues because we do need to push forward with delivering our energy future, but we also need to make sure, and I certainly want to work with landholders in agriculture to make sure that we're protecting ag land and food production land as best we can.
Last week, among an announcement of funding around biosecurity and I think around research stations, you slipped, I think, during the presser or the announcement that a review is being undertaken into research stations. Now, I just wanted to find out whose idea was it to conduct, one, the review, two, who in your department is managing this review, and who is drafting the terms of reference for this review?
I didn't slip in a press conference
That's
when
right.
I'm
Well,
doing a review. We've announced that I've engaged
They're good questions
Professor Mary O'Kane,
Yep.
the former Chief Scientist in New South Wales, to, along with others on a panel, to conduct some work for me and for the government over looking at the state's research strategy. It hasn't been looked at for over 10 years, and so it's appropriate that we look at the research strategy that we've got in New South Wales. As I said publicly with the Premier last week, technology's improved. There are different issues in the sector than there were 10 years ago.
So who in the department is going to be managing this process?
Look, I've asked the Secretary manages my requests. Whoever manages it inside of the department, I'm not sure. I'm happy to defer to him to provide a name, but
That's all right. Mr. Tyndall, are you managing that process?
Not me specifically and individually, no.
Okay. Minister, will you rule out any job losses in regional New South Wales as a part of this review?
We're reviewing the research strategy. I have asked Professor Mary O'Kane and a panel of people who have expertise in this field to review the research strategy for the state. I want to make sure that it's fit for purpose. I'm going to work with stakeholders about how we are conducting our research
But can you give
now
comfort
and into
to
the future.
good people that work in our 21 research stations across regional New South Wales that their jobs are not on the line, and that as the Minister for Agriculture and Regional New South Wales, you will emphatically, from the beginning, rule out job losses across those research stations and look specifically at the structure of how those research stations deliver rather than any job losses?
I certainly will take this opportunity to thank all of the fantastic people who are working in our research facilities around the state. They do absolutely phenomenal, terrific work that I don't think gets highlighted enough, and I take every opportunity I can as Minister, and the department people sitting around me will be sick of me saying it, but I take every opportunity I can to highlight the fantastic work.
So are you prepared to rule out any job
occurs.
losses as part of this review into the 21 research stations?
I want to celebrate the great work that happens in these research facilities around the state. As I've previously answered, I've asked Professor Mary O'Kane and a panel of experts in this field to look at our research strategy because, again, it hasn't been looked at for 10 years or so.
I suppose separately to that, will you rule out the prospect of selling off any of the land or the research stations as part of the review?
We're looking at our research strategy because it hasn't been looked at for the last 10 years. So we've announced $60 million to upgrade a number of research facilities because they haven't probably been invested in. There's some terrific research going on. But we need to look at the research strategy to make sure that what we're doing is fit for purpose, that we're working with industry in the right way, that we're embracing technology, helping research to manage climate change in the ag sector. All of these things that will have a different perspective now than they did 10 years ago when it was last looked at. And I look forward to the advice that they give me on that.
Thank you. That concludes, well, I'll throw the... No question. Well, that concludes our time with you, Minister. We'll now break for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m, where we'll have some additional witnesses that need to be sworn in at the beginning, and then we'll kick off with more questions. So thank you, Minister. We'll see everyone else back here at 2. Good. Okay, excellent. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I'll now just invite a couple of the witnesses that have arrived to come up and be sworn in. Mr. Turnell, you're ready and raring to go, so we'll start with you first.
Thank you. Peter Turnell, Acting Executive Director of Fisheries, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I invite our next witness who I've got on my list.
Good afternoon. So Harriet White, the Executive Director of Regional Programs and Partnerships at the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And next.
Good afternoon. Kate Marr, the Deputy Secretary, Community Engagement Group, Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr. Tracy online.
Yep. My name's Jackie Tracy. I'm Executive Director of Policy, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I thank the committee for accommodating my request to attend virtually.
No problems. Okay. So we'll just proceed again with questions, starting with questions from the crossbench. So I'll start off with, can I just pick up from where we left? Mr. Orr, feel free to direct this possibly to Mr. Sloan or Mr. Turnell around cultural fishing and the issue of the abalone. I passed a copy of a graph showing the illegal catch against what is the commercial catch, and over a decade and a half it shows quite clearly a pattern of I guess where the confusion around what is and what isn't cultural fishing and how that's led to I guess an influx or an increase in illegal take of abalone down on the south coast. So my question is, how, noting the minister's dancing around the issue of saying it's a complex issue and we need to work through it, if we boil it down to the core issue, which is resource management, isn't that what we should be caring about? Resource management. How is it good resource management to have 45 to 50 tonne of abalone being totally unaccounted for potentially and going out the back door and being sold illegally? Shouldn't that be our primary concern, addressing the resource management issue that is, potentially half the TAC going out the back door?
Chair, noting the comments of the Minister earlier on today, I might ask Mr. Sloan to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Certainly the figures that you presented, I've seen those figures, I'm aware of those figures, and that certainly is of great concern to fisheries. So we have obviously a role and our primary role is to ensure sustainability of our fish stocks, and that's on behalf of all people in New South Wales, and that's all fishing sectors, commercial, recreational, Indigenous. The practical challenge that we have is on the south coast where there is a native title claim, and that claim was lodged, I think, in 2017 to the government, but has been an ongoing challenge on the south coast. We and our fisheries officers in the field have to monitor the take of fisheries resources within the laws that we have, and so for the commercial fishery that's a quota, and as you alluded to, there's a total allowable catch that's set by an independent committee that's set up under the Fisheries Act and has autonomy from ministers and department. and they set the quota, and they've set the quota for the last, I think, 2 or 3 years at 100 tonnes. And our fisheries officers, based on their field observations, based on apprehensions of illegal activity, but also on other observations with dumps of shells that have been caught, processed on the rocks, and then taken off somewhere else, whether they're sold or whether they're taken into communities. Our fisheries officers estimate the amount of illegal catch that is taken as part of that activity. And when I say illegal, unregulated catch, we're not regulating that take from the fishery, and that's the problem. And so that does get taken into account in the assessment of the status of the resource and the viability of the resource, and that's what comes out of that total allowable fishing committee.
Can I just stop you on that? If you look at the document, it actually, when it talks about it, it says it's that the main indicator is drawn from fishery dependent data. So are you including those observations of fishery compliance officers as part of that fishery dependent data? Because how I understood it to be, when you say fishery dependent data, I'm talking about the data from the commercial fishery and fishers in themselves in terms of their returns and their own compliance within the Act. So you're saying fishery dependent data includes observations from compliance officers?
So what we have is the Total Allowable Fishing Committee will make an assessment of the health of the abalone resource, and they base that on statistics we get from the commercial fishery, and that's usually catch rates, so the kilograms per day that divers catch. And we have quite sophisticated data in the fishery, so we have that information, and then our compliance officers who are operating in the field will estimate what they believe is the unregulated catch, so outside of that system. And the figures that you were presenting earlier today are those figures. So our compliance officers don't have a sort of an absolute number or an absolute count of that unregulated catch, but they estimate it based on their observations, and that's been steadily increasing. So we are deeply concerned about that issue. Yeah,
is part of that estimation also looking at the size that is of that unregulated catch in terms of whether it's of the legal size or whether it's undersized? Because obviously the commercial guys have a legal size that they adhere to, and it's slightly larger than the recreational size. Is there any data around how much of that unregulated catch is undersized?
Well, there is, and the majority of the unregulated catch, and this is based on the apprehensions that have occurred, but also on the shells that are dumped in rocks near the shoreline. The majority of that, in fact, we estimate about 80% of that is undersized or immature abalone, and that means those abalone haven't had the opportunity to reproduce, which when you take the biology of abalone, which is that they are very site attached, they're very localised on reefs, you can have a biologically distinct stock, genetically distinct stock of abalone on one side of a reef headland, which is, say, a kilometre away from the other side of the headland, and they'll be completely discrete genetic stocks. And so you can actually, with that biology, remove the abalone that are, undersized and immature, and if they're not able to reproduce on those patches of reef, you can actually remove them from those reefs altogether. And what we're seeing particularly on the east coast is with the increase in numbers of urchins, is that urchins will then take over that habitat, and they, because of how dominant they are in those habitats, there won't be any room for any other animals.
Well, my understanding is they're not, I guess, as geographically attached when it comes to breeding as abalone are, and abalone actually keep the sea urchin, I guess, in check, and they also keep, the kelp in check as well. So the abalone are a key part of balancing that marine environment. So to go back to your point about we're not regulating it, where are we at with actually getting a regulation up or drafted that will, feed from Section 21AA and then feed into the local management plans? Because my understanding there was a draft regulation in 2015 that went nowhere. It seems like that is the missing link here in terms of dealing with this issue of what is cultural fishing, and when it steps into, you know, what is clearly becoming a commercial enterprise, when at the moment an illegal commercial enterprise for many people down there.
Yeah, so the first point I would make is we are regulating the take in the fishery, but we have to operate within the legal framework that we've got, and there have been some significant challenges, particularly where native title claims exist, and there's a distinction between cultural fishing and native title. And so cultural fishing is where an Aboriginal person is taking fish for their own personal, domestic, communal, cultural, spiritual needs. Native title is the same. However, native title has a set of rights associated with it which are much stronger than, say, an average cultural fishing.
Does the native title allow them to sell?
Well, that's, I think, a really critical question, which is something that has been the subject of numerous court cases in recent times, and there was a case that recently was referred to the Court of Criminal Appeal, which did draw conclusions on 3 key points, which were about the purpose of the activity itself, and who bears the onus of proving native title.
But nothing around whether it entitles them to actually sell that take for a commercial enterprise.
There was, and that was, I think, quite a landmark ruling by the Court of Criminal Appeal, in that native title holders cannot sell catch outside of the community. And that means that this issue that has been sort of bouncing around in the courts for some years now has, I think, now got a very clear ruling. So that will mean there's some clarity for how we do address those issues going forward.
So will you, given that this decision has come down, when will you draft regulation that reflects some sort of mechanism for your fisheries compliance officers to crack down on, I guess, at that point when it's not cultural fishing anymore, it's not native title, they've gone to sell it, that's when this regulation comes into effect? When will we see a regulation that deals with that ruling?
Our laws already state that. However, native title does override laws of the state when it comes to the native title rights that fishers have. But where the to some extent grey area has been is the nature of a native title right versus a general cultural fishing right. And so the cultural fishing regulation, which is the one that you were referring to, won't address the native title issue. That's a separate order of right. So I can explain that in a bit more detail if necessary.
We'll probably pick up when I come back to my turn. Who am I? I'll go to you first, and then next round we'll go to you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Dr. Filmer, this morning I was asking the Minister about the DPI's assessment into the funding that went into the enforcement agencies. I think in the last estimates you told me that the DPI had sort of completed that process and had made a recommendation to the Minister. Is that correct?
There has a review's been done, but as the Minister said this morning, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's made a recommendation, but there's been a review undertaken that looked at the various enforcement agencies around the country in the different states to see how they fund their agencies.
And Ms Hurst, can I just provide a point of clarification? The distinction between the review and understanding what funding needs might actually be versus the granting of funding are 2 quite distinctive processes. And as the Minister alluded to earlier today, we have grants guidelines and we are obliged legally to follow those grant guidelines, and that's the process we're in the midst of at the moment.
I understand the difference, absolutely. But my understanding was that the DPI was doing its review, and I believe it might have been an election commitment prior to this whole grants process occurring as a completely separate process. And so,
correct.
Because I couldn't get any answers this morning from the Minister, I just wanted to sort of hear and double check where that review was up to. I'm specifically asking just about that review at the moment, if that helps clarify the question. As part of that review, did that include speaking to the enforcement agencies in any capacity, or was it just a review on funding generally elsewhere?
My team didn't do the actual review, so in terms of the details of, I'm pretty sure that they were consulted to feed into that process, but in terms of the details of that, I'm not able to give that to you.
So which team did it? Sorry, I thought it was coming from DPI.
Yes, from DPI, but not my direct
Not
team.
the animal welfare section.
A section that does animal welfare work, but not directly under me. So,
Okay,
I'm,
so
I'm
which-
familiar
sorry,
with the
which
review,
section
but
was it?
in terms of the exact detail of that, I'm unable to give that to you.
Okay,
So
so
I can help you with that.
Thank you.
Ms Hurst. So the team that undertook the review was in my policy team.
great. And so who was involved in that process, and could you give me some details about how long that process took? And
I would have to take that on notice, but I can get the answers to those questions and come back to you this afternoon. I understand we spoke to a range of agencies, including external parties, including the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, but I'll confirm that and come back to you.
Okay. And so as part of that process, the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, were consulted. There was a broader review on what other states were doing.
Yes, so my understanding is it was a comparative benchmarking exercise. We looked at the funding approaches that were taken in other jurisdictions to gather some information to look at what the approaches were across different states and at different compliance efforts, if you like. So I think my understanding is that we also looked at some of the compliance functions internal to the department to get an understanding of the costs and approaches to enforcement and compliance under other regulatory frameworks.
And did it also include any kind of consideration in regards to the costs of the enactment of POCTA more generally, like how much it would actually cost to fund the enforcement of that criminal legislation?
So my understanding is that the review was undertaken to get a better understanding for what would be reasonable enforcement and compliance costs for the POCTA framework.
And so that report, did that include any recommendations, or was it just a general review that was given to the Minister?
I'd have to take that on notice. I've only been in the role for
yes, I know.
3
I
weeks.
appreciate that. No, thank you.
We can come back to you this afternoon on that.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice, that would be fantastic. Does the DPI receive the quarterly reports on the spending of the previous amount of funding, or does that just go to OLG?
My understanding is that that goes to the Office of Local Government.
Okay. Has DPI ever requested a copy of those reports, or is it only received by OLG?
I believe we did.
Yeah, how the issue would be over what period of time have we requested that information, so we can find that out. But I also understand that they've now moved to publish those quarterly reports. So I understand RSPCA and Animal Welfare League have both published reports from the last couple of financial years on their websites.
I think the change was just very, very recent, because the reports that they have published is very different, I believe, to the ones that have been made to the departments. And I believe that there's some, I think they have agreed to make them public, but there were some complicating factors in regards to the information that was contained in those reports being public. So I think there's still a process to go before that occurs. I just wanted to, clarify when you said you would need to find out over what period DPI were requesting the quarterly reports of the funding spending. I'm just a bit confused, sorry.
My understanding is RSPCA and Animal Welfare League have been undertaking the enforcement compliance functions under the legislation for over a decade.
Yeah,
now.
sorry, but the funding, the 21 million was only given very recently, and so it's those quarterly reports that have come through since that that larger amount of funding, which was only 1 year ago.
Oh, okay,
or
so you're
just
talking
over a
about it. Oh, okay, I'll take that on notice and we'll come back to you. So just to clarify, so you're seeking information about whether we've requested those reports over the last 12
Whether
months?
the DPI has requested those quarterly reports around the 21, or whether, because I mentioned previously they would have only been going to DPI, they wouldn't have gone to the Office of Local Government because it was only that 21 million that actually came from the Office of Local Government.
Correct. So the arrangement with that money is with the Office of Local Government.
Yeah.
I'm aware we've asked for one of those reports just to understand the spending pattern, but there may well have been others. So we'll come back to you as Mr. Collins alluded to.
And have any of those reports, to your understanding, then gone to the Minister, or is it something that's just stayed within the department?
I'll need to confirm, but I think it's just stayed within the department.
Okay, thank you. Going back to Dr. Filmer, in regards to animal research, I've asked a few times about how the DPI is actually shifting to a system that's going to make it easier and quicker to publish the animal use statistics in animal experimentation. The latest statistics that we have currently available are still from 2022. Can you give me an update on where we're up to with that new online reporting system that will ensure that that data can be much faster available?
Yes, I can. I spoke a couple of years ago now, I think it was, about changing the process, and we have digitalised the ability for people to put the data in. Mm-hmm. There still requires at this stage a fair bit of data cleansing, I think it's referred to, so checking to make sure that the data that's actually produced is accurate. Because you're relying on, and there's, as you know from the numbers in this space, there's some really, there can be room for error. So we do a lot of cross-checking to ensure that that data is as accurate as it possibly can be. We have recently, in the last 12 months, undertaken to train somebody else to help in that process, because that is, at the moment, one of the steps along the chain that takes a bit more time. So at the moment, the data comes in at the end of March. We look at it. It usually gets into ARP by the end of the year, and then it goes to the Minister's office. So there's a bit of a lag in that sense, but the reason is that we're trying to ensure that the data is as accurate as it possibly can be. We are looking at some other processes, though, that will enable the input data to be almost cleansed, like looked at better as it comes in, so using technology to make that process more efficient. So we're continuing to look at that to try and make it as streamlined as possible, but it's always going to be behind because there's a year happens, it's on a calendar year, then the data comes in at the end of March, then it has to be looked at, then the report needs to be written, it has to be approved by ARP, then it has to, so there's a whole process, and as you know, ARP doesn't meet every week, so you've got to wait for an ARP meeting to come around or whatever. So
I mean, obviously
takes a
at the
little bit
moment, there's a delay of at least 2.5 years for that data to come out. Are you hoping that with that new trained person, that do you have sort of a goal in mind as to how quickly, obviously 2.5 years is an extremely long time to be cleansing data and to be going through that process?
Oh, no, it's not 2.5 years of cleansing data. The data comes in at the end of March, and then
with cleansing the data and then going through those processes was, my statement. At the moment, the data is 2.5 years old. That's the most recent data that we have available.
Well, no, it's not 2.5 years old. It'll be it's 1.5 years since the last bit of data was actually. So at the end of 2022, that data comes to us in March, say 2023. Mm-hmm. Then it's looked at by the department. Then it goes to ARP to be approved. Then it goes to the Minister. So we're in the middle of 2024 now.
Yeah.
It's 18 months since that the last M22 data is 18 months old right now, but it was published earlier this year. My maths is correct?
No, I don't think so.
we might do some maths work in the break while opposition have their time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Orr, I want to go back to the Biosecurity Commissioner's role. because, and I quote the Minister earlier, I've got to follow proper processes. That's what she said in an answer to my colleague, Ms Hurst. And I still find lots of grey areas here. So let's go through it from the beginning. Ms Healy was the interim Biosecurity Commissioner, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So when did you first advertise, or when was the selection panel established for round one, as you described earlier?
Okay. So this is before my time in this role, just for clarity.
Yeah.
I was sitting on that panel as the CEO of Local Land Services.
So we might pause there.
At the time.
To Mr Sloan then, if you were the acting Director General at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you were the acting Director General, you set up the selection panel, is that correct?
I'm just pausing because I don't think it was me that set up the selection panel. I'll have to actually, it was some time ago now, Mr Faraway, and I did chair the selection panel. Can I take that on notice,
That's fine. Can
please?
you take that on notice, and we'll see if we can maybe
Sure.
resolve that before the end of the day. Okay, so you are chairing the selection panel, of which Mr Orr is a member, correct?
Correct.
And Ms Healy is a member?
Correct.
At what point did you have a conversation with Ms Healy as to whether she was interested in becoming the Biosecurity Commissioner full-time when you were acting in the role?
I had no conversation with her.
Did Ms Healy give you any indication when she was the interim Commissioner that she had an interest in becoming the full-time Commissioner?
Not as I recall.
Right. How many meetings did the selection panel have?
As I recall, we held interviews over the course of a single day, and I think we resolved the business in a single day. I don't recall us having any further sessions, but that's actually stretching my memory, Mr Faraway, so I can sort of...
Do you remember how many applicants there were in total for the advertised position at the time?
I don't recall. There were a number of applicants, but I don't recall how many.
Are you able to take that on notice? I'm not looking for their names, I'm just the number.
Can take that on notice.
Okay. So, at what point, so as the chair of the selection committee or panel, you send a recommendation that was obviously a recommendation that yourself and the two other members, including Ms Healy, had concluded that there was a potential candidate that you had selected, and that candidate was sent to the Minister's office for approval. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it was a consensus by the panel of putting candidates forward to the Minister for consideration. And
so was there a short list or just one candidate?
There was a short list.
Okay, how many were on the short list?
I don't recall, actually. There was a short list, so I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. So, you send obviously a recommendation from the selection panel for either a candidate or a short list, which you'll take on notice and come back to us. How quickly were you advised from the Minister or Minister's office that the candidate or candidates were unsatisfactory to the Minister?
I don't recall, Mr Faraway, to be honest. The job, of the panel was to put forward advice to the Minister. The panel did that, and it was then a matter for the Minister, and I don't recall the process from there.
So at what stage was round two commenced, or did you have any conversations with the Minister's office, including anyone in the office, including the Chief of Staff, as to commencing on the Minister's advice or direction a round two recruitment process, or did you pick that up, Mr Orr?
I didn't have any involvement in that round two process, and
so Mr. Stone, once you sent the recommendation on as the chair of the selection panel, you've met, you've shortlisted, could be a candidate or a couple of candidates, you'll come back to us on that. You've sent the recommendation into Minister Moriarty's office. At that point, is that where you finish with the process?
That's correct.
Okay. So over to you, Mr Orr. Where do you pick up in the process? Obviously, bearing in mind that you were on the panel.
Yep. So I think Mr Sloan's covered off on the process of the first panel. Just also to be clear that all panel members have an obligation to declare any interests, and my understanding was there was certainly not an application from Dr Healy. She wasn't interested in the role. That was my understanding of all of that. So the process as described by Mr Sloan played out. There was then a group called Rimfire Resources who were engaged as an executive search group to look in the market, find potential applicants and bring back some recommendations for the consideration of the Minister.
So where did you pick up the process where the external recruitment agency was engaged when you became...
That had happened prior to my appointment into this role.
Okay, so either to Mr Orr or to Mr Sloan, where was the advice from the Minister's office that the applicant or applicants were not suitable and the reasoning? Where is that in this timeline?
Well, it obviously happened following the advice up to the Minister's office that they weren't suitable, and then we started, as I understand it, the process which I've just described with Rimfire Resources.
So would have either gone to the Acting Director General or the new Secretary, Head of...
No, I don't think it was the new Secretary. I think it was the former Secretary, is my understanding.
Okay. So would it have been the former Secretary that then instructed HR to
That's my
engage a recruitment firm?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So moving on to you, Mr Orr, once the recruitment firm are engaged, have you had any approaches from Ms Healy, or did you in fact have any conversations with Ms Healy about her interest in becoming the Biosecurity Commissioner?
No, I didn't. Again, this started before my time in the role, Mr Faraway, so I didn't have any direct discussions with Dr Healy about coming into the role.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find out. I don't know Ms Healy, for the record, probably quite an accomplished person, but this timeline and such a change in attitude from someone that wasn't interested in the job to then be interested in the job and then get the job, it doesn't sit well with me, and it doesn't sit well with stakeholders and, quite frankly, people in your agency that have approached me about it. So I need to ask, at what point did Ms Healy declare to you that she was interested in applying for that role?
I answered the question.
So I'm asking again though, when did she declare that to you, Mr Orr?
She didn't declare that to me, Mr Farrell.
Right, okay. So the first you knew that she was interested in becoming the full-time Biosecurity Commissioner is when her name popped up through, was it Rimfire? Rimfire Recruitment.
That's my recollection.
Okay.
But again, that process had started before my time in this role.
Yeah, okay. So when you saw her name on a shortlist or as a recommendation from a third-party recruitment firm, did you raise concerns that the person that was being recommended was actually part of the initial recruitment process and you sat on a panel with this person for the role to begin with?
It was pretty clear in my mind, Mr Faraway, that in that initial process, Dr Healy was not interested in the role. She was interested in being part of the selection process to find someone to be in the role. That process ran its course. Minister made the decision which the Minister's open to make, and then another process started, and through that process, Dr Healy indicated that she'd be willing to take on the role. But
did the Minister's office ever supply you or to you, Mr Sloan, in your previous role, or any DPI representative here, a reason as to why the initial candidate or candidates were not suitable, and a reasoning as to why they should go back to market or to go and have another look?
Not directly to me, Mr Faraway, for the reasons I outlined before.
Yeah, Mr Sloan?
Not directly to me.
to anyone? Any reasoning? Mr Orr, what is the... obviously, in any government agency, you have a pay scale and a band. What is the band or pay scale for the Biosecurity Commissioner's role?
Yeah, my understanding, Mr Faraway, and again, I'll just confirm this, is it's the equivalent to a Senior Executive Band 1.
Okay, Band 1 Senior Executive. Okay.
It's the equivalent to in terms of the pay scale. It's not a SEB one.
Yep.
There's a difference. I'm just saying it's equivalent to.
Equivalent to.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask, and I'm not sure if you've got this information now, but Rimfire. I kept saying Rimrod. Rimfire Recruitment. Do you know when they started the selection process and when they concluded that? The dates?
I'll take it on notice.
Okay.
Mr. Farroway.
Was there more than one successful applicant in the recommendation from Rimfire?
I'll need to take that on notice, Mr. Farroway.
Yeah. And you may need to take on notice the date that recommendation was sent to the Minister.
Happy to, Mr. Farroway.
Yep. Moving on, if that is the case.
Just before you do,
yep.
can I just ask, Mr. Orr, was the band, when the role was an interim role, the pay scale, the same as what it is
Correct.
now?
That's my understanding.
So there's been no change in the pay?
Correct.
Thank you.
Just while we're still on the Biosecurity Commissioner, Dr. Healy seems very credentialed, but do you believe that with biosecurity as one of the most significant priorities for the state, for agriculture and for your agency, do you believe that it probably should be a full-time role? Because what is it at the moment, about 3 days a week?
Correct.
The Minister mentioned earlier.
Yeah, 3 days a week. I think, whether it's a full-time or part-time role, obviously up to, the Minister and Dr. Healy. I think that's what it was before, although I'm happy to be corrected in terms of the role Dr. Healy played as the interim Biosecurity Commissioner. And then, with that in mind, the work program for Dr. Healy reflects the time which he has to commit to the role.
So have you designed the role around her available time rather than what is actually needed, though?
Well, I think, what's needed, in terms of some of the initial work for Dr. Healy, there's a number of things which she's working on, one of which is, some of the governance arrangements which exist. There's a bit about communication, particularly ensuring, people understand some of their obligations. There's another bit which is about broader enforcement and how enforcement's working across. And Dr. Healy's, going to be, working through that. The other issue or the other priority for Dr. Healy is actually working across government. So working, with different agencies to understand, some of the issues and challenges in terms of biosecurity with other agencies. And the role has been designed to fit, in with those particular priorities.
Okay, so totally agree with that because that's what you need to do. My concern is Ms. Healy seems to be a very busy person. She has 5 other positions, and based on the Minister's commentary over the past 18 months, a priority for her is biosecurity. It is for any stakeholder that you speak to in the agriculture space. Don't you think that we should be budgeting towards a full-time Biosecurity Commissioner?
Well, that's a matter clearly for government, Mr. Farroway. The other thing I'd probably say is that it's not, just Dr. Healy. Dr. Healy will have a small support team which will be put in place to support her in fulfilling her obligations and the roles which we've talked through. So there'll be a support team. And then there's, a department, and the department has considerable biosecurity resources to also assist Dr. Healy.
Moving to the Ag Commissioner role, has there been an issue internally within the department I'll rephrase, has the Crown Solicitor's Office approached you or anyone in your agency with concerns about the appointment of the Ag Commissioner?
No.
Prior to the Minister's media release and restructure today?
No.
So no issues have been raised from Crown Solicitor's advice? So internally, in terms of the process, what is holding this up? The Minister put a brave face on this morning about the fact that it is 18 months since the election. Ag Commissioner is probably one of the most important policy areas that farmers and the ag sector and stakeholders like New South Wales farmers are calling for. They want to see actioned. What's the hold-up, Mr. Orr, in your view? And I noticed you haven't been there the whole time, but in your, as the leader of the secretary in the department, what's the hold-up?
Again, I haven't been here all the time, so I can't provide a view. What I can say is that it has been a priority for the minister since I've been in this role, and government's formed a view that they want to have the role as a statutory position, as the minister outlined earlier today, so it's enshrined
Was it
within
not a
legislation.
statutory position before today's announcement?
No.
Right, okay.
It never has been.
Yep.
Just for clarity. The arrangements in the past were a contract, so Mr Quinlivan, for instance, was a contractor within the role.
Will it be full-time, the Ag Commissioner?
Well, government needs to sort of work through exactly what it wants to have within its bill, Mr Faraway. So, what it wants to have, the role, the functioning, how it's going to operate, no doubt matters, which will be within the
Is your understanding that it'll be the same band or at least at the same level and commitment and resourcing as the Biosecurity Commissioner?
Well, again, that's a matter for government to work through. But I think Mr Faraway, the Minister, alluded this morning to the fact that it'll be similar in terms of the model for the Biosecurity Commissioner.
Who is leading the process now after this morning's announcement? Who's leading the process in your agency for the introduction of that legislation and the process behind the scenes within the agency?
So in terms of now that government's made the decision, which it has, so obviously it'll be joined together with Rachel's team, who's sitting here to my left. She's only been here for 3 weeks. So Rachel...
I'm going easy, don't worry.
Excuse me. And our legal team. And to the Minister's point earlier, the bill, she intends to introduce the bill as soon as possible, but subject to the order of government business.
How many people applied for the Ag Commissioner's role prior to today's announcement, bearing in mind that I think we were able to ascertain that the applications closed on the 29th of January this year. So how many people had applied?
I'll need to take that on notice. I wasn't involved in that process.
Okay. Is that something we can take on notice and maybe come back to us a bit later in the day?
If we can.
If that's the case in today's process, obviously making the role statutory, possibly some changes to the role and the introduction of legislation, has the department written to those applicants that applied for the Ag Commissioner's role as
initially
yet to advise them that they'll have to either have another crack or that there's been changes to the role?
Yeah, my understanding, Mr Faraway, again, I'll confirm this with you later today, but my understanding is that the applicants who applied back in the timeframe which you talked about have been advised that they were not successful, and that happened a little while ago.
Okay. Mr Sloan, I want to talk about LLS. Now, I know Ms Lorimer Ward is the new CEO, but the questions I have are during your time. I've been inundated with LLS staff who have spoken to me around the travel budget cuts that have come across DPI and which impacted LLS and impacts everyone's role, but in particular that they are now having to travel 5 hours a day to do some of their outreach work, some of their practical on-the-ground work. This has been happening for months and months and months now, or the majority of 2024. Do you think, or have you ever, when in the previous role with LLS, did you advocate for a bigger budget to address some of the WHS concerns around LLS staff out in the field?
Mr Faraway, just to clarify, Mr Sloan was formerly Fisheries.
Fisheries. So, no, that was you, Mr Orr, wasn't
it?
Sorry,
well,
Mr Orr.
I was waiting for something to happen.
Take all that back. It's to Mr Orr. Same question. Sorry.
Do you want to repeat it?
Okay, so I've been approached by multiple staff within LLS that there are WHS concerns because of the travel budget cuts that have been implemented over the course of the last 12 months, that staff are travelling 5 hours a day to do outreach work because there is no budget for overnight accommodation. Do you think that that's appropriate?
So Ms Lorimer Ward or Mr Kelly may be more appropriate to answer, but in terms of travel, obviously travel is important in terms of the delivery of services, so we understand that. The department, as was discussed back at estimates earlier this year, there was a reduction in overall travel budget as part of broader government savings. We operated well within that budget, so that was certainly achieved. And in making decisions across the department, and Ms Lorimer Ward and Mr Kelly may be able to comment, but the safety of people was paramount, as well as the delivery of services. So those two things were really important in terms of the broad narrative within the department about the way in which travel was to be considered, safety and the welfare of staff, as well as ensuring that we are doing the BAU and delivering the services which need to be delivered. Now, I'm not familiar with any specific cases, happy to talk about specific cases, but that was the broad message which went, in my time at LS, into LS.
I might pass to Ms Citizen first. And
Thank
then
you.
back to one of us.
Thank you. I've just got some questions about forestry, so it may be Mr Chowdhury or it could be Mr McPherson or Mr Sloan. I'm not sure, whoever wants to answer them. But I just want to raise the point that it appears that 45% of the logging operations planned and underway in the northeast region are located within the footprint of what we understand will be the Great Koala National Park, and it's certainly within the assessment area. And even though that's only 20% of that region, earlier this year the Minister had stated to me that, in her words, we're getting on with the job of delivering the park, the Great Koala National Park, and as part of that work I issued a directive to Forestry Corporation to halt all harvesting in the areas identified as koala hubs within the proposed park. I also stated that there was to be no increase in forestry operations elsewhere in the state to make up for the shortfall. You probably recall that that was the position by discontinuing logging in the hubs. So I'm just curious if you could let me know what percentage of delivered timber decreased since that direction was made to Forestry Corporation.
Yeah, I can answer that question. I don't have the exact figures, but since the decision was handed down to stop harvesting in the koala hubs, we have been doing that. That was an area of about 8,400 hectares. Mm-hmm. And then I think if you take into account the surrounding areas, the access into that koala hubs, that was about another 3,000 hectares. So all up, about 12,500 hectares. Or 12,000 hectares rather, was affected. And in terms of volumes, I don't have that information on hand, Ms Higginson, but we haven't been harvesting in that area.
Okay, so I am interested in the volumes that have been foregone, so to speak. Is that something you can provide on notice? Thank you. And so how has Forestry Corporation New South Wales made up for that shortfall?
We have not been able to make up for that shortfall. In fact, last financial year, FY24, we have not been able to meet certain wood supply agreements on the north coast because of a number of factors, and not being able to harvest in the koala hubs would be one of those reasons.
Could you tell me what the other reasons are?
Yes, there have been disruptions to native forestry as a result of loss of production days from things like protesters, for example. We also have had stop work orders and injunction applications to stop work, and all of that has resulted in loss of production days, which has prevented us from meeting our supply commitments.
Thank you. And has any compensation been paid to any of the holders of the wood supply agreements?
No, no compensation has been paid to the holders of the wood supply agreements. They have raised concerns about us not meeting wood supply agreements. We are in conversation with our customers at this stage.
Is it likely that compensation will be paid?
That's a difficult question to answer at the moment because we're going through potentially a legal process. So we'll have to see how that goes, Ms. Higginson.
When you say, obviously without disclosing anything you can't, but when you say a legal process, are you suggesting that lawyers are engaged and those discussions are happening between timber companies and the Forestry Corporation?
So we have contractual obligation and therefore by not meeting the supply commitments, there's questions about the contractual obligations. So yes, we're working through our legal team as well, but working through with the customers to see what their concerns are and see how we can address them.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like there is likely some form of compensation that might be required, or those discussions around actual failure to supply and some kind of remedy around that failure to supply. Would that be a fairly correct
I wouldn't
assertion?
jump to that conclusion. I mean, we have not supplied to the contracted volume, that's clear, and we have advised our customers of that, and we've discussed the broad range of reasons as to why we haven't, and now we're working through the next phase.
And that is options of what to do about that?
That's right. The contract has certain provisions in them, and we are working through that.
Are you considering an option of looking for further volumes of timber that might be available somewhere else? Is that something you're looking at?
We haven't ruled anything out at this stage, Ms. Higginson. We're quite early in our discussions with the customers.
But that would be very problematic, wouldn't it? Looking for timber that just isn't there when we're going to create a national park. If the koala hubs were an issue, which is a tiny part of the forest estate, then do you have
so just on that, I think it's important to realise that the timber volume is still there. The reasons we weren't able to supply that were, as I had just explained, due to a number of factors, including disruptions to our operations. So the timber is still there. It's not like it has been affected by fires.
But they were koala hubs. They will never be available.
With the exception of the koala hubs.
And then there will be other areas, obviously the Great Koala National Park. Do you have a date for when the Great Koala, any logging will cease within the footprint of the Great Koala National Park?
No, I don't have a date or a direction on that.
But do you have? We've actually been told it will be later this year. The later this year is coming very quickly. Have you still been told that we're looking at later this year that the Great Koala National Park, or that logging will stop within the Great Koala National Park?
I think that's probably a question for my colleagues.
I am certainly looking somewhere over that end of the table.
Yeah,
is there a date?
No, there's no firm date at this stage. It still has to go to government. But the work is ongoing at the moment, looking at the assessment of all the values within that park and the potential impact on jobs in the industry and timber supply.
Thank you. Mr McPherson, is it your, the way you are looking at the process at the moment, do you think that it is still likely that there will be a decision towards the end of this year, as the Minister has put on the record?
That's what we've been working towards.
And is it your understanding that the decision will be made to not log any more of the Great Koala National Park? Do you know what that decision will look like? Will it be once it's gone to Cabinet, or will you keep logging once it's gone to Cabinet, or any idea?
No, I can't speculate on that at this stage. We're still waiting for the information to come forward about the values within the park and the impacts on jobs and timber supply and other factors. So until we've got that information, it's hard to speculate.
Thank you. I'm just also curious about the forest management zone plantation layer. And our understanding is that the plantation layers have just been increasing within that Great Koala National Park assessment area. Is there a date when that cuts off? Has it cut off? Is the understanding of what the plantation area within the footprint, the Great Koala National Park assessment area, is that currently fixed and defined, or is that still a moving feast?
As far as I know, the area, if I understand what you're asking, the area of plantation that's been excluded out of the assessment area for the Great Koala National Park, that is now fixed as far as
It is fixed?
Yeah.
Do you have a date of when that was fixed? Is that something you can provide to me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm just also...
Just on that,
yes.
It's probably best to ask National Parks. They've been managing and running that process, so they would be able to give you the most accurate information.
Thank you. I will ask them as well, but if you could give me your version, that would be great.
Sure.
I'm curious about how the Forestry Corporation is dealing with the latest research that goes to the koala acoustic method, the acoustic monitoring and the methods. So we know that Forestry Corp has been monitoring the male koalas to estimate koala population health and density. And then I'm sure you're aware that in June this year, new peer-reviewed research demonstrated that, that there was a reason not to rely on that methodology, in particular for health and density. What's the Forestry Corporation and the department doing about that?
Just in terms of who's doing the research, so it's department's been doing that research on koalas using acoustics, and we've been doing that across a number of years, I think 7 years now of research and 25,000 hours of acoustics, so it's a significant program of research. Many state forests and including national parks and private land as well. So it's a significant study looking at male koalas and their bellowing, and so it's very difficult to do a comparison between that and the other research that you're referring to, which was done by Smith and Pyle, I think.
Sorry, can I just, with the greatest respect, can I just redirect you very quickly to answer the question? What are you doing about the fact that this new research really is contrary?
Yes, so we've asked our scientists to have a look at that research and understand what the differences are between them.
And you're waiting for an outcome on that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might just pick up where we left off, Mr. Sloan, if that's all right with you, Mr. Orr, around the cultural fishing native title issue. So just to recap, so the case in the Criminal Court of Appeal was handed down. It stipulated that native title doesn't actually allow for sale. We know cultural fishing doesn't include sale. When are we going to see a regulation that ties that all up and recognises that as soon as someone steps over that line of whether it's cultural fishing or a native title practice and actually sells, then it becomes an offence where your compliance officers can actually fine or move to prosecute to try and curb this illegal or unidentifiable catch that seems to be pillaging our abalone stocks on the south coast.
So, Chair, coming back to the explanation I was giving earlier about the sort of differences in native title and then cultural fishing and obviously the other forms of fishing. Native title, as stipulated in the Native Title Act, is fishing for domestic, personal, communal and non-commercial needs. There is this practice of barter and trade, which has over time been used as a defence for the process of selling, and that's where some area of grey has been in this issue, and the Court of Criminal Appeal has just clarified that. So that is...
But the barter and trade has traditionally been between Aboriginal people and Aboriginal people, not Aboriginal people and outlaw motorcycle gangs, or Aboriginal people and Chinese crime gangs. That's barter and trade is between two cultural people or two cultural groups, not outlaw gangs.
So what I'm explaining here is over a long period of time and through various court procedures, there's been consideration of that issue about what barter and trade actually means and whether or not an Aboriginal person with a native title claim can use that defence as satisfying their own personal needs, and the Court of Criminal Appeal just clarified that. So it's certainly a very strong clarification in the monitoring of that activity. So I think...
So they can sell, essentially they can barter or trade with people outside their cultural group?
There were three sort of key findings in the Court of Criminal Appeal. The first one, which I think you were referring to earlier this morning, was who bears the onus. So a native title holder has to discharge sort of an evidentiary burden, so they have to be able to identify as a person connected with that community, that native title area. Once they've done that, the onus is now on the department to prove or disprove that they're a native title holder. So that was one finding. The other finding was that there can be no selling of catch outside the community. That is clearly not possible under the Native Title Act. The other thing that's not possible is sharing the resource outside of the community. So those two practices cannot be undertaken by native title holders.
Okay, so now that we've got seemingly some legal clarification in terms of a court precedent or a court ruling, when are we going to see a regulation that ties that up all together and draws a line in the sand that your fishery compliance officers can actually stand by and use to curb what is the illegal take and sale, which is clearly happening, versus what is a legitimate cultural fishing or native title pursuit? When are we going to see that regulation being drafted to support Section 21AA and the local management plans? It seems like that's the missing link in all this, that there needs to be a regulation that supports what is there in legislation and there in those management plans, which is just the nitty-gritty of how do we manage on the ground. When are we going to see that regulation drafted and utilised?
Well, in fact, the situation is that you have the Native Title Act that stipulates what can happen, which is the catch for personal, domestic, communal and non-commercial need. And then you have the Fisheries Act, which says the same thing. There doesn't need to be a regulation to stipulate that you can't sell the catch. That court precedent has now clarified that issue. So the regulation that you're referring to, the cultural fishing regulation, is something separate to dealing with native title. So the Attorney-General is responsible for dealing with native title claims, and so that's not DPIRD. So the Attorney-General will be dealing with the South Coast native title claim, and the way that those claims are settled is usually through a determination and then an Indigenous land use agreement. So that process will run its course and be led by the Attorney-General, and there'll be input from Fisheries to that. Separate to that, there'll be a regulation for cultural fishing which would apply to all other Aboriginal people who are not part of native title claims. So this would be a statewide regulation that would apply to Aboriginal people and allow them to practice cultural fishing. So
so where are we up to with that?
That one is, I think, well advanced. There's been a whole process of consultation through the Aboriginal Fishing Advisory Council. Office of Parliamentary Counsel has done a lot of work to draft a regulation, and there's now, I think, a piece of work just being done to respond to concerns that were raised by the NTS Corp and the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council about how that cultural fishing regulation intersects with native title, and just to make sure that intersection doesn't cause any problems for native title holders, that piece of final work is being undertaken. So that cultural fishing regulation is actually, to my understanding, not far away from going through and being out for consultation. Okay,
so that's half of my question sorted. So we don't need the regulation to sort out the native title component. We just need proper enforcement, and the court decision has given you a clear line as to what you can and can't enforce. So when are we going to see proper enforcement based on this legal clarity now of this clearly disturbing issue where we're losing potentially half of our TAC of Abalone and impacting the marine health down in that area? When are we going to see that enforcement? And do you require more resources to get on top of this issue in the initial instance, do you think?
So at the moment we have 5 cases that are on foot for offences that relate to abalone on the south coast, where native title defences are part of those cases. They've been on hold while that Court of Criminal Appeal case was being carried out, and now that that case has there's been a judgment on that matter, those other 5 cases will now have to be reviewed against the precedent that came out of that Court of Criminal Appeal. So there's those 5 matters. There's also joint operations that in fisheries we do with police, and there's at least one matter that's being taken forward by police. We also have permits that we issue for cultural fishing that, and since permits were available for this purpose, there's been over 150 issued, and probably half of those have been issued on the south coast. And so it's as the Minister was saying this morning, quite a complex matter. You have native title, and that's an Attorney General's matter, and there'll be an Indigenous land use agreement that will, over the course of the future, be used to address that matter. There's our enforcement role, which is about the laws that exist in the Act, and our fisheries officers will be enforcing those with the precedent that came out of the Court of Criminal Appeal. And then there's cultural fishing, which is the regulation that you were referring to. And then we have local management plans, which are really about a local community that, and they're not native title claims. They are where communities want to work with the government on a particular area, which is about their cultural fishing interests. So we've got a number of sort of things that we are using to support cultural fishing and native title, and it is quite a complex space. So we're using all of those tools to manage the situation.
Okay. Just in the 10 seconds I've got, switching issue, but the blue groper, with the DIPA documents that have been received, it became quite clear there was discussions within the department about the reasons why DPI only fined one of the offenders a certain amount. My question is, given that was really the crux of why people were so upset, was around why the fine was so low, on all sides of the argument, fishermen included. Why was that not communicated to the media, to the public, as to the reasons why you only find this person X amount? Given that was the very crux of the issue as to why people were upset, why did the department, or why did the Minister not include that in her media statements, given that was the real one of the big reasons why people were peeved off about it?
I think we did explain the fact that there was a $500 on-the-spot fine,
but not the reason why it wasn't more. You quoted figures around 11,000 and 22,000 maximum fines, but then didn't explain the very technical reason why you weren't able to prosecute, take him to court, or give a higher fine. And that was really the crux of why people were so vexed about this issue. I think if that was communicated better, we probably wouldn't have found ourselves in such a situation. I'm just wondering why the decision was taken not to communicate that technical reason as to why you couldn't fine.
So there were 2 matters. There was the spearfishing at Cronulla, which was a police intervention,
which is what I'm
with an on-the-spot fine. Fisheries officers then fined that individual another $300 for a separate offence, and then there was a separate incident which was in Jervis Bay, which was I think involved 3 groper that were taken illegally, and that person was prosecuted, and the court made a determination to fine them, and I don't have the exact figure.
I'm just conscious of our time. I might throw back to opposition, and we might pick this up.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Dr. Tyndall. Thanks, Sue. Dr. Tindall, could you provide to me the title of the job that you went into when you joined the department? And you indicated that that was just after the election last year. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct, Mr. Fang. I joined the department, it would have been about 7 years ago.
Okay.
I entered the public service in 2016.
Yep.
In the Premier's department.
Yep.
The Premier at the time was the Honourable Mike Baird.
Mm-hmm. And the role where you were working under Rebecca Fox, that I believe you started in April last year, what role was that?
That was the Executive Director of the Office of the Secretary.
Executive Director of the Office of the Secretary, right. And
just
before
for
that you were...
Sorry, Mr.
Sure, yep.
Fang, just for clarification, I was acting in that role at the time.
Acting in that role. No, understood. Can I ask, prior to that you were, I think you said on a panel, or you were just on a holding panel, is that right?
No, I think and Hansard might be able to make sure this is correct, but I think what I said was I was a Director of Planning at the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
Okay. And so you were immediately taken out of the Director of Planning role and put into the Executive Director role?
Yep, and just again for probably your benefit and for the committee's benefit, I had interviewed for an Executive Director role at the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And as is pretty routine in the public service, I was found to be suitable at that level but wasn't appointed at that level.
No, I mean, these things happen all the time in the public service, that's understood. Dr. Tindall, how did you find out about this role, the Executive Director role under the Secretary?
I was approached by Miss Fox.
Okay. Had you indicated to Miss Fox previously that you were interested in that role?
I was approached by Miss Fox herself directly.
Okay, and had you worked with Ms Fox previously?
No, I hadn't, but I understand that I was recommended to her as a person who might be suitable for the role.
Okay, so Ms Fox had never worked with you before, didn't know you. All of a sudden, she's approached you to take on this Executive Director role. Is that usual?
Oh, that's probably a question best addressed to Ms Fox.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would ask her, but, obviously the Minister has terminated her employment after she'd terminated other people's employment, which was interesting. But I'll return to your, position now. You've indicated that you were approached and that she had received a recommendation to approach you, having not ever worked with you before. Who provided her with that recommendation, do you know?
I'm not sure, Mr Fang. Obviously a question best answered by Ms Fox.
Okay, but it was just after the election, is that right? And the change in government?
It was in April of 2023, Mr.
So
Fang.
just after the election. Okay, so there was a new minister in the department. Would it be, just shifting gears just a little bit, is it fair to...
Order.
Well, Chair...
Order.
Seeing as we've had the interruptions, I'd ask you to call those members to order who keep continually interject.
We know interjections are
I just wanted to make the point.
I'm just
wanted to make the point.
Yeah, let's...
Mr Tindall, let's shift gears as we were talking about. Now, you were approached for the role. How did you apply for the role?
So I conducted a short interview with Miss Fox, and I was appointed to the role in an acting position, and that's consistent with the public sector.
Was that a one-on-one
framework.
interview?
Yes, it was at the time.
Okay. How long was the interview?
I'd have to take that on notice. It was quite some time ago, Mr. Fang.
And in the period from, the initial approach to starting in the role, how long was that?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice, Mr. Fang. It was more than a year ago. I think you can probably appreciate I don't have the exact figure in front of me.
Okay. I'm usually pretty good at recalling some of those things, but I understand if you're not. So you've been appointed then to this role. What was your understanding of what the role entailed? Like, I'm sure I'm sure in the initial contact you would have been provided guidance as to what the role involved?
It was similar to the role that was in place at the time. I spoke directly with the former Executive Director of the Office of the Secretary about what the role required. I also spoke with Ms Fox about
So
the role itself.
there was somebody in the role at the time when you spoke to them. Why were they not continuing in the role?
It's probably a question best addressed to them, Mr Fang.
Okay. Given that you were recommended for the role, what did Ms Fox indicate was, in your experience or your education profile, that deemed you as somebody that she should approach for the role?
And forgive me, Mr Fang, I know I've given this response a number of times. It's probably a question best addressed to Ms Fox.
But she must have told you in the interview. She said, she would have said that. No. Did she indicate to you how many other people were approached for the role? Asked to apply?
No, she did not.
No. How long after the interview was it before you were, told that you would have the role? Were you told it on the day, or did you have to wait for a period of time?
Forgive me, Mr Fang, but I think you've asked this question before, and I said that I would take it on notice.
No, I'm just curious as to whether she might have told you in the interview that you'd received the role. No.
No, not during the interview, Mr Fang.
Okay. Mr Orr, how many executive directors in the department do you believe have been directly appointed?
Over time,
So let's know. Okay, I'll make it easier for you. How many have been appointed in your time as secretary?
Into roles?
Appointed directly, or promoted, I should say, directly into roles, in executive director or above.
Sorry, I'm a little unclear, Mr Fang. How many people,
since
I've been in this role?
Since you've been the secretary, how many people have been promoted or appointed directly into executive director or above roles?
So we've been through a change in the department, which I think you're familiar with, Mr Fang. So that led to a structural change. And you're probably familiar with, some of the people who are...
Machinery of government changes, yes?
No, it wasn't a machinery of government change. It was a structural change within the
department. Yes,
within the department.
Which occurred as part of the machinery of government changes, yes?
Well, no, it wasn't machinery of government change. It was a structural change within the department. And a number of roles were changed. There was new people who've come in, some of which are sitting around me. So Miss Lorimer Ward has come in as Chief Executive Officer of Local Land Services. Miss Connell has come in.
Now, I appreciate all that, but can I ask then, was it a direct appointment from for these members and other people, or were they required to reapply for their positions?
There's a few bits to this, Mr Fang, so it might take a bit of time for me to explain it if you're willing to indulge me.
Well, I guess I'm just... I'd like the really short, explain it like I'm 5 years old, experience. And let's pretend that I am. That's fine. I know they're going to make that joke across the aisle. But in seriously, no. Crack all the jokes you want, but this is actually quite serious. So just stop.
Order.
So just stop. Mr. Orr, how many people were directly appointed into roles since you've been secretary? Were people that were required to change position with the change in the arrangements in the department? Were they required to reapply for their jobs, or were they directly appointed from one position into another?
So within the public sector, there is a thing called mobility in terms of you can move senior executives around. Right? That's a right which I have as secretary. So you can move someone from an ED position, exec director position over here, into one over here, if you believe that they can do the job.
Yes.
Okay. So that's one general principle.
Okay.
And to your question about what's actually happened in terms of direct appointments, there were a number of direct appointments in the structural change into ED roles, And those direct appointments occurred largely where there was minimal change to the role, in my mind.
Right.
Okay? In terms of numbers, I'd need to take that on notice. I don't have it all in my mind. The second part to that is where the role was substantially new. So there was a significant, either the role itself was new, for instance, the role Ms Connell is in, the role Mr Sloan is in. They were new roles. We went to market for those new roles and we tested the market. So it really just depended on what actually was occurring with the role in terms of the process which was then used to appoint people.
So
into it.
can I then summarise that answer to say that if the role was similar, you could shift somebody across, but if the role changed substantially or there was a promotion involved, that you would go to market?
If the roles, so the view which I took was where there was a substantial change to the role, i.e. it had become a new role, I went to market.
Okay.
And the reason it would become a new role is that there was significant additional functionality or it was a brand new role, so the role didn't previously exist, such as the role which Ms Connell and Mr Sloan are in.
So now Dr Tyndall's indicated that he was working for reconstruction, and that he was then moved into the department under Ms Fox, and then he had interviewed for an ED role but was in a director role at the time and promoted then into an ED role in your department. It was a direct appointment from the minister, somebody who she knew through Labor connections previously, and that was something that we already had. I know it wasn't under you, Mr Orr, but would that happen under you today?
No, and it didn't happen previously. I mean, Dr Tyndall's, outlined the process, and the process he has outlined is entirely consistent with the legislation. So there's nothing, unusual about it.
Who was required to sign off that appointment?
It's entirely consistent with the legislation. I didn't sign off on it, but it would have been Ms Fox. Ms Fox, or the secretary, is responsible for all senior exec recruitment within the department.
And who recommended Dr Tyndall to Ms Fox?
Well, it was well before.
Was
my
it the
time.
minister?
Well, you'd have to ask, as Miss Dr Tyndall has suggested to you, that's something you'd need to ask Miss Fox.
But she's gone.
Thank you.
Could I, with the committee, with the chair's grace, could I just clarify one issue?
By all means,
Just in terms of my acting arrangement, I was appointed in an acting position from a talent pool. For my substantive role, I went through a merit assessment process that was advertised externally.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow on, Mr Orr, did any of your team sitting here today have to reapply for their roles due to the changes within the department?
So the people who, and I think I've in some ways answered the question, so the people who are sitting here, Miss Lorimer Ward,
so there's movement, I get that, but... Okay,
I'll just run through it for you. So I left LLS,
yes,
the role became vacant, we went to the market for the role. Miss Lorimer Ward, was successful in securing the role. Miss Connell, new role, went to market. Miss Connell was successful in securing the role. Mr Sloan went to market. Mr Sloan was successful in securing the role. Those two roles were new roles. The LS role, it was vacant. We went to market to fill the role.
So okay, just for that example, if you don't mind, Ms Lorimer Ward, because Mr Orr's used you as an example here, you obviously applied for the job as CEO of LLS. Correct. So, and Mr Orr, you have had a process to fill Ms Lorimer Ward's previous role? Or has that role been...
So that's a matter for Ms Connell. That role, I think there's someone acting in that role at the moment, but Ms Connell could speak to that.
Right, but my point is that no one was forced within the department to have to reapply for their job. If they reapplied, it was because they were looking to change jobs, or you had the ability to move ED and above within similar roles to fit the business structure or to fit the organisational and department structure of what you wanted as a secretary. Is that a fair assumption?
Broadly, that would be a fair comment.
Dr. Tyndall, can I ask, how long after you were appointed did you help set up Ms Moriarty's office?
I was never involved in setting up Miss Moriarty's office, Mr. Fang.
You never helped set up the office?
No.
Okay. Did you ever work in relation to the Minister's office as a liaison?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Orr, back to LLS staff. Why can't they take a work vehicle home overnight if they're departing early of a morning or arriving back to their home base late of an evening?
Mr. Faraway, I've been out of LS now for 4 months, so it might be more appropriate if I ask Miss Laura Ward if it's okay.
Yeah, well, I'm happy for that, but in fairness, this has been going on for longer than 4 months.
That's okay, but Miss Laura Ward's the CEO now,
All right,
and it's
fine.
appropriate
You are the
that she
secretary,
responds.
but yep, Ms. Laura Ward.
So I understand that according to the policy, people can get approval if it's part of their trip planning to be able to take a vehicle home if it makes sense in terms of their time efficiency or from a work health and safety measure, but not permanently garage a vehicle at home. And the main reason for that decision around not endorsing any sort of permanent arrangement is that there are industrial relations issues that we need to get on top of, particularly around fringe benefits tax, and whether that is something that would be incurred or payable if that vehicle was permanently garaged at home.
So if a LLS vet or an LLS field officer was on 3 consecutive days of field work, different locations, they could take that vehicle home for those 3 overnights to ensure they had them to leave early of a morning, to depart early of a morning and arrive back late at night. But once those field trips concluded, they return the car to the depot.
Provided their manager or a senior executive approves some sort of trip planning.
Right, so for every trip that an LLS field officer or vet needs to do, they've got to get a trip planned.
Until we resolve the industrial relations issues, we would be putting staff in a very difficult position if they ended up with some sort of permanent or ongoing arrangement.
Does the right to disconnect laws that are being introduced by the federal government apply to LLS staff, in particular LLS vets?
My understanding is no. However, staff do have and are aware of the opportunity that they don't have to take a call at night if they choose not to.
Right, so that's an existing policy framework or with their state
Or
board?
existing practice.
Practice, yeah, within LLS, okay. So what I would say, with what I'd like to ask now is, has LLS seen a significant reduction to their travel budget in the last 12 months? And is that limiting the work, in particular some of the statutory work that they need to do?
So I can't comment on the past, but what I can comment on is the budget they have this year. And my understanding is that the budget that's been allocated to travel this year is sufficient to meet everyone's obligations in a safe manner.
Okay, so firstly to you, Ms Lauren Ward, do you have enough travel budget to, 1, meet all your statutory obligations for field visits?
The initial advice I have is that we do.
Do you have enough travel budget to oversee any contingency if there was an outbreak where it required an LLS response, or would that require an additional request to the Secretary?
I'm not sure in terms of what buffer there is, but in terms of planned business, of which we do have planned emergency provision within that. So there is a provision there that can accommodate a certain level of emergency response. Over and above that, that is something that we would have to look at.
And Mr Faraway, if we were to get into that circumstance, the rules change because the emergency response arrangements kick in. There are different funding arrangements in relation to that. If we were dealing with an outbreak of whatever disease, that then changes the game in terms of how travel is dealt with.
Okay, so the genuine questions here, because I actually have a great deal of respect for all your agencies and the work you do. My question is, Mr. Orr, what contingency is each division, whether it's Fisheries, Forestry, LLS, what buffer or contingency do they have in their travel budgets to allow for one BAU, but BAU can move, because if you have some weed outbreak and LLS need to get on top of it, it might require more field work, sending more people out. Now, it's not an outbreak that triggers other provisions with the state or Commonwealth governments, but it's a higher level of BAU. Do your department heads now have a contingency in their travel budget to allow for that?
I mean, Ms. Lorimer Ward may want to comment, but I mean, everyone's been allocated, their travel budget. I think it's, prudent management to ensure you've got, a bit of buffer in terms of how you deal with that.
Do they have a buffer?
Well, I can't comment on each one of them individually. Perhaps I could, come back to you in relation to that, Mr. Farraway. But the budget which we have for travel is, the same as we had for travel last year. And last year the budget was 19.5 million. This year it's slightly less. It's 19.3. But we only spent 15 last year.
All right, we'll come back to it.
Alrighty, well that takes us to 3:30, which now means we'll have a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back on. I'll just start with some questions myself. And sorry, Dr. Filmer, before we were talking about the latest statistics on animal use in research. So the latest statistics that are available online are from 2022. When do we expect to see the 2023 animal use statistics published?
Well,
Thank you, sorry.
Sorry. So, as I explained earlier, the statistics for 2023 are submitted by the end of March 2024. So they've been submitted now. They'll go through a process of looking at the data, making sure it's accurate. Once that's been done, they'll be formatted into a report, which will go to the Animal Research Review Panel, or ARP, to be approved. And then once they're happy with them, they'll be submitted to the Minister. And then once we get that process, we will then publish them.
So with, I know you mentioned that there was a new person trained up to sort of help speed that process along. Do you have any sort of timeline in mind in regards to, are we sort of looking in the next 6 months, hopefully, or hopefully sooner?
Well, ARP only meets every 9 weeks, I think that's the right number. So you've got to catch an ARP meeting for a start, so that can make over 2 months difference. We'd be aiming to get, well, the data's in, you've got to check to make sure it's all there, then look at it, and that takes months, depending, and as I said, we are training up an extra person that can be helping in that, so hopefully that will speed that part of the process up. But then again, you've got to catch the ARP meeting and then get it through the Minister's office and then publish it and format it. That takes the other thing. We've changed the formatting, you might have noticed, in the last couple of years to make it easier to read. So we're always aiming to try and do that by the end of the year, but I certainly can't commit to that. It just depends what else is going on and the priorities and whatever. And again, whether it just catches or just misses an ARP meeting can make 9 weeks difference.
That's a big difference. The number of animals subject to major physiological challenge, which is obviously the most extreme category below death as an endpoint, went up in 2022 from about 20,000 animals to over 28,000 animals. Do we have any idea on why this has increased so much? Is that something that either the department or ARP panel looks into?
I'd need to take that on notice to get that specific detail for you.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask what work the Animal Research Review Panel or the DBI has done to make sure that research institutions in New South Wales are aware of the new ban on forced swim and smoking experiments. Is that correspondence that will actually be sent out to animal ethics committees?
I think there was information. I might need to take that on notice to be totally accurate, but there is a newsletter that goes out to the research establishments. So I think it may have been in there, but I would need to just double check that to be sure.
Yeah, thank you. Are you aware if the panel or the Department of Primary Industries has received any correspondence from research institutions about these new laws? Any feedbacks, clarifications or concerns?
No, I haven't.
Are you aware if the panel has? Are you able to take that on notice?
I can take that on notice.
Are you aware if any animal ethics committees have applied for, had approved a 12-month extension for any forced swim or smoking experiments?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware. Are you able to take it on notice and find out?
Notice, yes.
Thank you. It's well known that the Centenary Institute is one of the only research institutions left in New South Wales still doing the nose-only smoking experiments. Do you know if they have applied for or received a 12-month extension?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Has the department had any meetings with the Centenary Institute specifically about the smoking experiments done there?
There's been oversight by ARP over time in that, but in terms of these, specifically the department having conversations, again, I'd have to take that on notice and check with the compliance team.
Yeah, thank you. Has the Centenary sent any correspondence to ARP in the last 6 months about the legislation or the ban on forced smoking experiments? And if you're able to take that on notice and see if you can also provide a committee with a copy if that is the case.
I can check for you.
Thank you. I note that the animal use statistics for 2022 still states that the reporting on the use of crustaceans and cephalopods is still optional. I assume with the legislative changes that will change from 2024 onwards. Are you aware if that's been communicated to research facilities?
I'm not aware of that either. Sorry, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Just to clarify with that one, so the Animal Research Amendment, Prohibition of Forced Swim Test and Forced Smoke Inhalation Experiments Bill 2024 adopted the definition of fish from the Fisheries Management Act, which includes crustaceans and cephalopods. So that was an adoption broadly across the whole Animal Research Act. So yeah, I'm just wondering, with that change of the definition, what that will mean for reporting going forward, and whether that's been communicated with research facilities. I also have some questions for Mr. Rob Kelly, if he's here. Thank you. Just while you're sitting down there, I just want to raise some concerns that have been brought to me by a sanctuary called Contented Pig Inn in the Northern Tablelands. They actually were issued a biosecurity order that they had to construct a pen or enclosure within 42 days to keep wild pigs out. And this is a charity that relies on fundraising. They posted the biosecurity notice online and asked people to donate so that they could actually build that fence. In response to this, the sanctuary actually received a legal threat from the LSS, and I can give you a copy of that, which I'll find in a second. But they said that the sanctuary was using misinformation to obtain financial benefit by deception, and said they were getting legal advice and urged her to reconsider what she was doing. Can I just get a clarification on what's actually happened here, given that this is a sanctuary that was ordered to build a fence and was trying to comply with that, why they would then get a legal threat for attempting to fundraise to be able to afford to comply with the direction?
Yep, thanks for the question. I'll have to take that on notice because I'm not aware of that issue. That hasn't been raised with me.
Thank you. If you could, and I might give those documents to you as well in regards to that legal threat. Does that sort of surprise you that the LSS branch would ask her to put up this fence and then sort of issue a legal threat to someone that's just a member of the community that's trying to sort of comply with what they'd asked for?
Again, I'm not across the details, so I can't comment on something that I haven't been provided the details of the exact situation.
And are you happy to look into this situation further? Because I know obviously it's causing a lot of distress to the sanctuary owners. Can I ask you to look further into this?
Yep, I'll take that on notice and look into it. Thank you.
And I might just hand this up to you as well, just so that you've got copies of what I'm talking about.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. The LLS branch went on to trap and shoot dozens of pigs just outside of her property in very close proximity to the domestic pigs that she houses. Is that standard for LLS to shoot pigs right outside a person's property, very close to other domestic animals?
So the process for obtaining consent for an aerial shoot program, so I'm assuming...
I don't believe it was aerial shooting. That's not my understanding.
What was that, sorry?
I don't know if it was aerial shooting or not.
We wouldn't be involved in ground shooting.
Okay.
As LLS. So if LLS is involved in the destruction of pest animals, whether that be through aerial shooting or through coordinated ground control, any of those landholders participating in an LLS-run program have to provide written approval or authorisation to not only undertake the works, but also on the forms, it also requires the landholder to tick which pest species they will allow us to control on their property. If a landholder does not consent to those activities being undertaken, we do not undertake the works.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. Thank you.
We've got a chair.
Ms. Fairman, sorry.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you. My questions are directed to Mr. Sloan at this point. Mr. Sloan, I just want to go back to the Auditor General's report into threatened species that I was asking the Minister about earlier this morning, where it stated that, as I'm sure you are aware, there are 42 threatened marine species and 4 ecological communities, as I understand it, under the Threatened Species Management Act. That Act requires that priority action statements are also prepared. Are there PAS or priority action statements for all of those threatened species?
Thanks, Ms. Furman. I have to take on notice whether or not we've got one for all of those. We've got a threatened species program in fisheries, and they obviously have to prioritise their work across the whole range of those species. We've also.
So what's that? Is it when you said, what is it, a threatened species unit or something? Is it?
Yes, that's right.
And
so
what's that called?
Well, we've got a whole team of people that work on threatened species. Essentially the threatened species that we deal with in the aquatic space.
Could you please provide on notice for me exactly what those positions are and what they work on? That would be excellent. What I have,
Ms. Furman, I can say they work on everything from threatened shark species to freshwater species. There's quite a lot of small-bodied native fish species that we've got a breeding program up at our Grafton research station that deals almost exclusively with small-bodied native fish. So we've got quite a large group of species that we work on. But I'm happy to provide you with those details.
Okay, but is your website out of date then, when it seems to indicate that in the chart for finalised recovery and threat abatement plans, the last plan was finalised in 2011 for the black rock cod?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, Ms. Furman, and just come back to you with some details on those. I think we've got, as I mentioned, we've got, everything from seahorses that we're breeding at the moment, which we have in tanks at Port Stephens, and the freshwater species at Grafton. We've got a whole raft of species that we deal with in terms of the threat abatement plans and the recovery plans. I'll need to take that on notice and come back with the detail.
Would it be fair to say, though, considering under the Fisheries Management Act, it does say that the Secretary is to prepare and adopt priorities action statements for every species listed under that? Would it be fair to say that you believe that there should be priorities action statements then for those species that are listed as threatened?
That's my understanding, Ms. Furman, but I'll take advice on that and come back to you. And the other thing I'll say is we do have a threatened species science committee, which I'm actually meeting with in a week or two's time, and they meet regularly and have the role of determining which species should be listed as threatened in the aquatic space. So we work with that committee as well. So, but I'm happy to come back to you with that detail on the plans that you're referring to.
Is there a reason why, as I understand it, and this is what the Auditor General also pointed out, that really the only statutory program for protecting threatened species in the state is Saving Our Species program? That doesn't include the species that aren't part of the Biodiversity Conservation Act, so species like sharks and rays. Is there a reason why Fisheries doesn't have its own targeted, dedicated kind of Saving Our Species program for marine threatened species?
Well, we do. And
what's that called?
Well, we have a whole unit that is a threatened species unit within the Fisheries division of the department, and they work on everything from those species that I've mentioned. Species like grey nurse sharks, trout cod, We have a whole range of small-bodied native freshwater species.
Let's stick with the grey nurse shark then, because that is a particular passion of mine. The grey nurse shark, according to your website, there's a priorities action statement that has replaced the 2002 grey nurse shark draft recovery plan. That appears to have been prepared and uploaded in 2013, not updated and not an official document as far as we can tell. What is the formal recovery strategy, the plan for the grey nurse shark that the department has that's in place, in force?
I'm happy to provide some specific details to you on that, but my understanding is with grey nurse sharks, which is a species that's listed on the East Coast as critically endangered, we have a number of areas that are designated as critical habitat for grey nurse sharks, and they are protected. In addition to that, we have a range of controls around fishing so that any sort of interactions are limited. And
some of those critical habitat areas, such as the Montague Island one, though, with respect, are part of the sanctuary zones that indeed were partially revoked by the former government and not restored under this government, though. Isn't that correct?
At Montague Island there is an area that my understanding is when it was originally set up, which was now, I'm not sure exactly of the timing, but about 20 years ago, that its original intention was to protect habitat for grey nurse sharks. And as you'd expect with all scientific information, it evolves over time and we get better information. And so I think that my understanding is with that particular location is that the grey nurse sharks are actually potentially in a different location around the island, and that's...
Could you please provide the evidence or the science that you're basing that on? Because as far as I understand and recall, Mr. Sloan, of course, the decision by Mr. Constance and Minister Marshall in 2019 wasn't based on any science or evidence. It was purely based on politics. But if you've got some science since then, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, I'm happy to provide that information.
When I look at the website of the DPI for the Grey Nurse Shark Priorities Action Statement, the web page that has that Priorities Action Statement, it actually says at the bottom that these actions, the Priorities Action Statements, actions for grey nurse shark are taken from the approved Commonwealth Recovery Plan for this species. The department will be responsible for implementing only those actions of relevance to New South Wales. So that's confusing to me because under the Fisheries Management Act, there's the responsibility to have in place priorities action statements. The grey nurse shark is critically endangered, yet at a state level, it seems that we actually don't have a priorities action statement in place. We're relying on a Commonwealth one, and indeed it's very unclear when you look at this exactly what actions the New South Wales government has to enforce to protect the grey nurse shark. What's going on with threatened species management within the department? Honestly, it doesn't seem to be prioritised.
No, that's not true. As I mentioned, we've got a team of people that work on threatened species, and with respect to the grey nurse shark, there's 11 areas that are designated as critical
Which
habitats.
has been the case for about 2 decades now.
Yep.
Those critical habitat areas. In fact, at least that's when I kind of first became aware of this issue and was active on it at the Nature Conservation Council. For at least 20 years, we've known about critical habitat areas, and the department has known about that as well. But right now, it doesn't seem as though there is an in-force, up-to-date priorities action statement, a plan to protect a critically endangered grey nurse shark, one in which we know former politicians like Bob Carr have called the Labrador of the ocean. Why is this the case?
I'm happy to look into that, Ms. Furman, and look at the issue of, you know, what our...
But surely it's one of the most iconic species. I think it's like if you came here from the Environment Department and didn't know how to answer questions about the koala recovery plan, the koala strategy. I mean, it honestly, this is not rocket science for your department.
Well, what I'm explaining is that there is a plan in place. I mean, there are a whole range of areas which are designated as critical habitat for grey-nurse sharks. There's 11 of them. I can read them out if you'd like me to.
I know what the critical habitat areas are. I'm very well aware of those. Just one last question. What's the department doing to ascertain the numbers of grey-nurse sharks and whether they are recovering in number, considering they're critically endangered and considering your responsibilities under the Act?
There are indications that the population is recovering, and I'm happy to provide those details, Ms. Furman.
Not what the department's doing, though.
Well, I'm happy to come back to you with those details.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Orr, I just wanted to touch on where we left off in the last session. So we've discussed some of the restructure, people in different positions, how they came into those positions. Has the full restructure of the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, which was once DPI in regional New South Wales, has that restructure concluded?
So what's happened, Mr. Faraway, is that, you know, the top level, i.e. those people who report into me, that's complete. And as I alluded to before, you know, Mr. Sloan, Ms. Connell, and other people are, you know, recently arrived. They'll need to think about their structures in terms of what sits beneath them. That'll be a matter for them, which, you know, they'll be considering over the coming months.
So holistically, as the secretary for DPI, was it RD now? How many more jobs need to go for you to meet your efficiencies and targets for Treasury?
In what efficiencies and targets?
Well, don't you need to reduce your overall staffing structure? Don't you need to have a look at... we've prosecuted this through previous estimates with the former secretary, that there are executive director positions across the board that have either gone or needed to go in time. So you're saying that you have your top-level structure now set in place?
Yep.
So a question possibly to Ms. Lauren Ward or Ms. Connell or Mr. Sloan is, how long are your individual restructures going to take in your departments or your areas before they're concluded?
So just because I think what you're alluding to is SEB numbers, senior executive numbers within the department, is that, you know, so yes, we have a target which we need to hit. That's, you know, well known in terms of government policy. We have 165 senior executives within the department at the moment, so that's what our number is. Our target is 157, so we've got to reduce, you know, in terms of a further 8 roles, and we've got a couple of years to do that. So there's no busting urgency to actually, you know, get it all done.
So
as you'd expect,
are executive directors in that band that you're talking about?
So when I say senior executive band, there are 4 bands in the senior executive.
Yes.
You know, one's the secretary, which is a band 4.
Yeah.
Then there's band 3, which are deputy secretaries, a number of which are here. Ms. Lauren Ward is also a band 3.
Yeah.
Then there's band 2, which are executive directors, and then there are band 1s, which are directors. In total, we currently have 165 of those bands when all put together.
All put together. Okay, so you've got 8 more positions to be disposed of, essentially, or moulded into your overall mix to meet your target.
Correct, and there's a time period for that. There's a couple of years which we'll work towards, Mr. Faraway.
No, that's fine. So I would like to turn now. Dr. Filmer might be the right one to ask about this. No, maybe not. Anyway, it's about lumpy skin, mRNA in the foot and mouth. So currently, I wanted to confirm, in the event of a foot and mouth or an FMD outbreak, we have a vaccinate to kill policy. Is that still correct?
I'm probably not the
Sorry,
right
I'm
person
coming
to
to you
answer
on
your
a
question.
different question. I've gotten confused. Sorry, Doctor.
It's probably more appropriately addressed to Dr. Szabo.
Yep.
So is your question broadly about a response?
Well, it's about our current policy around an FMD outbreak.
Which is a national framework.
Correct, but obviously if it was the outbreak to occur in New South Wales, do we take the lead on behalf of the Commonwealth, or is that separate to other?
I'll let Dr. Szabo explain the arrangements, but it's coordinated at a national level.
Yeah.
Yes, so when we have a disease outbreak, if it were to occur, for example, in New South Wales, then if it's an animal disease, the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development would take the lead on that response. That means we would start the process of developing a response plan. That plan would be taken to a consultative committee for emergency animal disease, which is a collective of individuals from all the jurisdictions around Australia, as well as industry, in particular the affected industry of whatever the response was, for consideration and agreement in terms of going forward.
Okay, so excuse my ignorance, but in the event of an FMD outbreak, do we have a vaccinate to kill policy? Is that still correct, or?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
Okay,
I mean,
well, that's fine.
we don't have a vaccine in the country for FMD, but we are looking to use messenger mRNA to develop one.
So I've got a heap of questions, so we'll see if we can get through them, but if some you need to take on notice, more than happy for that. Is it fair to say, though, once that we have the mRNA vaccine for FMD, we will no longer need to kill vaccinated animals, as the dye method currently used in live vaccines won't be needed?
I understand that the key feature in using mRNA vaccines is that you do have the ability to distinguish an animal that has been vaccinated from an animal that has had the disease.
Okay. Do you have any update on the results of the mRNA vaccine trials for border disease at the EMAI?
I do. So from July last year through to May this year, the mRNA vaccines have been shown to stimulate a protective and long-lasting immune response in sheep using the disease for the border disease as a model. In August, so just this month, the mRNA vaccines against lumpy skin disease virus was also shown to give a very strong antibody response in some animal models. And similarly, the mRNA vaccines against foot and mouth disease virus were shown to give a strong antibody response in animal models.
Okay. So as I understand it, and excuse my ignorance with some of this, but we needed to develop the border disease mRNA vaccine to get the template to develop the FMD and lumpy skin mRNA vaccines. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Yes.
It was used as a model to see if the technology, the mRNA vaccine technology, would work with these sort of viruses.
How far off are we from developing a successful mRNA vaccine for foot and mouth and lumpy skin? And the reason I ask is obviously the bit of work that was done by the former Ag Minister and former government around August 2023 under the former government was the target, wasn't it, to have a vaccine developed here? But I don't think we're anywhere sort of near that, are we?
No, my understanding is that by the end of this calendar year, so in December 2024, we're hoping to have that proof of concept achieved for mRNA vaccines against foot and mouth disease as well as a lumpy skin disease.
Yep.
Bearing in mind that we won't be doing that testing in animals in this country. That'll be done by one of the overseas partners in this project.
So just explain that part.
So can I just add there, Mr. Faraway, that in terms of success, there are also the requirements that the regulatory authorities in relation to the use of these kinds of vaccines impose. So it would be subject to the Therapeutic Goods Administration and APVMA approving the use of the product.
So to your point about just this calendar year, it's only at that point that we, and excuse my ignorance, are at a point where we can then go ahead to test the vaccine or then actually produce the vaccine or test in animals but offshore?
It's to be able to test that it's effective in animals
Yep.
that have been deliberately infected.
Yes, which we
with the
obviously
virus.
have to do offshore. Yep, okay,
yes.
understood.
Not that it's commercially available.
Yes, okay. Are we still in a contractual agreement with, is it TIBA Biotech to deliver the vaccines for FMD and lumpy skin?
Yes, the collaborators in the development of these vaccines are the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, the University of New South Wales RNA Institute, the Friedrich Loeffler Institute in Germany, and as you said, the TIBA Biotech company in the US.
Have we partnered with anyone else in the development, or it's just still the same partners that we originally agreed to have a contractual agreement with?
To my knowledge, those are the partners in the agreement.
Once we have the mRNA vaccines for FMD and lumpy skin, are we still planning on manufacturing those vaccines here in New South Wales?
I do acknowledge that the New South Wales Government did provide a significant investment of $96 million into the New South Wales RNA pilot facility, which is now being built at Macquarie University, and it would be anticipated, if that were available, that potentially those vaccines could be produced here.
So the plan is still to manufacture those vaccines here in New South Wales. That's still the overall plan, a part of it?
Yes,
Yep.
we ventured down this particular path of mRNA vaccine technology so that as a sovereign nation we would have the ability to have these vaccines available rather than be dependent on bringing them in from other countries.
A question around resources. Does the department have all the resources needed, including the financial allocation, to deliver the mRNA vaccine for FMD and lumpy skin?
Yes, so there was $11.3 million from the New South Wales Government, $8.5 million from Meat and Livestock Australia, and $500,000 from the Queensland Department of Primary Industries, who've invested in this project and this technology development.
Within the department, do we have a vaccination program or initial draft vaccination program drawn up in the event of an FMD or lumpy skin outbreak in Australia? And do we have the mRNA vaccine ready to roll out? So I suppose you've actually already answered that, haven't you? Because we're December before we can then test the effectiveness offshore, correct?
That's correct. We said the mRNA vaccines aren't available.
So do we have a draft rollout plan in the event of an outbreak that could occur in our state?
I will take that on notice, but when we do respond, and there are in AusVet plans for lumpy skin disease as well as for FMD, there's quite a considerable amount of detail in that, and I'm just not familiar enough to say whether there is a vaccine policy part in that.
No, that's fine. Happy to take that.
Just say again, Mr. Farrow, it's
Yeah.
important to note that there are obviously some quite onerous regulatory requirements imposed by the Australian government that would have to be complied with.
Of course, but in the event of an outbreak, it would be quite sensible for DPI to have a draft or just some form of plan to pull off the shelf, because it is a constant threat that is never really going to go away anytime soon.
As Ms Sabo said, we'll
Yeah.
take that on notice, but
Yeah.
the AusVet plan is the national framework under which that would be put in
Yeah.
place. So we'd act consistently with the national framework.
So, I suppose from some of the evidence and answers that I've heard we've had here today, am I right in saying that once we have the foot and mouth and lumpy skin mRNA vaccines, do you believe we would then have the capability to develop a new mRNA vaccine to combat any new animal-based diseases once we have the initial mRNA vaccine tested and working? So what's the scope, I suppose, internally, if it all works, for the next phase, or is there one?
I think at present the focus has been on border disease as a model, and then on lumpy skin disease, and then on foot and mouth disease, because of the threats that exist in those areas just north of Australia, and the prospect of it coming into these shores, and then consequently the impact that it would have on industries if it arrived. But having that base technology there, that experience in developing those vaccines, presents opportunity to explore further if needed.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. Now, Dr. Filmer, maybe I've got a Animal Welfare League question. I don't know if you can help me with this one, but I would like to know a little bit more about animal care facilities that could possibly be funded by the New South Wales Government through DPI. And I've been told, or I read actually, in the Animal Welfare League in their July newsletter that an animal welfare facility is being established in Orange. So do you know anything about that and what it does and some of the funding that might be associated with it?
So the Animal Welfare League has branches and groups in various towns. So I think what that would be referring to is a focused group that are members of the Animal Welfare League that are based in Orange.
So they have promoted that this is being funded by the New South Wales Government, to my understanding, and this was a trial of a new animal care facility in partnership with some funding from government. So do we know anything more on AWL funding and any trials? Because it was raised with me in this newsletter because people in the AWL in around the Central West actually don't know much about it.
I think probably what's being referred to, and I don't know for sure, I guess, and the use of the word trial I don't think fits in this space, but it's probably referring to the mobile animal care grant that was MAX grant, it was called, MACS grant, that was delivered by government, probably
was it the
mobile animal care services grant, and the Animal Welfare League received over $1 million for that, and some of that was to run the animal care truck, or vet truck as it used to be called, into remote areas to provide services such as vaccination, desexing, etc., for people that weren't able to afford vet services otherwise, or going to areas where there was a shortage of veterinary services, so towns that might not have had a vet service available. So I think what probably you're referring to is the MAX grant, as it was called.
But other than that, to your knowledge, there are no other incentives, programs, trials going on with the Animal Welfare League that
No.
you know of? Okay. No worries. Pounds. Who do I ask about pounds?
That might be me.
Okay, and so and I'm not an expert on this, and I do acknowledge that there is an inquiry going, but I just want to know, from DPI's view and position, how often are you talking to the Office of Local Government around how fit for purpose old and existing pounds are, and also a building design and template for the future build and replacement of pounds in local government areas?
There's a couple of things going on in that space. We talk to the Office of Local Government fairly frequently. As you know, they also have responsibility under their Minister for POCTA. In terms of pounds specifically, there was a pounds inquiry held earlier this year, I think it was.
It's still ongoing, I think.
Yeah, and the report for that is not out yet. So I think in terms of answering that question, at the moment, the conversation... Well, I guess we're waiting for that report to come out.
The question for you too, Dr. Filmer, is the Office of Local Government coming to DPI seeking any additional advice or consultation around how to build fit-for-purpose future pounds on different scales for local councils across regional New South Wales?
I'm not aware of any of that consultation with my team. No.
Okay, thank you. A question regarding Norco. Has the Department of Primary Industries had any consultation or discussions with Norco, or has Norco spoken to the department or any dairy farmers associated with Norco and the co-op around New South Wales Health's decision to withdraw Norco milk from as part of their contract? So I suppose maybe firstly to you, Mr. Hall.
We are certainly aware of the issue, Mr. Faraway, but in terms of what discussions have actually occurred with Norco, I couldn't really
So
comment.
is the department playing a role, or has the department been approached from stakeholders, anywhere from New South Wales farmers to dairy farmers to anyone else internally within government, seeking your counsel or consultation about this?
No, that could well have happened. There's a lot of people in the department, as you're aware, Mr. Farraway. So in terms of, those, conversations between any of our staff and Norco and any of our staff and any other agencies, I just need to take that on notice.
Okay. Just happy to take it on notice, see if there's anything
Sure.
else happening. Okay. Category B provisions. I wanted to know, is the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development in any discussions with the Commonwealth Government or your federal counterparts in the federal agencies around Cat B provisions about for the farming sector, for the recovery phase, and how to possibly support farming operations across the state in these events?
I'm not aware of any conversations, but I've just looked to my colleagues.
I think the agency has been engaging as part of the review that has been undertaken, which is more universal around the programs that are in place. But I'd have to take on notice whether there's been specific consultation around Category B.
Okay, so just to follow up with that though, can you take on notice what the department is doing from department to department level? So obviously from here in New South Wales with the Commonwealth around disaster assistance for the agriculture sector that reflects the magnitude of the damage rather than whether it comes from a single or multiple events. I suppose it's one thing, obviously, minister to minister, but I'd be interested to know if we're there fighting with our bureaucrats in Canberra who don't really understand on the ground, like, to be frank, state agencies do, about some of these Cat B provisions and how we could do things better.
Yeah, we're happy to provide, noting it's a portfolio responsibility for another minister, specifically.
And I'm only looking for the ag sector stuff.
Yeah, and we certainly play a role, particularly the Rural Assistance Authority, through the provision of that support, but we'll take on notice your question.
Thank you. I might just return to my question of you, Mr. Sloan. The Secretary's just got the hand up. The document I was referring to, for those playing at home, it's an email from Jamie Jones requesting information on behalf of the Minister's Office regarding dot points in terms of compliance, prosecution fines regarding the spearfishing incidents in Sydney and Jervis Bay, as they were trying to pitch a story to the media. If I go to the response from Dr. Andrew Moriarty, he outlines the instances between Cronulla and Jervis Bay. I take you to dot point 2 and 3, where it says, police chose to issue an on-the-spot fine of $500 for taking a blue groper by any method other than by line. The fine amounts are set out in Schedule 8 of the Fisheries Management General Regulation, which cannot be varied unless by a change of legislation. And then the third dot point says, when police chose to issue the on-the-spot fine, Fisheries compliance can then not instigate a prosecution or any other compliance action for this breach unless the person of interest elects to have the fine heard in court, which they did not do. So in all the other documents where there's details going back and forth around media releases, holding statements, information going out to the public on this issue, the explanation as to why you couldn't instigate a higher fine or take the person to court was totally omitted from any information going out to the public or to the media. So my question is, why was such a crucial piece of information omitted from any statements to the media or statements to the public, given that that was largely what kicked a lot of the angst off was, and the question that was in everyone's mind was, why wasn't this person fined more? You threw it out there that you could fine them $22,000 or upwards of $22,000 and prosecutions, but you never explained why that didn't happen. So I'm really curious to get an explanation as to, given that you had this explanation here, which clearly sets out why you couldn't do it, why was that not included in any communication with media or any communication with the public? Because I would surmise that if you had done that, it may have cooled the situation down in the public quite a fair bit.
Obviously, we provided this information for use in the media that was occurring at the time. It was a while ago.
That information never, in the documents I've seen, that information never went to any media outlet.
It was a while ago now, so I can't recall exactly, but I think I fielded questions in the last budget estimate session in February on that issue and did explain some of this. That's my recollection.
But the documents that were received under DIPA don't reflect that this information was actually provided to media, provided to the public.
Yeah, I have to take it on notice, Chair. I'm not sure why it wasn't, but it's certainly not something that has, from my perspective, been hidden. It's police were first on the scene. I think, if I recall, I explained that it was a sort of a holiday period, and fisheries officers were at Cronulla the day before, but then they'd had a planned sort of operation that took them to another location on the day of this event, and so police were first on the scene.
That's fine. If you can just take on notice why this seemed to be omitted from any information to media or any information to the public, that would be great.
Happy to.
Can I just, with your permission, invite Mr. Turnell up? I just want to talk about ICOLs for a minute. I know he answered some questions about ICOLs at last session. For Hansard, ICOLs means intermittent closed and opened lagoons and lakes. How many of them do we have in New South Wales, Mr. Turnell or Mr. Sloan?
I believe there's about 135 estuaries in New South Wales, about 70 of which are ICOLs. Most of them exist south of Sydney.
Yeah, okay. So when we're looking at assessing stock levels, I know, Mr. Sloan, you've spoken about it in the past, that we assess at a whole fishery level. But given, I guess, the distinct environmental systems that ICOLs are, given that they open and close intermittently, and during those periods of open, it's obviously a great opportunity for spawning of fish. Why are we not examining those ICOLs separately in terms of how they're going in terms of fish stock levels, and why are we not doing some research in that space about how those open and closed time periods are potentially impacting on fish stocks and how that's interacting with rec and commercial take? Why are we doing any work in this space to understand what's happening during those time periods and how we could maybe better manage fish stocks during those time periods of the opening and closing?
Yes, Chair, we do have a piece of work being done on ICOLs, and obviously every one of them's different, and that's, I think, the point you're getting to, is sort of how do we manage and how do we inform with sort of information that we collect how a particular ICOL should be managed. And so we do have a piece of work under the Marine Estate Management Strategy to look at that. But in terms of the detail, obviously with so many of them, as Ms Turnell pointed out, it's hard to get exact information on all of them. So we use the information that we have from things like our commercial fishing logbook program to inform what fish stocks are doing in those areas. And I think in terms of the detail, that we have on all of them, I'd have to take it on notice unless Peter...
Look, they all vary. Some are open more often than not. Some are closed more often than not. You've got species like bream, tarwine, snapper, salmon that won't spawn inside those estuaries if they're closed. They prefer the near coastal offshore waters or near coastal waters. Silver biddies, on the other hand, will probably spawn in a closed system. So getting our head around what happens in particular ICOLs, depending on how often they're closed, is a very important. I mean, we're more than happy to work with stakeholders to improve our knowledge on that.
So do we have a time frame? Do you have a time frame in terms of that body of work, Mr. Sloan, that you're referring to, that was being done through Marine Estate?
I'm sorry,
Happy
not
for you to take it on
yeah,
notice.
I'll take it on notice,
Yeah, sure.
Chair. Yeah.
Okay. Can I just switch over to Mulloway Harvest Strategy? When was the last time the Mulloway Harvest Strategy Working Group actually met? To give you a helping hand, there's no minutes for a meeting that was, I think it was in December 2023. Oh, sorry, the last meeting was in March 2024, but there's no actual minutes on the website for it. There's a chair's summary, but no minutes.
Yeah, yes, Chair. I think they have met since then. I'll have to take that on notice, but they have a process of clearing their minutes and then once they've done that, posting them on the website. But I believe they have met since March. That's my understanding. But
why would it take so long to clear a set of minutes from March 2024?
Every committee sort of works differently, but usually a process would be that these are working groups. They would wait until they meet again until they clear their minutes. But I'll just have to take it on notice, Chair. I'm not across the detail of all these working groups, but
that's okay. When was the last stock assessment done on Mulloway? Do we know?
Yes, it was updated earlier this year, I understand, and I'm happy to provide clarification on that. But we provide stock assessment input to the National Fish Stock Status Report, which happens every 2 years, and I believe we updated Mulloway as part of that exercise.
Is that stock assessment public or front-facing?
Yes, it would be if it's part of the National Fish Stock Status Report, and I believe that is public.
Are you happy just to check?
Happy to check that. And what I can say, Chair, is that that report does show that there are some signs of recovery of Mulloway, and thankfully on the back of those 2 years of significant flooding, that has helped actually some activity of spawning with Mulloway, and there has been some signs of recruitment into the fishery.
Okay. Has the Mulloway Harvest Strategy actually been finalised, or do you have a date for finalisation?
The working group has finalised a draft harvest strategy, and the process we go through is to go through the advisory councils for commercial, recreational and Aboriginal fishing, and then we essentially, once we have all their input, usually then go out for public consultation. So we're at the stage where that draft is going through the advisory councils, and it will soon come out for public consultation. So it's actually it's a complicated species and fisheries with its biology, so it has taken the working group some time, but it's not far away.
Thank you. I might just throw to Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Filmer, I've got some more questions for you. I know we've talked a lot before about the standards for exhibiting animals in New South Wales, and the fact that those standards are very out of date. For example, the dolphin standards were published in 1994. Has the DPI been doing any work on updating those standards? Has there been any progress at this point?
On dolphins specifically?
On exhibited animals in New South Wales generally.
There's not in the last 12 months or since the last budget estimates, no.
No, okay. It's my understanding that the Coffs Coast Sanctuary, formerly known as Dolphin Marine Magic, have exemptions to their licence which actually allow them to keep dolphins and seals in pools that are much smaller even than the 1994 dolphin standards allow. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. So what's your understanding of the situation there?
My understanding is that the pools there's 3 dolphins up there at the moment.
Yep.
The pools that they're being kept in are big enough to house, according to the standards, up to 6 dolphins. Mm-hmm. So they more than meet the standards. The size of that pool is 1,689.55 cubic metres.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as I said, that exceeds the minimum size for 3 because it's actually big enough to hold 6.
Thank you. Is it possible for the DPI to actually issue an exemption if a facility didn't meet certain aspects of the standards, or if it was a small difference? Or is that sort of outside of the scope of the DPI? Or the powers,
there'd be some discretion in terms of the degree to which something was outside a standard, but the standards are there for a reason, because the standards are there to ensure the welfare of the animals meet a minimum standard.
Thank you. Concerns have been raised with my office about a particular exhibited animal facility that travels around the local area and shoots unwanted bobby calves and horses and takes them back to the zoo to use as food. Has the DPI received complaints about this type of activity at all?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Not that you're aware of. Can you take it on notice?
I can.
Thank you. What about thoroughbreds? Have you heard any allegations that ex-racing thoroughbreds are being used to feed animals in zoos?
No.
Could you take that on notice?
I can.
Thank you. Would that be considered illegal, to your knowledge? Is that something that would be investigated if that was to come to the attention of the DPI?
Are you talking about horses generally or thoroughbreds?
I'm talking about any of these animals potentially being shot, unwanted bobby calves or horses being shot and taken to the zoo for food. Would that be something that you would hand over to, say, the Food Authority or somebody like that? Would there be concerns with that if a complaint came through?
It depends what the complaint was. So if the complaint was around an illegal knackery, for example, then that would certainly be something that should be licensed and so would come into the compliance section. If it's somebody who has access to, say, bobby calves and they're humanely euthanasing them and then using them to feed to zoo animals, that's not breaking the law. It's not illegal to euthanase an animal provided you do it humanely. So it depends on the circumstance, I think, and what the type of animal is and what the source of it is, and then provided it's killed humanely, then from a welfare point of view, that's obviously the objective.
Yeah. Thank you. The number of primates that have been used in research in the 2022 statistics is quite high, 188, I believe. And this has been an upward trend, it seems, in the past 3 years or so from the date of those statistics. Do you have any information as to why such a high number of primates are still being used in experimentation and why that number has gone up?
I think there's a little bit of confusion around the use of the word used. Okay. So when the research statistics are reported at the moment, apart from dogs and cats, which is now reported more fully, the numbers that are reported are the usage. So a single animal may be used once, twice, 3 times in a year, and it gets counted every time it gets used. So the usage of animals in research actually overinflates the numbers of animals that are used in research. Mm-hmm. And that applies across the statistics, except for the dog and cat section, which now has reporting on the usage as well as the numbers kept. So that does cause a little bit of confusion. In fact, it confused me when I first started looking at these numbers a few years ago. And in terms of the baboon colony, and the baboons used, I specifically had interest in that myself and decided that, I went to the baboon area and had a look at them and to get an idea of the numbers. The numbers weren't fluctuating like the statistics indicated because it's a usage, not the actual numbers kept.
So it's the number of experiments that are occurring that's increased, not the number of animals that have been used.
Yeah, so an animal might be used for something really minor 1 week, and then 2 months later might get used for something else very minor, and then again 2 months later something else. So it can be used more than once. And obviously the more usage you get, particularly in those minor things, the better, because that means you've got less animals being required to actually be in that situation in the first place. So,
but I mean, the number of experiments have still gone up. So have we got any information as to why the number of experiments themselves have gone up then, if it's not the actual usage of animals?
Well, the statistics that I've got here around the baboons specifically are that only 5 of them were actually used in research projects, and the rest of them were used in breeding and stock maintenance categories. So you understand from the statistics, they're reported against different types of categories. So there's it's not the specific experiment. So one of the categories is called breeding and stock maintenance. And so
right, so that 188 could be an animal that is bred and then just maintained at the Wallacia facility and never used for research at all.
That's right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. And some of the other thing that may, I'm not sure which line you're getting your stats out of, the other thing that happened in the 2022 statistics was that 40 other primates, was the description, which are actually chimpanzees and gorillas, were used in research. But what actually happened was that blood and faecal samples were opportunistically collected while they were having other veterinary treatment. So they may well have been zoo animals that just happened to have some blood tests taken while they're having some other procedures done as an opportunistic thing. So the number of 40 has been quoted there. So I think that accounts for what looks like an increase in the numbers of things happening, because there was that, plus the baseline number of baboons that are kept at Wallacia.
And what are you able to tell me about the 5 experiments that you are aware of? Are you able to tell me sort of any details around those?
No, as you know, we don't. The animal ethics committees oversee the actual experiments that are being done, so that information isn't reported back to the department. And you can imagine, with the vast array of different types of experiments that are actually undertaken by all different organisations, it's impossible to try and collate that data. So it comes back to us in the form of a descriptor around that type of use, as opposed to the actual specifics of the experiment. So no, we can't provide you with that data.
Yep. The New South Wales Government recently established a non-animal technologies network, which is a new expert body that will develop and promote alternatives to actually using animals in experimentation. Now, I know that that's come from a different portfolio. It's come from the medical research portfolio. I'm just wondering if the DPI or ARP will have any involvement in that group, or have you been included in any kind of consultations around how that's going to work?
Certainly was involved initially, because that grant for that project, as you know, started off as a $7 million grant, and then early on I had discussions with the Department of Health around how that grant should be administered, and as you know, it was split into 2, so $4.5 million was left with the Department of Health to administer, which is the part that you're referring to, and the other $2.5 million came across to DPI to be used to help increase the numbers of animals that are rehomed. That grant's still open, hasn't been awarded yet. So in terms of the $4.5 million that the Department of Health are administering, I've had some overview of what they're planning to do and conversations about it early on, but as it's progressed, they've done their part, we're doing our part, is probably where it's sort of landed.
Thank you. The Honourable Westphal.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Orr, just in relation to the People's Survey matter, People's Matter survey that's, I guess, conducted through LLS in particular, both from the time that you were in charge there, but also now, I guess, as Secretary, and Ms. Lorimer Ward's in charge. Have those results been steady? Have they increased and improved, or have they decreased and shown a decline in the morale, I think, of staff?
Are you talking about across the department, Mr. Fang, or are you talking about specifically to local land services?
Local land services.
So, and Ms. Lorimer Ward may wish to comment. So, the People Matter Employment Survey is a survey which goes right across the public service. It's out at the moment and closes in a couple of weeks' time, and we've been encouraging staff to complete the survey.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of those things.
Yep.
I'm asking in particular for LLS's numbers.
In terms of LLS's number, I think there was a slight decline over time, but I don't think that was...
How do you define a slight decline?
Well, I'd need to go back and look at the specific
Can you take
numbers.
that on notice?
Okay. But I don't think there was anything which was any different to broadly what happened within the department. I think there was a decline within the department. The engagement score, which is one of the key attributes of the survey for the department, was 68%. I think LLS was a similar number,
Yep.
either 68 or 69 from memory. So I don't
Yep.
think there was any particular change
Seeing
between
as
the
you've
department.
taken it on notice, we'll get the exact numbers. I think that's probably the best thing, and then we can have a look at those. And
Sure.
they'll appreciate that.
But you just want to understand LLS over the last couple of years, is that?
From your time as CEO would be
Quite specific to me, Mr. Feck.
Oh no, I'm just curious. So just so that we can put a time frame on it, because I imagine that you'll have, access to that. Just in relation to the software My LLS, what's the total cost of that package so far?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice in terms of amount spent.
Okay, if you could, is it operational yet?
There are some modules that are in use, but in terms of the complete program.
So if you could provide, and you're happy to take them, if you want to take it on notice, that's fine. If you could provide the budgeted cost, the total cost to date, which modules are operational, which modules are inoperative at the moment, and how long the time frame is before you expect a complete rollout of the MyLLS software. I'd appreciate that. Mr. Orr, did you engage KPMG to look at some of the, to review, I guess, some of the LLS service delivery issues and the model?
I'd need to think carefully about the timing, but KPMG did a number of pieces of work for local land services, I'm going to say in 2022.
I think it might have been 2023 and after the election. Is that?
No.
Would that fit?
If I could just finish, so I'm just cover off the bits of work. One of which was to look at the enabling services within local land services.
Yep.
So those are all the sort of finance,
Yep.
HR,
the governance model, the communications review, and the service delivery model. Does that sound familiar?
So there were 3 bits of work, Mr. Fang.
Not 4?
My understanding is that there were 3 bits of work. One was what I just...
I'll hear the... Sorry, Mr. Orr, to interrupt you. I'll hear the point of order.
Just as a matter of fairness, I mean, the witness is trying to answer, and then he's being peppered with some form of questions mixed in with statements about what Mr. Fang thinks the answer should be. He should be allowed to just answer the question that he's asked before another one's asked.
Can I ask that we don't adopt what I call the mutti method and fire off 15 questions in one sentence?
Sure.
And just allow one question, answer, question, answer. Thanks.
Okay. Understanding there were some, did you let the board know that you were seeking KPMG to do these reviews, Mr. Orr?
The board?
Yes. The LLS
Yes.
board?
Yes.
You did? Okay. What was the budget for those reviews?
This was quite some time ago.
I appreciate that. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I'll take on notice what the budget was.
When you and my understanding is that the board did not know when they were the board were provided the reviews from KPMG. Did they accept those reviews and implement them?
So one was the service delivery. One was service delivery.
Yep.
One was enabling service, and then there was one other, which may come to my mind in a minute.
Okay.
In terms of enabling you've asked me. In terms of enabling services and the changes which we made regarding enabling services, that was certainly discussed with the board. In terms of service delivery, that was certainly discussed with the board, and the final piece, which just escapes me at the moment, was more internally facing in terms of a particular data, matter from memory. I'd need to, check my notes in terms of exactly what went on regarding those ones.
Did you put that out to tender? Those reviews?
Well, there's a procurement framework.
Yep. Did you put it out to tender?
Well, whatever the procurement rules were at the time,
okay.
Were complied with.
So I'll take that as a no. It didn't go out to tender. That's
Sorry.
okay. I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question.
Sorry, you asked. You asked.
Yes, I'm asking.
But the answer is, the procurement process was complied with, irrespective of what that process was.
Who selected KPMG under that procurement process?
Who selected?
Yes.
Again, I'll take on notice in terms of how we did the assessment.
Okay. Do you have history working with KPMG, Mr. Orr?
No.
No? You haven't, as in, like, have you worked with them on a collaborative, in a collaborative way in other roles prior to your role with LLS?
We did a piece of work with KPMG, I'm going to say back in 2020, 21.
Yep.
And that was regarding the service partnership arrangement between, the department as it was back then,
yep,
and the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment.
Did you ever work in the in local government?
No.
No. Okay. So prior to your history with LLS, you hadn't worked in a collaborative role in another role in a collaborative sense with KPMG.
With KPMG?
Yes.
Oh, going right back, I had a connection with KPMG, I'm going to say about 2015, 16.
Okay.
In local government reform, but I didn't work in local government, i.e. a council.
No. Yes, sorry, I meant
in
in the field of local government, you did some work with KPMG, and then when you were head of LLS, you appointed KPMG without a tender process. Is that broadly correct?
No, sorry, respectfully. Whatever went on in terms of the appointment process was done in accordance with the procurement guidelines, whatever that process was.
No, I accept that. Mr. Chaudhary, could I just put some questions to you, if that's all right? Has demand for hardwood saw logs decreased or increased lately?
The demand for hardwood saw logs?
Yeah. Noting that you gave answers previously about not being able to fulfil, I guess, the supply contracts, I imagine it will increase, but I'm just seeking your guidance.
Yeah, look, I mean, we have contracted supply, so that means that the amount of timber that we supply to our customers is, it's a set amount per year.
Yep.
I can't comment on the market demand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which of the hardwood products are driving the highest demand for sawn logs in New South Wales? And what are the key industries relying on these products?
Sure. So, look, saw logs, definitely. So saw logs go into, if you're talking about hardwood here specifically, they go into, your building homes. So basically your flooring timber, structural timber, and then you've got the essential products like power poles, bridge girders, as well as, wharf piles, and of course pellets to transport food. Those would be some of the key products for hardwood.
Yeah. And the construction industry's demand for hardwood, I guess, things like flooring and decking and cladding that you mentioned in your answer, that is influencing the need for saw logs out of the state forests, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So is it housing that drives demand for hardwood timber products effectively?
It's a combination of factors. Mainly it's the renovations market, or alterations, additions we call it, that drive hardwood for homes. Yep. But hardwood is also used in a variety of other products, as I said, power poles, your structural timbers that go into bridge, and we shouldn't forget pellets that transport food.
Of course, of course. Yeah. I guess it's fair to say that the Labor government's obviously, made housing one of their key targets. So, a lack of supply of hardwood timber is really going to impact housing supply, isn't it?
No, it's really not.
Look, it goes into housing construction, but not to the same extent as softwood timber does. So softwood from our forests go more into the structural timber for frames and trusses.
Yep.
Hardwood to a lesser extent for home construction, but more for kitchen,
renovations and
the cabinetries and the flooring, particularly decking, that sort of thing. Yeah.
When activist groups claim that the hardwood division of forestry isn't profitable, what are they missing there?
Look, that's a good question. I mean, I think the point is we manage the land, 2 million hectares of land for the state, and we manage it for a variety of reasons. Timber is part of it, but we also manage it for things like fire control, weed management, pest, recreation, and so forth.
Yep.
So land management is a big cost, as you would expect. Any organisation, like any land management agency, such as parks or a local land services, to incur.
Yep.
So hardwood or native forest rather is the majority of our land estate, and so we do spend about, I think on average, somewhere between $15 to $20 a hectare in managing the land.
Okay. what's driving a shortage of hardwood from the state forests?
So specifically for New South Wales, we have as I was explaining earlier, there's a number of factors at play that has prevented us from supplying timber last financial year, and some constraints are also this financial year.
Yeah.
They are things like disruptions to our operations. Whenever there's a protest activity, we stop operations.
Yeah.
There's some injunction applications. I mean, native forestry is a contested space at the moment, so there's those sorts of things, and regulatory changes or stop work orders all have impact as well.
And that would be the EPA, wouldn't it? I guess changing the rules at every opportunity that they get.
The EPA is a regulator for native forests.
Yes. So let's assume that Ms Higginson gets her way and gets penny sharp to shut down hardwood industry in New South Wales. Where would we get our hardwood timber from?
The plantation estate.
Well, you wouldn't. Obviously, states like Victoria and WA have also shut down or made decisions to cease native forest harvesting. So the timber, if it is not produced in our publicly managed state forest, it will probably be imported.
Yep.
I suspect. And plantations is an opportunity, but I think we need to understand that plantations trees take a number of years to grow.
Of course.
At least hardwood trees somewhere between 30 to 50 or 60 years.
Yeah.
And we need a lot of land to establish those plantations, land that will be competing with agriculture and other uses.
Yep. Yeah. So would it be fair to say that you've got places like, other states anyway, that are shutting down their timber industries? That's putting a greater reliance on New South Wales' timber, and then where there's potential to shut down our industry here in New South Wales, it will mean importing timber from other places. Now, if we did that, what would the carbon cost of that timber be to import timber, from overseas?
Mr. Fang, I can't comment on the carbon cost, but I think what I can say is that we do manage the forest for a whole range of things. Carbon is part of it. The tree sequesters carbon, as we know, and the product that it's converted into stores carbon, and in its place, we have more trees that are grown. For every tree that we take out, there's about 4 or 5 trees that grow in its place and sequesters more carbon.
Yep. Could you describe the current protections that are in place to manage and protect greater gliders and what happens under the forestry rules at the moment?
Yeah, so we operate under what's called the Coastal IFOA, which is a set of rules that was developed by scientists and experts many years ago, and it's still it's quite a comprehensive rule set. It's actually one of the, I think, most stringent rule set in the world, which I think is a very good thing for us. It gives us that assurance that our operations are carried under very strict rules. Recently, we had the Environment Protection Authority change some of the rules specific to the greater gliders, and that meant setting aside more trees, conducting different searches to protect those species.
Yep. Now, obviously, I guess forestry in New South Wales is such an important industry. The state government must heavily subsidise the industry. Can you provide the details of what the state government provides in subsidies to the hardwood division?
No, we don't get subsidies for hardwood division.
None at all?
No, they offset the losses.
Oh.
No, we don't get subsidies for hardwood division. We get we do get something called the community services obligation. That's there to fund community projects or community specific costs like community firefighting, for example, or providing certain roads for direct community or public access.
Oh, that's fascinating. No, I genuinely appreciate that. I would have thought it to be heavily subsidised, but it's not at all. Could you provide an idea of what the impact is of illegal protesters and what impact does it have on harvesting operations, and does it have an impact on the mental health of forestry co-op workers?
Look, it is obviously difficult when. The main point here is that we want to make sure that everybody's safe, and I want to make sure that we have a safe workplace where our staff can go and they're doing an honest job. They're implementing the current government policy, and they should feel safe in doing so, our staff and our contractors. Look, we have anytime there's a protest, we want to make sure that it's done in a safe and respectful manner, and therefore we have our forests that are closed when there's an active harvesting operation going on, and so we do find sometimes protesters have gone into closed forests that do put themselves and others at risk, it does take a toll on everybody.
Yeah. But those, I guess, illegal protesters, they do more than just target the forestry, they target the workers. Can you provide some, I guess, context around how they threaten workers in their hometowns, and what's the extent of that harassment?
Yes, look, there has been instances where our staff have been confronted in certain places, particularly in public places. Look, we don't condone any of that sort of behaviour. We do support our staff because they go through a lot of, psychological issues as a result of that as well. So we, again, the point is that we want to make sure that everything is done in a safe and respectful way.
Yeah.
Nothing against protests, of course, but we want to make sure it's done in a safe manner.
Yeah, well, on behalf of the committee, I want you to please pass on our concerns for your workers and thank them for the great work that they do.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyndall, I just want to, in the last 2 minutes that I have, I just wanted to return to you. Now, obviously, there are a number of people that have been, I guess, watching the broadcast, and they've indicated to us that there's, well, maybe more than 3, I suspect. They've indicated that there may have been some miscommunications in some of the questions I put. So I'm just going to, I guess, re-put some of them in maybe in a different way. So did you have any other roles, acting or otherwise, in the Office of the Secretary before you were appointed as the acting Executive Director?
No.
No, okay. Without being formally appointed as a liaison, did you spend lengthy periods of time in the Minister's office after the election, outside of what you would consider to be reasonable meetings?
You'd need to define lengthy, Mr. Fang.
Okay, well, it's been put to me and a number of our staff that there was periods of time where the staff in the department were provided updates to say that you would be spending the week in the Minister's office to help with the setup. Would that be accurate?
I'd need to look at the details of that, Mr. Fang.
So are you, after you were appointed in the Secretary's office, your evidence is that you didn't spend a period of time helping the Minister in a capacity helping her set up her office. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Could you repeat the question? Sorry, Mr. Fang, I'm just having some trouble.
I understand. I want to make sure you are under oath, and so I want to make sure the question's crystal clear, Mr. Tyndall. Did you spend a period of time after you were appointed in the Minister's office during the time the Minister was setting up the office? Did you assist with that task?
No.
Thank you. All right, in the short remaining time, I've got Mr. Chowdhury, just picking up on Mr. Fang's comments around psychosocial impacts of protesters on your workers. Have you recently lost any people from the hardwood division because of these psychosocial hazards? In particular, any managers?
Look, I wouldn't go into specific individuals, Mr. Chair, because I want to respect their privacy, but we have had a couple of members that have left the organisation.
That's all I need to know. Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. Just perhaps Ms. Connell, what recent advice has been provided to the ACOs regarding biosecurity, given the number of incursions we're having of different biosecurity, like barramite, but threats of lumpy skin, avian bird flu, all of them? What advice has been provided to the ACOs, RSPCA, Animal Welfare League, about steps they should be taking before entering properties to do inspections. I've had several reports from concerned farmers that RSPCA particularly are just jumping fences, not announcing their presence to the farmer and traipsing all over their property, presumably to respond to complaints or do inspections. Is that something that really adheres to good biosecurity controls?
I'd have to take the question on notice about what advice have been giving to the ACOs and in relation to the circumstances you're presenting. I'm not aware of those in particular, I can't comment on those, but I'll take on notice what advice we've provided.
I'm sure the advice wouldn't say jump the fence and don't announce yourself. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Mr Orr, in regards to animals that are potentially accidentally killed in a shark net, are any of the animals then taken by the DPI for further research if that animal has been accidentally killed through the shark net?
I'd direct that question to Mr Sloan.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Hurst. I think in some instances they would be, depending on the species, particularly if it was a protected or threatened species, but not in all cases. I can take it on notice and give you a more fulsome, detailed answer.
Yeah, I've just got a couple of follow-up questions on, and I think you might need to take them on notice, but I'm just wondering how many, like the number of animals that have been accidentally killed in shark nets, say in the last 3 years, that have then been used in research?
I would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. And which department or research facility would that go to? Is that sort of part of the DPI's own research, to your knowledge?
It would depend. We do have collaborations with universities, and there may be instances where we've partnered with other research institutions, so I'll take it on notice and provide you with some details.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. Mr Orr, I think this one is for you, but please hand on if it's not. At the previous budget estimates, I'd asked the Minister and the DPI questions about Cestrum nocturnum. It's a dangerous weed, and it's killed 2 horses in the northern New South Wales that I'm aware of. The concern is that the plant was still legal to sell in New South Wales, and it was actually being sold by some plant nurseries. And I was advised at the time that there was work being done to consider whether or not to make the sale of this particular plant illegal. Is that something that you have any updates on or know anything about what's happened with those considerations?
Yeah, thanks, Ms Hurst. I do remember that issue and the loss of those stock. I'll see if any of my colleagues have got a specific update regarding, and I think the question was the sale of that particular plant in nurseries and whether or not it was still allowed or not. We might just respond to your notice unless my colleagues have any further information. It wouldn't appear so, Ms Hurst.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Fang for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Dr Tyndall, just returning to your appointment, could you outline for me what tasks and roles you did have in the first 2 months when you were appointed, and what locations you worked out of?
I'm happy to take that on notice for you, Mr Fang. It was quite some time ago. So.
Thank you. Where was your normal place of work when you were first appointed?
My home office was in Gosford, but we have an office here in Sydney.
Okay. Did you at all work or undertake any tasks in the Minister's office in your first 2 months after being appointed?
What do you mean by any tasks, Mr Fang? That's pretty broad.
Did you attend the Minister's office in the first 2 months of your appointment?
Yes, I did, but I'm happy to take it on notice, Mr
Okay.
Fang.
Were those times that you were working out of the Minister's office for part of the day? Did you ever work out of there for the whole day? Did you...
Mr Fang, I do understand your laser-like focus on this issue.
I'm good, I'm glad.
I would take that question on notice.
Okay. Did you have a pass for the Minister's office?
At which point, Mr Fang?
In your first 2 months after your appointment, did you have a pass to the Minister's office in 52 Martin Place?
I'd need to take it on notice when I first had a pass. It's not unusual for senior public servants to have a pass.
But you have had a pass to the Minister's office, is that correct?
I do have one now, yes.
You have one now?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. How often do you work out of the Minister's office now?
I don't work out of the Minister's office, Mr Fang.
Okay. How often do you have to renew your pass?
I need to take that on notice. I think it's an administrative thing that's managed by Martin Place.
Okay. Mr Orr, how many of your staff do you believe would have access to the Minister's office directly?
Generally, it would be those staff who attend meetings with the Minister. So it would basically be people such as Miss Laura Maward, Miss Connell, Mr Sloan. So basically Band 3 and Band 2 staff members. I wouldn't say it's all Band 2 staff members. It would just depend on whether or not those people had interactions with the office.
Okay. Mr Tyndall, did you ever attend the Minister's office without first attending your other office in the office of the Secretary?
I can take that on notice, Mr Fang, obviously.
And did you get coffee on the way?
I'd need to check that so I don't mislead the committee. I'd take that on notice.
Okay. Because certainly the questions at the first part of the day indicated that you weren't at all in the Minister's office. We now discover that you've got a pass to the
Just to be clear, Mr Fang, I never asserted that I was never in the Minister's office.
Point of order, Chair.
I was asked a number of questions about whether I set up the Minister's office, and I said that I had not.
Chair, not only is that a complete mischaracterisation of the evidence that was given earlier.
Well, we
it's
seem
not
to be
even
getting
a question,
a
it's a statement.
Well, we are getting a lot more clarity now, Chair, as to the depths with which this may go. Anyway, we'll follow it up at another time. Thank you, Chair.
There's no conspiracy.
Thank you. Given the time has lapsed, I won't necessarily rule on the point of order, but I'll throw to the government to see whether they have any questions for the remaining 15 minutes. I'll throw to the government.
No questions, Chair. Not at this stage,
Well, this is the only stage you get, Mr Donnelly, so if you speak now, forever hold your peace.
No?
No?
We have no questions, Chair. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Chair, there are a couple of mop-up issues, if we could just deal with those.
Let's, sorry, I forgot my favourite segment. Clear the homework, let's go.
Okay. I might just go to Miss Connell first.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to Mr Farraway's question about vaccinate to kill, in the event of a lumpy skin disease or foot and mouth disease incursion, the decision to vaccinate or not would be made in conjunction with the Consultative Committee of Emergency Animal Disease, which is a national body chaired by the Australia's Chief Vet, which provides technical advice in the event of emergency animal disease outbreaks. And just in relation to the Deputy Chair's question about how was the forced swim test bill communicated by the department once it was assented to. It was communicated in 3 ways. Information was published on our website, information was published on the Animal Ethics Information Link website, and also disseminated to stakeholders through an animal research circular newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Sloan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, you asked a question about how many vehicles our fisheries compliance team had. The answer is that we currently have 66 vehicles that the fisheries compliance unit uses. Mr Farraway asked a question about how many applications there were for the biosecurity commissioner role, and there were 11, and how many there were for the Agriculture Commission, and there were 6. Ms Furman asked some questions about the threatened species unit within the Fisheries Division and how many staff there were. There are actually currently 9 staff in that team. They work with our fisheries compliance and our fisheries research team, so that area of our business is a collaborative effort, but there are 9 dedicated staff. There was also a question about threat abatement plans and the priority action statements. There was a move some time ago for the adoption of a common assessment method, which was a collaborative effort with the Commonwealth around threatened species management, and we moved away from threat abatement plans to the use of the priority action statements. We do have priority action statements either finalised or in draft form for all of our threatened species, but it does appear that we do need to do some work to update our website, so I'll certainly look into that. The questions, Chair, about Mulloway harvest strategy. The working group did in fact meet last in March, on the 18th, 19th of March. The minutes for the process they go through is that they adopt their minutes at the following meeting, so that's why there's a delay, and I'll take that on notice and look into whether or not they can be finalised any sooner. But that's the working group's process. The stock assessment report for Mulloway was finalised late last year, and it is public, and it's part of that national fish stock assessment process, so it's on the website and can certainly provide...
Your website or the national website?
Be on the national website, but we have a link to that, so we can provide that as well. In terms of the management of ICOLs, we do have a project that was funded under the Marine Estate Management Strategy. It's led by DPIRD, but has partners. We partner with DQ and other agencies. It was about getting consistency in management and approvals across ICOLs, and it was auditing sort of where we're at with ICOL management across the state. So there's over 60 that are sort of in that process, and there's a report that isn't finalised yet that's pending. So that's the response to that one. Thank you.
Any other?
Just a quick couple from me, Chair, if there are no others. We did get asked this morning about can we divulge the details of the people which Mr Sloan alluded to in terms of the applicants for those particular roles, and the advice we've got back is no, we can't because it's private information. Secondly, Mr Fang, the third bit from KPMG was a data review to your question earlier. No. Well, I mean, it could well have been. I'll confirm it in terms of on notice, but I only recall 3. My recollection is that I wasn't the decision maker regarding the appointment of KPMG. In fact, the only time I can recall being the decision maker was with that piece on the service partnership agreement, which I alluded to before, but I'll confirm that on notice.
Appreciate it.
Anything else? Nope.
I've got a couple here. There was a question about whether the Centenary had received correspondence about smoking experiments from Ms Hurst, and there was an animal research circular sent out on the 5th of April, so they have received that. And again...
So the other way around, like, had the panel received correspondence from Centenary?
All right, okay. Well, we'll take that back on notice.
Thank you,
then.
sorry.
Sort that out. And there was another one, I think it just around whether the statistics are communicated to research facilities. Again, that was in a research circular on the 5th of August 2024 to inform them that the 2022 statistics were available on the Animal Ethics Infolink website.
And what was that question was related to?
According to this, an animal use statistics, the question was, are you aware that what has been communicated to research facilities?
Oh, is that about the change of, so having to report about cephalopods and crustaceans?
And I've got that as a separate thing, but I'll take that on notice so we can get it right for you. Make sure they're the right questions and answers. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and your candour. I believe you've still taken quite a few questions on notice, despite clearing the decks there a bit at the end. So the committee secretary will be in touch with you in the time frame to get those answers back to us. So thank you once again for your time.
Been good
Enjoy
fun.
the
Let's do it again
rest
soon.
of your afternoon.